Hey, that's right. Hey, yeah. All right, that's I was 0 for 0 there, but thanks for bringing that up. What do you mean only 5? You only had 3. He's heckling. We just opened the show here. You can tell we have a little extra time in the show. Second race of the season, rain affecting the schedule. But remember, 2 stages would have to be completed. It's 170 laps. No longer is it halfway. We're scheduled for 500 miles in this, so we'll keep you updated on the weather once we start the race. And they're hopeful, optimistic they can get it in. In the meantime, a much different challenge for drivers, even though we're scheduled for 500 miles this week than last Sunday.
Oh, totally different mindset. I mean, last week, tires weren't even an issue. A lot of teams were doing gas and goes, 2-tire right side stops. It's going to be 4 tires every time. These tires are going to be worn down to the cords.
Yeah, last week it was restricted pack racing. So the cars were restricted and you raced in packs. Today, it's unrestricted and we're track racing, because the track is probably your biggest competitor today when we start this race.
And you can throw in, and you know, you always tell me drivers are creatures of habit. You have routines. So NASCAR has the ability to move the start of a race up. They did for an hour to try and beat the rain. We're in a little bit of a delay pattern now. It takes 2 to 3 hours to dry this track, depending upon how much rain has fallen. So what's the driver mindset right now as they're waiting this out with all of us?
Well, in my day, it just meant I had to eat my bologna sandwich a little earlier. But today, these guys have got to eat their pasta a little bit earlier and work out a little bit, maybe ride their bike, maybe do it for a small jog. I don't know. These guys are their routine is so different than ours. The biggest thing I wanted to be sure was I had my lucky uniform on. That's all I really cared.
I think, you know, these guys truly are turning themselves into athletes, the way they train, the way the focus is, the competition's so close. So to me, that does change my focus. I think that some drivers, when they start this race, because they've been thinking since Friday of when this race is going to start. Since this morning, they knew, yeah, it was moved up a little bit earlier, but with a delay, now all of a sudden that changes everything, not just what you're eating and the fluids you're putting in your body, but also what this track is going to be like when they drop the green. So I think some are going to handle that better than others.
Yeah, I mean, we already knew the track, where the tires, the track, to give up and all that. We already knew all that. But now you throw in the track's been washed. It had a pretty hard rain, washed all the rubber off of it. How's that going to affect my car early in a run? Are the tires going to wear out quicker? Is the give up going to be greater? What's the track going to be like when they drop the green flag?
Yeah, this is the 3rd oldest track behind Dover and California in terms of the surface, and a lot's been said about the drive. See, we might need Phil Swift to come out with his Flex Seal and touch up a little bit of that track just so we can get going once they dry the track. And I know drivers are anxious too after, what, 27 cars were involved in crashes last Sunday at the Daytona 500. The headline following Daytona, numbers don't win races, drivers do, and we of course attach them famously together. The 3 in victory lane was a great story, but all week talked about how Austin Dillon did it, and after further review, that Austin Dillon move on Eric Almirola in overtime to win it, was it clean?
Well, throughout the race, we saw a lot of blocking towards the end of some stages. But here, it's the final lap of the Daytona 500. Eric Almirola moves to the outside. He sees that run coming from that outside lane, and Austin Dillon, a little contact. And then, as one move left and one move right, I thought this was just an amazing racing incident. You know, amazing because it's for the Daytona 500, and you're going for it. And I think these two are both trying to maintain their position. The 3 of Austin Dillon trying to get position, the 10 trying to hold that lead.
See, I told you, Austin Dillon didn't have anything to do with that. It was the 3 car.
Blame the car. Well,
it's really unfortunate to see Eric Almirola.
Well, yeah, it was a tough moment.
I mean, you know, he's won on a restrictor plate track before. He was in great position coming off of turn 2 to get that Daytona 500 win. And then, you know, when you see the outcome of what happened, he was obviously very devastated.
That first move he made, he moved into the lane that had to push, that had the energy. The outside lane was fast. The 3 car was there. Watch, he moves over to get that draft.
Exactly what he should have done.
And that's what he should have done.
Perfectly. But the 3 has such momentum that he gave him that little nudge. When Eric got that little nudge in the left rear bumper, it seems like it sort of made his car go to the right. And then when the 3 touched him on the right side of the bumper, that's what spun him around.
Yeah, I think Eric thought, I'm gonna block that outside lane, break that momentum a little bit, and then I'm going to go side to side. I'm going to go down and help the 11 a little bit, go over and help the 3 a little bit, and kind of have those 2 side by side, and he'd come home free to the line. Unfortunately, he got a little bump before that got to the 3rd turn. He didn't make it.
And in a very vulnerable position, not only on the rear bumper of the car, but in that transition from the straightaway into the corner. Car's not quite loaded up in the banking, doesn't have all the grip. You could see the car dancing around a little bit. So any little nudge or touch right there is going to send the car around.
And I'm sure Austin Dillon, this is a risk-reward business. He could have wrecked as well at that moment with that move.
Oh, sure. You never know. I mean, you take your best shot. That may not be a good way to put it, but you take your best shot and hope for the best, and it worked out great for Austin.
Well, instincts are kicking in at that moment. Instincts of, I want to win the Daytona 500. If you're the three of Austin Dillon, I've got a huge run. I've got perfect position here to get alongside the 10 of Eric Almirola. I don't want to wreck him to do it. But
if I have to.
If that's what it takes to win the Daytona 500, I'm not going to regret everything that I can possibly do to try to get this win.
A hypothetical.
But I don't think he intentionally,
no.
By the way, he did not intentionally try to just wreck him.
But because of the in love with the 3-car and the legacy of Dale Earnhardt, what if it was, let's say, the 18 of Kyle Busch, and that was the car that did the move to wreck Almirola and win? Don't you think the outcry would have been different?
Well, I know one thing about Eric Almirola. I said, well, I'm probably going to get wrecked. Or at least I know I'm going to get hit.
He might have known it halfway down the back straightaway. I think I wouldn't have analyzed that any different with the 18, but I do think the reaction from the media and the fans would have been slightly different because it's Kyle Busch.
Yeah, I think drivers underestimate the competition sometimes. I got to think Eric Almirola looked in his mirror as much as he could and said, that's Austin Dillon, the 3-car behind me. He's going to push me. He's going to help me win this race. I don't think he thought he was going to wreck him.
Yeah, that's his car today, Kyle Busch, and you're not yourself when you're hungry or when you're running the Daytona 500 in front. So let me, you both would, and you've won the Daytona 500. Would you have done the same thing Austin Dillon did in that situation if you were in that?
Yeah, I mean, because he had a great run. And you know, he moved left and Eric moved left, and the next instinct is to move to the right. If he's going to block me left, I've got to move to the right. And you can't lift. That's the thing. On the last lap, you cannot lift, and that's just restrictor plate Daytona racing, especially for the Daytona 500.
You do things you regret after you do them. I mean, literally, I know that Austin wanted to win that race. Eric wanted to win that race. First time in that 10-car, he's got a shot at winning a race. Here's Austin Dillon driving the famed 3-car. He couldn't have a better setup. But I always think about when things like that happen, I was so happy I won the race at that point in time, but at some point I look back and say, maybe I should have cut the guy a little slack, or maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should have done something a little different.
Well, I mean, I don't think Mark Martin would have done that in that situation.
No.
Do you agree? And why is that?
Well, that's because he's a gentleman.
Okay.
And there's always been gentlemen's agreements. And I know I said it to Jeff.
That's old school.
Oh, that's old school. That doesn't wait. But the leader always respected the leader. You cut him a little bit of slack because he was the leader. Nowadays, not so much.
Well, yeah. I'm going to respect the leader right up until he blocks me left.
Until you're the leader.
And I've got the big run. You know, I mean, I just think when it's for the win, and there's no race bigger, that's more.
But it shouldn't matter what race, right?
Well, but that's what I'm saying. It's just when you're racing for the win, and that leader blocks left, then to me, you're going for it, no matter what.
No. Respect gets a wreck. That's what he gets.
Well, and some days, these days in restrictor plate races.
Do you think that Austin Dillon would have been as classy and understanding as Eric Almirola was if the roles were reversed?
I don't know if I've ever seen anybody handle that kind of a devastating loss as well as Eric Almirola. So I'd say you could say that across the board of the entire field. I don't know if anybody would have handled it the same way that Eric did.
I think that must have been a really hard hit when he went into the wall and he didn't realize what had happened.
Yeah. Well, we plan to talk with Austin Dillon, but coming up next, the driver of the 10-car, Eric Almirola, who handled that moment as he is headed into the Hollywood Hotel. We're live in Atlanta. He'll join us here to talk with you in just a moment. Leave the door open for him until he gets there. Thank you. Thanks for being with us. We're on the NASCAR on Fox pre-race show live from Atlanta Motor Speedway. You can see with rain in track and the dryers out, it's going to be a couple of hours easy, if even then, with rain in the forecast. They can get this race scheduled for 500 miles in after a great doubleheader of racing yesterday at Atlanta Motor Speedway. We'll update you as we roll along. The advantage of being here at the Hollywood Hotel with Jeff Gordon, Darrell Waltrip, I'm Chris Myers. We get to bring in drivers and spend some time with them. And we were just talking about the driver of the 10,
we needed you
the
to get here in a
Smithfield
hurry.
Ford. Eric Almirola, thanks for being with us. It's nice to see you. And again, classy comments after a very devastating moment that we all watched at the Daytona 500. I bet you were anxious, right, to get back in the car and race here in Atlanta. So give us your mindset right now, how you're handling this delay.
Come on, go away, Rain. I figure the quicker we race Atlanta, we'd have something new to talk about.
Right.
So yeah, it's been a tough week, just kind of reliving that over and over and over. It's one thing to go through it in a moment and be, you know, devastated in that moment, but then you hurry up and want to look forward. But then everybody else wants to still look backwards.
All right, we'll get out of the way as quick as possible about, you know, certainly this incident and those moves happening on the back straightaway last week. Been analyzed all week long, so
Sure.
I can't wait to get your perspective on it. I thought you did everything right. I'll say, you know, that, but I am curious.
Yeah.
The first bump, when you moved left and Austin came and he hit you in the left side of the bumper, kind of squared up, maybe more left. I'm curious, how in control were you at that moment?
Not much. All week long, you saw our cars moving around a lot when we were getting pushed, and we saw a lot of big wrecks from just, you know, untimely pushes. And right there, my main focus on that restart was just keeping up with the 11. I wanted to stay on his door. I felt like I did everything right on the restart. I got to the lead. I blocked him right there, and I got hit. So I got pushed over, and then, I just couldn't hold on to the second one. But, I mean, I was going for the Daytona 500 win. I mean, I wasn't going to let him have it. I would have been sick to my stomach if I would have just pulled over and let him and the other cars drive by, and if I would have finished second or third or whatever, and not made the effort to block, you know. And I knew they were coming with a big run. I knew it. My spotter told me. But if I would have just stayed on the bottom and let them drive around me, I mean, that would have been hard to live with.
So, real quick, I'm just curious. In that moment, is that because it's the Daytona 500, or would you do the same thing for any win?
Yeah, we can go to Talladega and Daytona in July. I mean, you're coming to the last lap. You're trying to win the race. I mean, I want to win. I want to get the trophy. I want to get my team to victory lane. I want to get my sponsors to victory lane. So yeah, you in that moment, you're going to do everything you can to try and win the race.
Yeah, first time in a 10 car, so you had to be absolutely thinking, I'm going to win the biggest race of my life.
Did. I regret thinking that now, but I remember looking in my mirror going through 1 and 2 and seeing them side by side and side drafting each other, and I just kept thinking, I hope you guys do that for about 3/4 of a lap more, and we're going to win the Daytona 500. But unfortunately, it just didn't work out.
Have you heard from Austin Dillon? Talked to him? Texted at all?
He did. He texted me that night about 2 in the morning when he was probably drunk. He was drunk and celebrating and having a good time. He texted me, and
I hope he was compassionate in that moment.
Yeah, he was. But congratulations to those guys.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can't just you can't fight fate. And for it to be 20 years to the date that the 3-car won, and all of those things adding up, it was a great day for our sport. It was a great day for that team, but I was a little envious that we weren't the ones in victory lane. I can tell you that.
It wasn't Austin Dillon. It was the 3-car.
Yeah.
that car did that.
Eric, let's kind of talk about Atlanta. I mean, you have a teammate who dominates this race.
Oh, gosh, he's incredible.
He's so good. So, I mean, what have you learned from him? How's your car? What do you think once we get going?
I think our car is good. Our car is not awesome. It's not the best car, but I think our car is good. I think we can be competitive and run up front. We've gotten to look at some of our notes from our teammates. I feel like the 14 and the 41 are also good, but obviously Kevin's so good here. He's so disciplined. He's got just a feel. He knows exactly what he's looking for, and you know, I mean, you've been that way at certain racetracks, and you just show up. You go to Martinsville, you know you're going to have to race Jeff Gordon. It doesn't matter if you have a good car or a bad car. You know you're going to have to race Jeff Gordon for the win that day, and that's how Kevin Harvick is here. And you show up here, and he just knows exactly what he's looking for, and he can make his car do things that I haven't figured out how to do yet.
Oh, Jeff's he's only won 5 times.
Yeah, don't worry, the rest of the field hasn't quite figured it out yet either.
So what does it feel like to go from, in all honesty, the Petty team who struggled at times last year, and now you're on a first-class, top-of-the-line, best equipment available. What does that transition feel like?
It's a tale of two worlds, really. You know, I went from a team that you know was quite frankly a mid-tier team, didn't have all of the money and resources necessary, and Richard said it himself. For years and years that I was there, he always told me we're going to go and we're going to do the best we can. But we raced as a family operation there. And, you know, I think when you look back at the sport over the years, when guys like Rick Hendrick and Roger Penske and Gene Haas and these guys come into the sport, it changed the playing field of the entire sport. And you went from having family-run businesses to billionaires' playgrounds. And so
we're talking about Jeff Gordon now.
And so I think really, I mean, when you look at it, these guys, you know, Rick Hendrick and Roger Penske and Gene Haas and Joe Gibbs Racing, they race purely for fun. This is a you know, an ego thing, and they're going to spend the money it takes to have fast race cars, and it was run more like a business at RPM, and I enjoyed my 6 years there. It was an opportunity that I'll forever be thankful for, and it got me to where I'm at today. But, you know, when you look at the resources we had 65 employees there. I walked into Stewart-Haas Racing the first day. They got 380 employees.
Yeah, they had 65 in the front office.
Yeah, it's incredible.
And the irony, the 43, but you know, Bubba Wallace comes in second. He's going to be joining us here a little bit later, so it still comes back all around. I know viewers, race fans want to know, after that rough crash last year at Kansas, you've worked your way back. I know when we saw you at Daytona, you said that the recovery program put you in such conditioning that you continued that after you were healthy, and it's really helped you overall.
Yeah, it has. I've always enjoyed working out and trying to stay fit. I cycled for a while, and then I kind of took some time off when I had kids. It was really hard to be gone 4 days a week and then come home and tell the wife, hey, I'm going to go off for 2 hours or 3 hours on the bike, have fun with the kids. So for a while there, you know, I took some time off from cycling, but still tried to stay in shape. And now that the kids are in school, I've got all this free time during the week that I've really been back at working out and riding my bike and trying to stay in shape.
And I know that was one of the first things that went through my mind when I saw you going to the wall at Daytona was, how is your back? I mean, we saw what a tough, devastating crash you went through last year at Kansas. From what I understand, with that compression fracture, you're a little shorter now than
I am.
That's just the chair, I think.
So,
adjusting.
Yeah, I am a little bit shorter now, but not too short. I'm still 6 foot.
You're a tall guy.
You still fit into the...
Yeah, the vertebrae actually compressed in half. So they said if I was 60 years old or 70 years old...
Easy now.
Notice
yeah, you notice.
or 80 or 90.
Yeah. Old guy with a bad knee.
I shaved my face because I've got gray hair in there, too. But yeah, they said if I was older, they would do something called kyphoplasty, where they take a needle, they basically put like a balloon inside the vertebrae and blow it up, and then they put something like rubber cement to make it solid again.
Wow.
But they said with me being young that wasn't necessary, that it would just heal up on its own and I'd just be shorter.
You were just 33 years of age. You mentioned your kids, and I know after that moment, just to go back, how classy you were when the microphone was in your face after Daytona 500 with our questions and comments. How were you able to hold it together and not just scream out? You said you were devastated, but I know you talked about not only thinking about your kids, you're a father out there, your spouse. In fact, let's run the interview for people that may...
come on, Chris.
Well, no, this is important because and you could assess yourself how you handled this, because I think we were all impressed. I don't know if many of us, and you guys have been in that spot, could have handled it this way.
I don't know how you
let's
did
listen
it
to this. Okay.
Oh, my heart is broken. I'm so devastated. I thought I was going to win the Daytona 500, Vince. Just disappointed. I wanted to get Smithfield to victory lane. I wanted to get Ford to victory lane. Everybody, you know, put so much into me and my career, and with this switch over to Stewart-Haas Racing this offseason, and I couldn't have thought of a better way to start off the new relationship with Stewart-Haas Racing than to go to victory lane at the Daytona 500. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. I did everything I could, and unfortunately, I ended up in the infield care center. So I'm definitely devastated, but the beauty is there's always next week. We'll go to Atlanta and try and go win with Smithfield and Ford there.
Eric Amarola, so close, but ends up 10th.
All right, so we're here this week, and I think the composure is the point. I mean, how do you hold that? Because you could have screamed and yelled, and like a lot of us would have.
Well, it's twofold. One is that there was nobody with a camera at my car when I got out on the back
so okay.
There was a little bit more anger over there.
Yeah, so I had, I had the ambulance ride to the infield care center to calm down.
But you were okay.
I had the time in the infield care center to calm down. My boss, Tony Stewart, came in the infield care center, gave me a big hug, told me he was proud of me, and then said, hey, when you go out here to do the media, Do as I do. Do as I say, not as I do. I've made some bad choices over the years, and just go out here and do the right thing. And I was going to anyway, but you know, it crossed my mind as I was walking out there to do the media. You know, my kids are back in my motorhome waiting for me to get back there. I'm sure they're watching TV. Do the right thing. You know, be a good role model for them, and at the same time, use this opportunity to talk about the positive. You know, we were going for the win. We were getting ready to win the Daytona 500. We had a lot of corporate executives from Smithfield there. Obviously, they've invested in me and making the switch over to Stewart-Haas Racing. So to have their support and the support from Ford Motor Company, I wanted to make sure that I got that in there. Like that's important to me because, you know, I mean, in our day and age, the sponsors and the manufacturer supports are what make this go round, and so I wanted to use that opportunity to talk about the positive and not focus on the fact that things didn't go my way.
You had to be pretty proud of yourself, though. You had to be pretty happy as a driver that you put yourself in a position to win our biggest race.
I was, you know, and I think for me, you know, when I look back on it, I've replayed that a million times in my head. Like, what could I have done different to win that race? And it's a big race for all of us. But I grew up as a kid in Tampa, Florida, 2 hours away. Like, I've been going to that race since I was a kid. Like, to win the Daytona 500 would be the ultimate. And so to have myself in that position and literally be a half a lap away from winning the Daytona 500, I was proud of that. And for it to be in my first race with Stewart-Haas Racing, you know, they took a chance on me to bring me over there to drive their race car, and to be able to be that close to producing a win already felt really good.
Well, we have a clip from Tony Stewart, and I think it's so cool.
Is it the
figure 8 jump?
No, this is. Listen, I don't know which one, but Tony being candid, which we all loved.
Logano down to block Stewart. Stewart trying to get further underneath him, can't.
Well, Tony, what angered you at the end of the race? What did you take issue with?
What the hell do you think I was mad about? Dumb little runs us clear down to the infield. He wants to about everybody else. And he's the one that drives like a little. I'm going to bust his ass.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you.
I think that's exactly what he was talking about when he said, do as I say, not as I do. But
it was great seeing the late Steve Burns there with him as well. We miss him greatly. And certainly on the track, Tony driving and that kind of personality, right? So you have to have some personality. You just have to stay within the boundaries of what's the real you.
Yeah, absolutely.
What is it like? I mean, what is it like being with Smoke? I mean, we've all competed against him. We all know him, and we see these interviews. What's it like when you're behind closed doors with Tony Stewart? What does he bring to the table that can help you as a driver?
It's awesome. The thing I love about it the most is that he's a racer. He's just like us. I mean, he loves to race. He went and raced the sprint car race last night in the Panhandle of Florida. I mean, it's just, that's all he wants to do is race, and he gets it. I mean, he's 2 years away from being in one of these cars. He knows what we're going through. He knows the challenges. He knows, you know, everything that as a driver that we're up against. And so he's you know, he's in tune with exactly what we're talking about.
And I know that, you know,
I stick to doing what he does behind the wheel.
Yes.
And doing what he says off the track.
Yeah, because I know that
Tony and Richard was telling Bubba, don't wreck my car. And Tony Stewart said, just bring back the steering wheel.
He did. He actually did. He told me before the race, and you just actually made me remember. Before the race, so I'd already wrecked in the 150. Jimmy blew a tire and took us out there in the 150. Saturday in the Xfinity race, coming to the white flag, we wrecked on the back straightaway. So on Sunday, he said, I'm not going to tell you to not wreck my car today. He said, all I'm going to tell you is to get to the end. And if you get to the end, do whatever you have to do to try and win this race.
There you go, the irony of it.
Yeah.
No, I know that Gene Haas and Ford are very happy with Tony Stewart and his role as an owner and what he's done, and really has helped take Stewart-Haas forward, and glad that you're a part of it. Thanks for spending some time with us and coming, and we really appreciate it. We wish you a lot of luck the rest of the way. You're always welcome to drop by.
All right, thanks.
All right?
But not when it's raining.
That's right.
He said for me to give you a hug, but that's his...
A half hug?
That's a man hug right there.
Hey, will she give me her prayer verses now that she's not going to give them to Dell Jr.?
We'll sure talk about it, I guarantee you.
All right, good luck. Hopefully we get there. We're going to talk with Bubba Wallace. We talked about the 43 and Richard Petty Motorsports. There he is. Hey, Bubba. He's shy. We have to give him a moment to warm up, but he'll be joining us. It'd be great to talk with him here live from Atlanta in just a moment. Thanks again.
Yeah.
That was really... And live here from Atlanta Motor Speedway, Chris Myers with you in the Hollywood Hotel. And thanks for hanging in there with us. NASCAR on Fox. We're talking to a number of the drivers. We have Bubba Wallace coming up with us here in just a moment. So you can see they're trying to dry the track. Rain in the forecast. Rained a little bit earlier. And right now it's going to take a while. So we're in a holding pattern as the drivers are and the folks here in Atlanta. So Darrell Wallace Jr., otherwise known as Bubba, put Richard Petty Motorsports in the 43 back near the top of the most prestigious race when he finished second at the Daytona 500. An emotional moment afterwards he'll carry with him for the rest of his life.
I didn't realize we were actually in the anthem until halfway through. That just tells you how much my mind was not there at the moment. Finally was able to climb in the car and just relax. As high speed and crazy as we are in the car, it's the most relaxing moment.
This is the most important race you'll ever run in your life.
It's the biggest race of the year.
Was up at the front for a little bit, fell back, the back of the pack there, and then we just kind of edged our way back up. The next thing you know, we were sitting on that last restart to be able to push Austin to the win.
Bubba Wallace finishes his first Daytona 500 in second place.
That's pretty cool. Being the highest finishing African American at the Daytona 500 just shows, you know, the mindset for me going into the records we set, the barriers we broke. It helps me focus on what the big picture is, and obviously that's what we want to do is win the race. Everything that had been built up over the last month, 2 months, 3 months.
Pull it together, bud. Pull it together. You just finished second. It's awesome.
Finally was able to just let it go. My family was there. Just seeing Mom come up there, and, you know, there's nothing like a mother's hug.
Checker flag right here. Hold your line, hold your line, hold your line, hold your line. Denny Hamlin and Bubba have some words.
Two drivers that are super competitive. You know, I made the move to side draft him, and it felt like he just kind of was going to run me up the track, which I would do the same.
I want to see the replay before I say anything stupid, but he might need to take some Adderall for that one.
But they didn't stop, and we went to the fence. So he said I cut his tire. So he had his opinion, I had my opinion. We talked it out after, and it was over with 2 seconds after we had talked, at least for me.
And it's great to have the driver of the 43, Bubba Wallace, and Richard Petty Motorsports, and that Chevrolet. By the way, Chevy 1-2 in the Camaros at the Daytona 500. Bubba, well, boy, we just saw the range of emotions. Well, happy, sad, laughing, smiling. Congrats, by the way, on a terrific finish. Thanks for coming. You had a chance to kind of let it all settle in.
Yes, so you get all the best sides of it every time. Every time.
Best of work.
Just like you said.
That's what we love about you,
right.
man.
That's
Come
right.
on, man. Suck it up, man.
Yeah, I like the way you coach yourself.
Yes,
Right on
I was
the
trying to,
beautiful.
I just could not pull it together. I was trying so hard, and even after I sat there, I know.
Embrace it.
I'm not bashing it. It's just one of those deals. It's like, hey, I try to be a tough guy, but hey, I'm going to cry when I need to.
No, you should.
Good for you. I want to tell you something that you said in there really, we try to explain all the time the mindset of a race car driver before they get strapped into that car. And you said, I didn't even know the national anthem or, was going on until after, halfway through it because of that focus.
Right.
Walk us through, try to explain to people what it's like prior to getting in the race car.
Well, that was the first time that's ever happened to me. Went through invocation, and I'm standing there just waiting. I don't know what I was waiting on. I'm just waiting, and then all of a sudden, you hear the anthem's almost over with, and I'm still just looking around, and I'm like, oh, I don't have my hand over my heart.
Oh, wow.
And I went to cover it up really fast, and I'm like, oh, I hope that wasn't on TV, because, just mindset was, I'm ready to go to the race, trying to plan it out, but had no idea that the anthem was going on. That's just the first time it's ever happened to me, so glad that's out of the way. I'll pay attention more next time.
But your career, I guess I want to, who motivates you? When you need somebody to say, you can do this, don't give up, keep trying, something's good's going to happen. Who do you go to for advice and help?
Well, there's a lot of people. My parents have pushed me to be successful. My family has pushed me to be successful. I push myself to be successful and want to do all these great things. And I've done that over the past so much that has actually hurt myself. So I've learned from my mistakes. So it's one of those deals. Is like, you don't need, like the King told me, no need to be a hero one of these days. You've got here for a reason, so let's show it. And also the haters on Twitter just get me fired up too.
No, that's good. Well, and we saw, Richard Petty, he was there for you to talk you through, and that moment, finishing second, you heard from people. Tell us, Hank Aaron, Lewis Hamilton, called and texted to congratulate you. What'd they tell you?
Yeah, that was a cool moment there with the King.
The finger.
Yes.
That long index
Don't wreck any more of my cars, right?
That's right.
where he's going.
That was special to have Hank Aaron reach out. His granddaughter's actually over behind the scenes as well. Yes.
Oh, wow.
So really special to be here.
On his turf here in Atlanta, the
right?
Hall of Fame.
Yeah, good point.
Lewis Hamilton reached out saying he was tuning in and saying good luck. That was pretty cool. Yep. He was at your last race in Homestead, so that was awesome. Hate I wasn't there. I would have been fangirling out over him, not you.
Jeff's only won here 5 times.
Yeah, I know.
Not one of his best tracks.
But just to have that support, and then after the fact, I think everything, all that happening before the race was cool, but there was nothing like seeing the King running to the Infield Care Center on videos that I've seen to get there and congratulate us all. That was really cool. That was really cool.
Bubba, I want to talk a little bit about diversity in the sport. I grew up racing quarter midgets. And there were not a lot of African American kids racing quarter midgets at a young age. There out in California, there definitely were a few. How can you inspire and maybe change that going forward? How do we get more people introduced to the sport of diverse backgrounds early on to turn them into a top caliber race car driver in the Cup level?
Yeah, well, I don't know if they're going to look as good as me, but
he's modest too. We like that about Bubba.
But I think if you look back on last weekend and what we did, that's how we need to keep it going. I mean, yeah, we finished second, but I think leading up to that, doing all the media stuff, just showing my true colors, my true personality, and how you can be accepted in this sport and you can fit in as long as you have that it factor. We all know once you get to the Cup level, you have to have the it factor. You got to be able to manage these cars, and the first time jumping in these things, it was an eye-opener for me, for the aggression level, for the competition level. I knew it was tough. There's no more climbing once you get here. When I got into Pocono, I'm like, holy cow, I got a lot more to learn, and I'm still doing that today. So I think finishing second was an icing on the top there, but now we get into the regular season here and we're starting to race and really show. So like Drew Blick said, that really set the tone for us, but we don't want to get the fans overexcited. Right. If we finish 15th or so, what we're aiming for, top 10 and top 15, top 8 is what the King wants. Then don't settle down on that. That's still good for us.
Along those lines, what Jeff was asking, you have a crew member, I believe his name is Darnell, played college basketball, first
Darrell on the
Darrell,
yes.
right,
on
a part of the 3-car, also making history with the winning team, with his pit crew in terms of accomplishing. So you don't have to be the star driver,
Absolutely.
right, in any way that you want to be involved in the sport.
Yes, for sure. That was so special to see him. I've gotten to meet him a couple of times, and I know how passionate he is about this sport. And to see that, I didn't even know that about him. Right. And so when I read the headlines, I was like, that's super cool, man. That's so cool for those guys to get their shot and get their chance and make history. That's what it's all about. We go out there and we don't focus in, at least I don't focus in on the history ahead of time. Like right now, I'm not studying up for who was the highest finished African American, who's the highest finishing rookie. We just do it. Right. The next thing you know, we were second and the highest finishing rookie in their Daytona 500 debut. So that's how I go about it.
When I get frustrated back in the day, I'd go home, I'd get my power washer out. Mm-hmm. And I'd do my driveway, and I'd do my house, and I'd do my car, and then if I still was frustrated, I'd go next door and do their driveway.
You're a good guy.
But you got this drum thing going on. Where did you pick that up from?
My mom said ever since she could remember, and ever since I think 2 years old, I was beating on pots and pans.
Wow.
And so I had something for music, and I've always loved music. That's probably my second favorite passion besides racing is music. I just love it. Every genre, whatever you want to call it, I'm all about it. So yeah, I seen you guys play this on my qualifying lap. That was cool.
Country, I'm sure. You're a big country music.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm building up to that.
Now you're also you were in a golf league and basketball league. I bring this up because Denny Hamlin now says it's over. We're all fine.
Yes.
And Jeff was laughing at your comments in the story with. So we got some budding little feuds going here with some people. Yeah. Where are you and Denny Hamlin supposedly because of what happened on that last? You got kind of kicked out of a league that some of you drivers are in.
Yeah.
And are we okay now? Or is
I'm good. We're totally good. I was fine with it. As soon as we parted ways after that video, I was good. I was clear conscious. Obviously, I didn't think about it anymore because I was crying. I was crying on my mom's shoulder. So we were excited about Daytona. We're excited about this weekend. And for me, like I told in an interview, he's been here. He's won here. He knows what he needs here. I don't know which way's up or down here. I just know that when I think I'm saving tires, like Blaney told me, when you think you're saving tires, you're not saving tires. So I'm trying to figure all that out and really learn. So Denny and I we're in a good spot. No need to worry about us on the racetrack. It's always funny. Racing always finds its funny way to either put us in the driver intros truck together or qualify next to each other in weeks to come, but there'll be nothing coming out of it, so we're in a good spot.
So, Bubba, let's get to Atlanta, right? Realistic expectations. We just said Eric Almirola here, who used to drive the 43, and talked about, RPM is known to be a mid-tier team. So we come out of Daytona, and by the way, amazing all week. I mean, the duels and in the 500 to get through the wrecks, and then to have a car that was, you know, capable of being right up there with them and possibly winning. But now you come to Atlanta, really tough, challenging racetrack. This is going to be taxing on the team, the car, and you. So tell us about how it's going and what the expectations are for today.
Well, when we fired off in practice,
I'm pretty good.
it's P1.
Yeah, you were.
And I was like, okay, other guys haven't gone out yet. They went out, and we were still up there. And then we started doing mock runs and fell down. I think we were third in first practice, which is good. And, you know, I tell myself, don't pay attention to the pylon. Doesn't mean anything. But it's still like a little brag.
Unless you're up on the top.
Yes, exactly. So you get good headlines out of that. So, you know, we qualified. We didn't want, it's not what we wanted in qualifying. We just went from our mock run, we were tight. And then in our actual Q run, we were sideways. So opposite ends of the spectrum. So for me to experience that for my first time, definitely learned a lot in qualifying, just from what to expect there. And then practice, you know, happy hour practice went really good for us. You know, we're top 10 all day, making some good times. Our fall off wasn't too bad. We weren't the best car, but we weren't the worst car either. So I think we were a little bit better than where they were at last year. And that's all we want to do. We just want to improve just a little bit. You know, King and I had a talk as we were going to a dinner. He says, there's no way that we're going to be at the top. That's not how the sport works. We're not going to go from where we were last year to the very top. And I was like, we're on the same page there. He wants a top 8 to a top 12. I said top 10 to a top 15. So he's a little bit more greedier than I am, which is fine. So I'm going to go out there and prove it for him. That's right.
Okay. Long race, 500 miles here. It's pretty grueling. Physical. What do you do to? You got a workout program. You got to.
Besides playing the drums.
Well, playing the drums is a good workout. Unless you ask Kevin Harvick, he doesn't believe it's a good workout. He's already voiced his opinion on that. But no, I think I'm in the gym 2 times a week with a personal trainer, a good long friend of mine, Phil Horton, which a lot of you guys may know. And so we got on that deal about a month and a half ago, just trying to get back into it, and really been enjoying it, trying to get in tip-top shape. I'm not trying to be a ripped Carl Edwards guy out here. I don't think I'd ever get there. He pulled that off really well. But I'm just trying to stay in good shape, decent shape, and get ready for these races, because I know this one will be demanding for sure. And then I'm just looking forward to like 600 miles at Charlotte.
I can't wait for that.
Yeah, looking forward to that. I just want you to know one thing. I got to tell you this. I used to run to the infield care center to get away from Richard Petty.
Is that right?
And he said he was coming after you.
He was coming.
Yeah, it didn't always work that way for me.
The King, you are a rookie. Are rookies treated differently on the track? Because if you heard there in the conversation, we're talking about the 3-car and who's behind you, and if it's Kyle Busch or this guy, certain drivers, you know, are you treated differently by other drivers? You have to kind of earn your stripes when you're out on the track?
I don't know. I just noticed Kevin was sitting over there. Am I treated differently from you, Kevin?
We'll talk to him. No, he treats everybody the same.
No comment.
He ain't going to tell you.
It all happens out on the racetrack.
Yeah.
But I think from last weekend, I've earned a lot of respect.
Yeah, that's the point.
From veterans. And we'll just have to see. You know, as long as I go out there and run my own race and not get into anybody. And Kevin's been a huge help, you know, believe it or not. He's been, you know, firing text message away, saying good things. And I don't know if he's expecting a tip or something. But, you know, much appreciated.
He's going to get the last chance, by the way. So you're up 2-0 right now. But
firing away.
He'll pour it on. Well, thanks for coming in. Keep up the good work, and we really enjoy spending time with you.
Absolutely.
So
Thanks, guys.
wish you a lot of luck. 43, Richard.
Keep bringing it, man. Keep bringing it.
Thank you.
All right, and we'll continue live from Atlanta. His first career win came here in Atlanta, and of course the dominant performance in the Xfinity race yesterday. We'll talk with the driver of the Jimmy Johns, Stewart Haas Ford, coming up. And we're glad you're watching NASCAR on Fox. We're in a weather delay live from Atlanta. We have delayed the start with rain this morning, trying to dry this 1.5-mile track in race 2 of the NASCAR season following the exciting overtime Daytona 500. Let's go back, 2001 Atlanta. Kevin Harvick with his first career Cup victory and battling in the 29 Goodrich Chevrolet.
Yeah, Kevin Harvick.
Ask Jeff Gordon.
Race 2. That was race 2 for Kevin Harvick in the Cup Series.
And his first career win, an emotional win, of course, replacing the late, great Dale Earnhardt in the 3-car in that ride. And nice to have him joining us here in the Hollywood Hotel. Good to see you.
Well, thanks for having me.
You doing
At least you're back from the dog show.
So, I got a different dog and pony show.
I don't know what
That's
show
right.
it is.
Right here. It's how about
It's look a lot like a Benson.
I'll do the jokes. You guys do the analysis. By the way, I love your radio show on Sirius Radio with Matt Yoakum on Tuesday. There's a lot of great great candid comments, like Bubba Wallace, some candid comments. What do you think of him, huh? He's guy's fired up.
I've always gotten along with Bubba, and he and I have developed a relationship that you can actually pick on each other and be honest with each other when you agree or disagree, and that's a good thing. And I think that's important for our sport. And you've been in this position, and you have as well, to have those young guys have some trust in you and in being able to express their opinion and do certain things and say certain things when they're emotional about what happened on the racetrack or something that's going wrong.
You said something, I think it was on a radio show or maybe in an interview, that you thought Bubba Wallace finishing second in the Daytona 500 was a bigger deal than Austin Dillon actually winning the 500.
And I think that is true. I think that, you know, Austin winning the Daytona 500 was huge for him and his brand and things that he's doing in the race car, and obviously it was a big deal for the three and RCR and what they've done in the past. But to have Bubba finish second and have the speed weeks that he has can take us to places that we currently aren't, just because of you know, the exposure and the things that he gets. And you know, Jeff and I have had this conversation. There's really only a couple guys that have that mystique about who they are and what they're doing, and you know, I think there's a couple more of them that can take us to different levels. I think Chase Elliott is another one of those guys. He's got that deep tie to the roots of NASCAR with his father and the history and heritage that he's had in the sport. Bubba's in that same category, and you have all these young kids that are out there, and the new fans, young fans, like them. So it's a unique time, and I think that both sides, young and old, and even the tweeners, are good for each other if everybody can understand that, and that's how you're going to build it back into what it was.
Yeah, so you know, you filled in or took over for Dale Earnhardt Sr. when we lost him, and it's interesting when I hear you talk, because not only did you do a great job of driving that car, especially here at Atlanta that day, but I hear you doing something that Dale did, which is he's looking at the sport in a bigger way, right? If something else that somebody else is doing is good for the sport, it's good for me. I mean, where does that come from? Where did you learn that?
Yeah, well, you know, I think as you get older, you look at it differently. Yeah. And, you know, I think as you sit on this side of the camera and on the TV side of things and really start to sit in the production meetings and hear what is going on and understand that the sport is bigger than you. It's bigger than any one person, and it's bigger than what you think, and it doesn't always agree with what you think is right. And sometimes you have to say, okay, well, I get it. I see where everybody else is coming from. But, you know, I think it's when you look at the radio show, I think, you know, that Matt and I have done, it's really opened my eyes a lot to, you know, what the sport is about and what the fans think. And sometimes when you say, and I used to say this, and I apologize to Daniel Norwood all the time from Sirius, I say, I am so sorry for being such a jerk for so many years.
I hear you. I get that all the time. In-car cameras, I was the last one that wanted.
Why won't they do that? I said, well, you wouldn't do it either.
Yeah. So you know, I think you really start to realize, and I think that's why it's good to have the drivers sit up in the TV booth, and you know, if we can get them involved in the production meetings and understand the magnitude of TV and radio and really, you know, we talk a lot about social media. But it's, you know, radio and TV.
Direct.
Well, oh my gosh,
direct contact.
But they are so much bigger than social media.
And yeah, I think drivers like yourself, every new driver, a Bowman or Chaser, any of those guys, they need a mentor. They need somebody. You've got fans. They're developing fans.
Yeah.
They need somebody to stand with them,
right,
and go with them and show them the ropes and teach them the ropes, because your fans will become their fans. Jeff Gordon's fans will become Chase Elliott's fans. Right. And I think that marriage between the older drivers and the younger drivers is what's going to take us to the next level.
Yeah, and you know, the other thing is, you know, the one thing that I notice about the sport over the last couple years, and you probably got to see a little bit of this as you wrapped it up the last few years, but that camaraderie between the NASCAR and the officials and the drivers and the teams is much different than when I started, and that's also been something else that I feel like over the last couple of years been trying to work on to make sure everybody remembers, even the officials, that this is fun, and you know, we're pretty lucky. We're pretty lucky to be doing this, and it's become so competitive. It's taken some of the fun out of it. But you know, I think for my team and the people around us, we're having fun, and we're enjoying it, and that's something that I preach. And I'm not going to go to the racetrack and be miserable because, you know, at this point, you don't have to go to the racetrack
anymore. Not anymore. You're not.
Well, you've been a champion and a winner. So how about you're on the Drivers' Council, right? Things have changed in the sport, the charter system. What is the Drivers' Council for viewers watching? Who's all on that? What do they get done? Does it help bridge the gap, if there was one, between either NASCAR owners, officials, or fans?
Well, the unique thing about our sport right now is just how much communication there actually is between the drivers and NASCAR. You know, there are some lapses in communication across the board when you tie all those groups together. But the communication over the last couple of years, and really the group that came up with the stage racing and the points and the way that we do things, that changed the sport forever. Because the way that you look at the sport and the way that the people watch the sport now is much different. There were some people that were skeptical, but you cannot watch a race now and not say that stage racing hasn't made our sport better. So there are a number of things that, as in any business, and I look at this as a business, and we're just fortunate to call driving cars our business, racing cars around racetracks. It's fun, but there's always going to be problems and things that you have to address.
Let's look at today's race, because yesterday, a little bit about yesterday. Your pit crew yesterday knocked out some pretty fantastic pit stops based on the new structure that we have. How do you see today's race going? The stops at Daytona were really slow.
Yeah, well, there's new conversation that comes up when you're talking about strategy, and the pit stop is part of it, because, you know, if you make a wedge adjustment or you make a track bar adjustment, or, you know, I guess a track bar you can do in the car, but you know, if you make a wedge adjustment, it's going to slow the pit stop down, you know, 1 to 2 seconds, and you know, if you have to pull tape off the grill, because there's just less guys performing the pit stop. And you know, I think as you talk about it, pit stops and the penalty of the things that you do just become so much bigger than what they were before, especially if you're under a green flag pit stop. So you know you're going to have some green flag pit stops here today. So it's interesting, but I think the dynamic has changed, but I think after a few weeks it'll be the new normal. But it's definitely different, and our guys have been fortunate to adapt to it well. We have some very athletic guys on our pit crew, and they've done a great job, and they've got a ton of reps, you know, with the Clash and all the races in Daytona. They did the Xfinity race in Daytona. They did the Xfinity race yesterday, so reps seem to be important.
Do we have the highlights from yesterday, the Xfinity race, if we have those when you were
there weren't any.
Yeah, the only highlight
it was all Kevin Harvick all the time.
There's the highlight.
There you go.
There's nobody else.
See you later.
He led this Kevin there 141 of 163 laps. It was his 5th Xfinity win in Atlanta. Joey Logano wound up second, more than 4 seconds behind. It was a doubleheader. First they had the Xfinity, and it's neat that they do this here in Atlanta, and then they had the truck race. Kyle Busch, talk about pit stops, Kevin. Good chance to win final pit stop. Some problems with a left rear tire not secured, so young Brett Moffitt took the lead for good on an overtime restart and described his second career win as surreal. I wonder how Kyle Busch described that, but that's another story for another time. Here in Atlanta, though, you've led the most laps the last 4 races here, and we said your first career win came here. What's the key?
Only career
win here.
I'm going to let you say that. You know, see, you can tell he's a broadcaster now. He can just put that right in there.
How many races has Kevin won here?
So no, but you still navigate yourself rather well around this place. What's the key to it?
Yeah, and you know, you look at the stats here, and it wouldn't tell the whole story, because we've run so well here through the years and led so many laps, but it always seems like, you know, I screw something up or the circumstances reach out and bite us. One year I think it was 2009, the last spring race here, I was leading a race, just cruising along, and I look up and Boyer spun out on the front straightaway, my team car at RCR at that particular point, and we wound up losing the race to Casey Kane on a restart. So
Boyer did that to me a couple of times. Lost me a couple.
But you know, it's been one of those racetracks that has just been really good for me. You know, I feel like it has a lot of the same principles that applied to the track I grew up racing on, with the way that you drive around the bottom, and I survived on the bottom of Mesa Marin for years. And a lot of those racetracks that we raced on out there were worn out and short tracks, but they had the same theory.
I feel like you've changed the game here. All the races, I've won 5 races here. I won them on the top. I mean, I didn't win them by hooking that yellow line. And now I think everybody comes here and they go, how does Kevin Harvick do it? I want to see his throttle trace, steering wheel, brake, and I'm just going to watch how he executes that. I mean, I know you say Mesa Marin, but when did you figure that out here, and why does it work so well, you think, versus the top?
It was a tire test here in 2008. We came here and did the tire test, and just you know, every time we went out, we ran 40 laps. And during that time, just figured a bunch of things out. And the track really hasn't changed a whole lot then because it was worn out in 2008.
Yeah, right.
Which is great. You know, all the drivers love coming to Atlanta Motor Speedway. And you know, I think, you know, for me, you know, this is one of those places where you have to evaluate what you're doing every lap. You know, you have to adapt and adjust because the tires go through such a transition, and you know, you have to be able to change the way that you drive the car throughout the run, especially if you want to, you know, run on the bottom. So, you know, the top's got speed, and it does have speed again, you know, here this weekend. But I just don't think that. I don't think you're going to beat the bottom after lap 20 if you run the top for the first 20 laps.
We had Eric Almirola in here from Stewart-Haas Ford, talked about your influence, and of course, Tony Stewart. I think you said with the Blue Oval that this is a blue-collar organization, this particular race team. Expound on that for us.
Well, it is very blue-collar. I think when you look at Gene, you would never know that you know, Gene is who he is walking around pit road because he comes in an untucked polo and a pair of jeans and a pair of tennis shoes. And, you know, he loves to race, and those guys were around. It was just Gene Haas and Haas Automation Racing before it was Stewart-Haas Racing. So those guys loved to race. They brought Tony in because they wanted to be more competitive. And in the beginning, their goal was to finish on the lead lap. That was wow. The Haas
low expectation
was to finish on the lead lap. And then Tony came in and he's like, no, this is not our new goal. Our new goal is to win races and run for a championship. So we're lucky to have Gene, and then you bring Tony into the mix from the competition side and the ownership side to really help guide us, which brought Greg Zipadelli, and all of a sudden you start attracting people, and it's really all about, all we ever hear about is what do we need to do to win more races. And that to me, from owning a team and being on the side of it where you heard a lot about budgets, it's all about racing, and that is a very fortunate position for all four of us.
A Ford guy after all those years.
Yeah, well, and I think when you look at it, you know, from a strength standpoint, when you look at Gene and his position financially, and you look at Ford coming in and a long-term deal that we'd signed, you know, I don't think there's a team in the garage that's more stable than Stewart-Haas Racing. Wow. And in the end, I think when you look at that from the outside looking in, if you're trying to attract an employee and people are looking for a job, they want stability for their family, and that's what it's all about in the end. Is it's all about the people. You're only as good as the people have.
Through that transition from Chevrolet to Ford last year, you felt like at times maybe that was you hadn't quite gotten there yet.
Yeah.
This year you got to have everything ready and set to go for this year.
Well, last year was tough, and I think that, you know, those people closed up a lot of those gaps. And didn't really show up as much on the racetrack as it did in the shop. I mean, when we got done with Homestead, we had no database, which is how we run these race cars, how you run your simulation program, how you put them together in the shop. Everything was created new. Not only did we cut bodies on, they got all the bodies put on the car, and the first thing that happened last year, they put the engine in the car, and the oil pan hit the steering. So we had to design a whole new front steering and spindles and everything to go with it. So it was a huge undertaking. You know, we got to the point at the end of the year where everything was going good. We were competing for a championship and wound up in the Final Four. So it's better this year because the engine's not going to hit the steering when we put it in the car after we cut all last year's bodies off and put new ones on this year for the inspection process. But every year, you know how this deal is. Every year it presents new challenges, and they may not have changed the rules, but everything's different.
So, Kevin, everybody says, all right, Kevin Harvick's the one we're focused on that we have to beat to win this race. Who do you have to beat to win this race? Is it maybe yourself and your team executing, or is there somebody you see that is showing some good speed?
Well, the 18 car was really fast yesterday in that top groove, and, you know, I don't know that that's going to last all day, but if it does, I mean, he'll be in contention and have a fast car. But there's always somebody. Chase Elliott ran really good here last year and was in contention all day, and then you have Brad and Joey, who always seem to run really well at the mechanical grip racetracks. So you know how tough this deal is, and there's so many guys that are capable of fixing things when they get done with practice and making them better for the next day. But you know, the main thing right now for us is to focus on not making mistakes and not doing what I did last year and speeding on pit road.
I noticed you practiced a lot of pit road speed.
You noticed that, didn't you?
and keep your brakes.
You weren't the only one in Atlanta. It became the speed police were out. Look, you're supposed to go freaky fast. That's your job, right? But just not at that Not on pit road, where a lot of people go.
You know, the unique thing about this pit road is, you know, this year you can go up and down pit road and check your pit road speed. Last year you couldn't do
really
that.
And they added all those new segments.
And they added all those new segments, and they aren't exactly as we would measure them. So there's some shorter ones that calculate different than the other ones on pit road. And in those same short segments, there's these little bumps, and the car gets to jumping around, and you lose track of where you were, and you're trying to be aggressive because we had been right on the verge of getting beat off pit road with where our pit stall was last year. And you know, and then you go back and look at it, and all day it was 49.99, 49.93, 49, and you would have been like, oh my God, this is not going to work.
There's the timing line. Well, that's confusing.
A lot of time.
So the goal today is 49 point what?
Just 49.
No,
just 49.
Just 49.
Just 49. Low 49s today.
I think that's a good approach.
Yeah.
Hey, we have the
race with that.
the Chevy Camaro this year in a Ford Fusion, not official, but the Mustang in Cup. We're expecting that next year. Is that kind of what
you know? I think as you look at what Toyota and Chevrolet have done, I would definitely say that the thought is there from a Ford side of things to look at everything that's going on to make sure that we have the best car on the racetrack, because the car we're racing was designed with a big spoiler on the back and a big splitter in the front, and these guys have both been able to design a car with small splitter, small spoiler, and get the balance right. So those are the things that we'll battle, just like we did last year, is a balance issue. It's not that we can't make the downforce, it's really just a balance in the car, and we figured it out last year, and we have to figure it out again this year.
Keep it long enough, it might come back.
All right.
Yeah, right.
By the way, Wednesday, happy anniversary to you and Delana.
Thank
It's coming
you.
up on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Just
17 years.
Little reminder.
And Keelan, I know you're not being very good today. So remember, you better get your act together.
Scolded on national television.
That's right.
Keelan's going to hold if he grows up with a complex.
He's mad because he's been watching TV and he thinks it's not raining.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
No, it's raining, or you wouldn't be in here.
Yeah.
You'd be in your car. Thanks for coming in. We always enjoy and keep up the good work on the media side, the broadcast side. All right, we'll continue live here. We have some of the other drivers joining us as we wait out the weather. We have Ryan Newman coming up. He's starting on the front row here in Atlanta. Later, Austin Dillon, the winner of the Daytona 500. Ryan Blaney and Daniel Suarez, but only if you stay with us. NASCAR on Fox. We're live here in Atlanta at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and there's William Byron, the 20-year-old, in the car. That's the car that won the Daytona 500. We're going to be talking with Austin Dillon here in the Hollywood Hotel. We have Ryan Newman coming up here to talk with us in a moment. There's Brad Keselowski, who won this race last year, even though Kevin Harvick dominated. We're waiting out the rain, so the start of the race has been delayed, and the fans are hanging in there to see if we can get the race in at some point this afternoon or this evening. Let's check in now with Michael Waltrip.
Hey, Chris, I'm down in the garage area, and I've caught up with a bunch of race fans. Everybody's anxious for this baby to get started, want to know when driver introductions are, what's going to be next. But my question to everyone has been, what'd you think about the Daytona 500 and that crazy finish? Did you think that was good racing or what?
Rubbing is racing.
Ah, yeah, rubbing is racing. Who thought it was the best finish ever to the Daytona 500? I know you guys love that race. Martin Truex Jr. had a rough day, but he's going to do better here. Who you pulling for?
Kyle Busch.
I guess that one. He's a fast car as well. Chris, it's just so cool to see the anticipation on everybody's face. They want to get this race going because they know it's going to be exciting when it happens, and a lot of Chase Elliott fans around as well. They think he might get it done today.
All right, thank you very much, Michael. And we have out there's 6 jet dryers, 10 Air Titans, and my hair dryer. We're doing everything we can to keep
We're in good shape then.
Right, and you said there are some. You have to be careful. This track has weepers, right? Which is what
well, that was one of the downsides to not repaving the track.
Right,
it's got so many cracks in it where they've had to seal it up with sealer that some of the guys were telling me down here testing a few weeks ago, and water ran out of the track a long time.
Yeah, but I feel pretty good. I don't think we got a heavy rain. No rain overnight, so. I think if it stays like it is now, we'll get this thing dry.
Yeah, it hasn't been heavy rain, and Ryan Newman was just telling us he's our weatherman. There's the radar. You get a little break. You can see where we are. Obviously, the green is
That's
rain.
a lot better than I was expecting it to look right now.
That big front moved through, and it's not that bad.
What do we think about the 36 car? We had 40 cars entered for the Daytona 500. It's 36. That's the fewest in any Cup race since '96, I believe, in terms of drivers entering into a race. So is it more about quality, less about the quantity, and is that a good thing?
I think it's about quality of race cars and the quality of racing, and I don't think it takes 40 cars to do that. Matter of fact, I don't even think 36 is the right number. I think if you look at charter systems or franchises, and then you look at racing and you blend those together, look at maybe the NFL, NBA, and some other sports, I honestly think 32 is probably the most realistic number.
Yeah, we've gone through a lot of scenarios. There's 43 cars. A lot of those were starting parks, you know, run a few laps, put them in the garage. So I'm with Jeff. I think 36 is a good number. When I raced early in my career, there were only 32 cars at Bristol. There were only 36 cars at some of the super speedways, which made the racing actually better.
Yeah, more competitive
because you
from
had
the
more,
start.
you had room to race. When you have a lot of cars on some of these tracks, you just don't have a lot of room to race. Certainly the big track's not the point, but 36 cars to me is a good number, and they're 36 good quality race cars. I think they put on a great show.
And quality drivers. We're going to talk with one of them. Of course, later, Austin Dillon, winner of the Daytona 500 in the 3. Ryan Newman will be joining us, and here he is on his way into the Hollywood Hotel. You can see the rain has let up a little bit. We're trying to dry out the track here in Atlanta. From Atlanta Motor Speedway, glad you're watching NASCAR on Fox. Thanks for hanging in there with us. The weather pushing back the start of the race, hoping to get the race started maybe in today. Remember, to be official, you'd have to go through 2 stages. So we welcome driver of the 31 Chevrolet, Ryan Newman, with Jeff Gordon, Darrell Waltrip. I'm Chris Myers, and nice to have you with us, starting on the front row. Fastest in final practice, so you're all geared up to go after Daytona. And then we have this. I can see you're in a T-shirt, relax. How does that throw off your routine to get behind the wheel here?
The routine really hasn't started yet today. Just you know, kind of waiting the weather out and see what happens, and either get the phone call to go racing or get the phone call to go fishing. Figure it out.
You'll fish until tomorrow, right? Is that the deal?
Fish.
Got the Bass Pro Shops hat.
Hey, Ryan, a really special week for RCR. You've been there for a long time. I mean, what's that been like? I know you didn't win the Daytona 500, but you know what it's like to win it. So how's the week been for everybody over there?
Well, it's special, no doubt. And the history of our sport, we all talk about it, but to have Dale Earnhardt win it 20 years ago, me be fortunate enough to win it even with a different organization, but to have that under our roof 10 years ago, and then Austin to get it in the form and fashion that he did was really special. And so many people have worked so hard. We went through a whole restructure of the family, shrunk quite a bit, and just overall, it's you know, I mean, you know yourself, it's a unique situation. You become a champion when you win that race, not just a race winner. And I think Austin and Richard and everybody else get an opportunity to experience that all over again.
So I asked Ryan one day, I said, Ryan,
your question really to go out and win the championship. I mean, you have to win races, you have to lead laps and put yourself in position, and we weren't able to do the last part of that. We weren't able to lead enough laps to give ourselves enough opportunity. Phoenix was great. Obviously, in the 3-car when Austin won at Charlotte, that was great. It's a big special race, their first win as a team. But you've got to put yourself in position, like Truex did, to lead the laps, to put yourself out there to get stage points so that you can capitalize on any kind of weakness you might have in a 10-race playoff.
So the new car, the Camaro, is that a difference maker? I mean, how do you feel that car is going to help you guys?
Well, we hope the people that designed it feel that they did a good job to make a difference.
You like
yes.
the car?
yeah, absolutely. I think it's a good-looking car, which is important. I mean, you want to have something that you drive that you believe in, but all the effort that went into that car from all the Chevrolet teams, not just Chevrolet, but the Chevrolet teams that collectively put the effort in to make it a good car for Daytona, to make it a good car for Atlanta. When we go to Martinsville, go to Richmond, those types of things, they all make a difference, and they all have to like come together to be a championship car. Right? You want a championship car, not just a car that'll win a race. You want a championship car. Yeah. So I think that is extremely important, and we've seen that they've done a good job.
Ryan, when I was driving and qualifying day came around, I prided myself a lot on going for poles, but I always had to go through you. I mean, you have always just been known to be such a great qualifier, but 7 poles just here at Atlanta, and I know you have a lot of poles in your career. I mean, what makes you such a great qualifier, and how much effort do you focus into that?
Just this racetrack, I like it. You know yourself, it's unique. The shape of it, the grip, and kind of getting an idea of what grip is out there. I mean, that's how hard you push a car. And it's always kind of been that track that has clicked with me. And I think a lot of that is owed to Buddy Baker. He's the one that came here with me first when I was at Penske Racing and taught me how to approach the racetrack, how to approach driving the race car at this racetrack. And I'm honored to be tied with him. for that pole award at 7 right now. I'd love to beat him, but I'm not sure. I've asked him twice now since he's passed for his help, and he hasn't gone past second.
I think called you back yet.
Yeah, we're stay tied.
At 7.
Yeah.
This will be your 586th Cup start. Boy, time has flown by. What do you think? I was talking to both Daryl and Jeff about the smaller field here with 36 cars and how there were 40 at Daytona. They were saying that, the quality is probably more important than the quantity. Do you have a thought on that with your years in the sport?
Well, I definitely agree on the quality part of it. I mean, that's what makes great racing, and it takes 2 good race cars to have a great race, right? We saw that in 1976 at the Daytona 500. But, it is what it is, right? I mean, you've got to go out there, and as a driver, you focus on doing what you have to do, whether it's race against the 4 and the 24 or 32 others on top of that. It's about just tackling a job.
The wave of your, age 40 here, so you have the young, some 20-year-olds that seem more experienced for 20-year-olds, at least to be at this level. Do you see that?
I see it a little bit. I think it's different now because of simulators and the ability that they have to get that hands-on experience at a Cup level. Maybe not realistically 100% realistic, but at a Cup level that maybe Jeff or I didn't when we were racing USAC midgets and sprint cars and silver car cars. Now those cars taught us a lot, but it was different in how you felt a race car or how you maybe approached a race. And there's a lot of tutoring that goes along now that maybe didn't happen so much 15, 20
all the
years
data
ago.
you can get from your teammates and other
Technology has changed that a lot, but I think overall anybody that makes it to the Cup garage, whether Richard Childress or Rick Hendrick or Jack Roush or whoever it is picks them, has enough credentials, has enough of a resume to be responsible and respectful in their position.
You and your wife do a lot of great charity work. I know you got your rescue ranch, and so does that take up a lot of your time? And now, how much time do you spend at the rescue ranch, and how much time do you spend at the shop? You spend a lot of time.
A little bit of both. A little bit of both. The Monday's usually time at the shop, but throughout the week, part of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, sometimes Thursday, I'll spend time at the ranch, and whether it's fixing boards or baling hay or working around doing things, improvements or whatever we have. But
fishing.
Well, no ponds at the rescue ranch. But
did you watch the Westminster Dog Show on FS1?
I didn't.
Oh, come on! Don't forget to catch it next year. It's in between. It was an off night, right?
You could
have tuned in. Hey, real quick before we let you go, you were eighth place finish Daytona 500. What was your view of the way that finish, or were you caught up in that crash?
I was caught up in the one before that. I still had I didn't have a clear view of it, but I saw what happened and what happened afterwards, and it was no different than what happened throughout the entire race. So how do you pinpoint a guy on the last lap for what happened or what didn't happen that was any different than any other crash throughout the entire race?
All right, we're going to talk with Austin Dillon, winner of the Daytona 500, coming up. Yeah, we call that a segue. Our producer's all over it today.
There he is.
Closed off. There is the Daytona 500 champ, your RCR teammate. Ryan, thanks for coming by, and we'll continue live here in just a moment.
Thanks, buddy.
Live NASCAR on Fox, and a look from above at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and things are looking up. They've been drying the track for hours. It usually takes 2 to 3 if we don't get more rain. Not a lot of heavy rain throughout the day. The forecast a little better than first believed, and there's a chance here we can get the race going, scheduled for 500-plus miles here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Let's take a quick look back and revisit that historic moment for the 3-car and the Daytona 500 champ, Austin Dillon.
To win a Daytona 500, it's a dream. There's so many ties to the history of the sport in this win. Can't wait to see this. This is going to be cool. Roll the tape. This is the last lap of the Daytona 500. Feeling pretty good about the position we're in. Anytime you are in the race on the last lap, you've accomplished something, especially the 500. 11 car kind of goes up the track here to side draft me. That momentum from the 43 gives me a good shove here. This is him getting to the top for the first block, and I'm starting to go low. He comes back left, and that's when it gets him. Just trying to get to the checkered flag. Just can't lift. If I lift, I'm probably getting wrecked out the back, too. I'm in my rear view right now, kind of in awe that we're going to have a shot to win the Daytona 500.
The number 3, 20 years ago, won the Daytona 500. Austin Dillon wins the 60th running of the Great American Race.
It's nothing like that right there.
You just win it. Yeah, you won it. Yes, sir. It is over. You won. Congratulations.
That's what it's all about. This right here, I did not know I was creating a 3 in the grass, but it turned out pretty perfect. You hope you do the right thing and have a good show for the fans, and I think this was pretty cool. It's the best part. Those guys celebrating. His dad celebrating. Craven jumping up on Dad like a kid. It's just everything you dream of right here, man. Coolest part of that, just seeing your boys. Guys that put so much time and effort into it. They're beating on the hood. Oh, it's cool. Just thankful. Thankful for the opportunity to run the 3-car. And this is just kind of tradition, man. Sliding in the grass. Done it since the Truck Series days. And brought it with me to the Cup, and it's pretty awesome to see all the guys sliding with you. It's just a feeling of delivering something to a lot of people that have just put so much time and effort. That thing is so heavy. That is the heaviest trophy in the world. Oh, Pop. The love that he's given me, feels good to give him something back. One of the trophies of a lifetime. Champagne burns so good.
And great to have Austin Dillon with us at the Hollywood Hotel, ready to race here at Atlanta. By the way, the headline, again, he's making headlines everywhere. You can get a shot of this, right? You can see that. It doesn't get old. It's all sunk in now, right? It's you put that in the rear view mirror, you take that with you when you get on the track next time.
Yeah, it's time to go forward. You know, RCR, we got a lot to prove this year, and we want to keep winning races, but that was a heck of a start. Couldn't do it any better.
Yeah, you mentioned something about giving something back to RCR, or Richard Childress in particular, Pop. And, I mean, you know, there's got to be a lot of pressure. I mean, being, you know, related to your car owner, it's not just going and doing your job. It's what can you deliver because they've had so much success.
Exactly, and my grandfather took a real leap of faith and put me in his race car. You want to go out there, and a lot of people look up to my grandfather in the sport, but not only that, he's got a lot of people's mouths he has to feed back home at RCR. So put me in that car was a leap of faith, and feels great to, like I said, deliver something to him to make sure he made a right choice.
You've won 2 of our biggest races. You won the Coke 600 last year. And we always talk about how special the Daytona 500, how it's so different than all the other races. You won Charlotte, and you know what that celebration was like. How does that compare to what the Daytona celebration was like?
Well, Jeff told me beforehand, there's nothing like celebrating the Daytona 500 because it's the only place you actually stay the next night. And my grandfather said it best this week on Race Hub. He said, you know, I never won a whole lot of races, but when we did win, I never lost a party. So we did a pretty good job on that front.
By the way, Race Hub weeknights on FS1, tune in for that. This makes this amazing. You were in a backup car, right? You start at the rear of the field. You're running third into that final lap. You led only 1 lap, obviously the most important, and in Las Vegas you were a 40-to-1 long shot, so it seemed like it was all against you. Just take us through maybe that last lap you're thinking, because Michael Waltrip in the broadcast was one who pointed out, hey, watch that 3 cars. Things were, I don't think you were on anybody else's radar, at least at the moment.
Well, we've had some good runs at the speedways, and I told myself throughout the race a couple times, I was like, what are these guys racing so hard for? Which is good. It's great racing. You know, the racing was great, but my plan was to make sure we had a chance at the end to win the race. I felt like we could gain bonus points throughout the year. If we won the Daytona 500, it'd mean a lot. So we did a good job of just staying in there and putting ourselves in the right position. I made a key move before the 41 big crash at the end to move to the bottom. My grandfather always said, you know, have a place to go. If a wreck happens, you want to have a place to go, and I had the bottom, and that's what helped us get to 4th there. And I knew I had Bubba behind me, and I felt like he was going to help me to the end, and he did, and we ended up in victory lane.
Larry McReynolds tells a great story about when Dale put the penny, his lucky penny on his dash, and how Dale was determined to get that stuck to the dash. How did that come up? How did your lucky penny come about, the young man that gave it to you? And did you think that was your good luck charm?
For sure. You know, Jordan was the kid's name. We were in autograph line, and I'm signing for everybody. And Jordan comes up, and he just had a manufacturer hat on. It was opposite manufacturer. I said, man, if you don't have a favorite driver, I'm going to hook you up right here. I said, I'll give you my hat if I'm your favorite driver. So I signed it, gave him my hat, and didn't think much of it. Thought I gained a fan probably for that day. And the next day, I'm walking to the garage, and I hear somebody yell my name at the fence. And I look over, and he's got my hat on. I was like, all right, there he is. So walked up to him, and he just handed me a penny. And I was like, okay, cool. I'll put it on the car. And I remember the 98 penny story and how it all went together. And I thought maybe his grandmother told him, like, hey, you should give him a penny. That was really good luck for Dale Sr. when all that happened. And he just was trying to give me something because I gave him a hat. He didn't have anything connected to that story. And it was really cool to, you know,
have a penny in my car and go to victory lane 20 years later.
All right, let's walk through this last lap and what really got you to victory lane. Now, I watched in that video, we saw where the 11 comes up to side draft you. I think that was a crucial moment, and I'll tell you why. Because it stalled your lane out. I think Amarola could have possibly blocked you there and got enough momentum, but when that stalled you out, it stacked up Bubba and the others behind him, and now all of a sudden you got a huge push. So now you got this huge push. You see Amarola go to block your lane, but you got all the momentum. What do you think? What are you going to do with that run?
Well, at that point, things are going through your mind so fast, and I think the 11 did create that whole run for the 43. When he moved up the track, it gave him a little more air on my nose, and the 43 gave me that huge push. So I get past the 11, I'm kind of looking to my left and make sure I'm clear of him. When I go left, the 10 kind of goes with me, but at that point, when I get to his back bumper, there's just so much momentum there, and I'm not going to lift. You know, it's the end of the race, and everybody's mind is one thing, get to the finish line.
Yeah, we had Eric Almirola here, driver of the 10 earlier, said you reached out to him, and I thought, you know, right away when you got out of the car in your victory celebration, you mentioned him, hey, sorry about the 10 car. So your thinking is, hey, this is all within the framework driver-to-driver code. I'm going for it. He'll understand, regardless of who the other driver is.
Yeah, and in my opinion, you know, if I'm in the same situation, if I lift there, I'm probably going to get wrecked too. You know, it's everybody's going for one thing, and I've been at the end of those 500s, and you don't have those chances very often. You know, it's the last lap of the Daytona 500, and when he made the first block, I tried to go low, and he did a good job following me there, and it just, my car was going faster at that point in time.
When I look at that video, it's almost the perfect storm. You give him that little bump, he goes right, and the 11 was far enough back that you're able to drop down in front of him and get the push to the line. So it was really a perfect storm for you.
Yeah, I couldn't believe when we got the gap that we got. You know, we had to have a huge run when the 43 gave us that. And it was just a great story to go along with it when Bubba got to second. I raced with Bubba growing up in Bandoleros and Legends cars, watched what he's gone through to get to where he's at now. And the 3 and the 43 and Chevrolet together, that was really cool.
Hey, we have, I'm sorry, real quick, we were talking about Jordan, the youngster with the pen. He's an 11-year-old, Jordan Wade. We have a little clip. He wanted to ask you a question that we had on tape.
Well, your grandpa isn't watching. Can I take your car for a spin?
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, that guy, he deserves to get in my car and take it for a spin.
You'll have to drive, though. I don't think he has his license yet.
We'll give him a booster seat, man.
All right, so now you're in Atlanta. You know, Daytona will never be behind you. That's going to live with you forever. But now you do have to start focusing on the rest of the season. A lot of people say this is where the season really starts. So, you know, how's the weekend going? What do you think you have over these next few races and mile and a half and establishing where you can be for the championship?
Well, I totally agree. The season starts now. Atlanta's one of the toughest places we go to as far as grip level. And last year we didn't have a really good car qualifying. We qualified 19th, and we raced really great here. I was running third at the end of the race, and we had alternator go out, lost power. We've got a similar setup, but we're trying to work through it a little bit with the new ZL1. I think there's a different package that we need to find, but Newman's car's been fast, so we've kind of moved toward his direction. And long runs are something I like. That's what I love to run. And this place that strings out and you can save your tires, you can make a lot of momentum. So we're going to be working hard. We got to figure out how to deliver each and every weekend, and I think execution's a big key part of that. But with the win behind us, we should be able to carry that momentum.
Yeah, you're in. You're NASCAR playoffs, so that's a great start. Your crew, which also is part of making history, is standing by, and they did such a great job with our Michael Waltrip as we go to Michael live right now.
Yeah, Chris, I'm proud to be standing alongside of 4 of the over-the-wall pit crew members for Austin. This is Tyler Rader, played football at West Virginia. Darrell Edwards, the first African-American to ever win the Daytona 500 as an over-the-wall pit crew member. And Paul Swan, played football at the Bowling Green State University. Football, basketball, Grandpa. This is Terry Spalding, 50 years old. Wow, how do you do it?
I'm smarter than the rest of them.
And you're allowing your experience, right?
Yes, I've always had to, yeah.
That's awesome. How proud are you guys of Austin Dillon grabbing that win on the last lap?
I mean, it's awesome. All the, haters he has for driving that 3 car, for him to put that thing in victory lane 20 years after Dale Earnhardt did was really special.
And how special was it for you when you were in college playing him in football and just wearing him out?
I believe the score was, 55-10? So, it was a beating. It was pretty good. I think I came out in the 3rd quarter, so.
And I want to tell you, putting a car in position to win the Daytona 500, the job y'all did all day long, that was amazing. I'm really happy for y'all. basketball, but I'll see you on the basketball court. Ha! Ha! Unhand me, you beast. You back off.
The crew, so important to your success. It looks like you have a great relationship with your guys on the crew.
Yeah, I know each and every one of them. We all hang out, push each other, real competitive. We have a group text together that's pretty entertaining, but we have fun together. Mikey's actually on my hoop group team this year. I traded for get him over Rick Allen. So
oh, really?
I went Mike over Rick Allen. Yeah.
Very good trade.
Hey, a lot of ways to celebrate. We know you know how to have a good party. What about the tattoo? Tell us about that.
You knew we were going to ask.
Yeah, you know, it
We're
was
not going to ask you to see it.
It was a heck of a story. No, I can't show you because I'm sitting on it, but it was a good time. You know, it was mostly just about creating memory. We had been to that same tattoo parlor. Oh man, there's some video.
Wow, there's actual video of is that used with?
That is impressive. That's some of my guys. Those two of my guys.
Those are part of your.
I got to tell you, not a lot of guys win a Daytona 500 and run to a tattoo parlor.
Yeah, we just felt like we needed to go back. We had been there once before. This wasn't the first time, so we went back and added a couple members to our Wolf Pack, as we call it. And, it was a memorable night.
Are there any other races on the schedule that are tattoo worthy, or is it only the Daytona 500?
Brickyard's a pretty good one, man. If we could go get the Brickyard this year, or just a championship. Justin Alexander, my crew chief, he chickened out on the whole deal. So he said if we win a championship, he would get a tattoo on his face. So we got to go to work.
All right,
so it's pretty odd because he seemed like a gambler. He seemed like a kind of guy that would be kind of out there a little bit.
Yeah, I think we can
based
get
on the way he calls races.
Right. I think we can get him dialed in.
So does it just says Daytona 500 champ, or what is it? What's the actual?
So every year the Daytona 500 has a different logo, a little bit different, and mine says 60th annual.
The 60th annual. That's right. And your wife, I'm sure, is okay with that.
Yeah, she's solid. She's dealt with all my craziness. That's why she's with me. She's a great girl.
Well, congrats again. Thanks for coming in. It was a terrific finish. And the haters out there, well, they can't hate anymore. You're a Daytona 500 champ. All right. We'll
show them the trophy.
We'll continue live from Atlanta Motor Speedway. And who do we have there? Is that
That's Blaney.
Blaney
in the house.
Oh, he's coming in.
Oh, that's me.
All right. He's teaching Mike a few things.
Here's what it is.
Our expanded pre-race show live from Atlanta Motor Speedway. We are told driver introductions, if this weather holds up, will take place in the next 20 to 30 minutes, and maybe within the hour, we'll start racing bigger cars than what they're doing, but we appreciate the fans hanging around. You can see the rain has stopped. They've been drying the track for hours. We welcome Ryan Blaney, a driver of the 12 Penske Ford, coming into the Hollywood Hotel. Thanks for coming in. How are you?
Well, I appreciate you having me. I'm doing okay.
Yeah.
If this rain holds off.
Are you excited to get going here? Have you kind of paced yourself? Because officially they wanted to try to start this race a couple hours ago, so you're probably all revved up.
Yeah, you know, you guys know this. If you get all ready to go and then rain comes and you're just sitting around for a little bit, but and then you got to get back into race mode here whenever they get the track dry. But we just kind of go with whatever the forecast tells us and get ready to go.
But now, Chris, you asked him, was he excited and revved up? Does he ever get excited and revved up?
Well, there's different ways, right? You're kind of a low-key personality, right?
I try to stay as calm as I can before the races and then maybe get revved up during.
By the way, we were just talking tattoos with Austin Dillon, who had the Daytona thing on his backside here. You have a tattoo, right?
I have a few, yeah.
It's a family-related tattoo. Obviously, your father raced. You have a history with your family.
I have a couple of from my grandfather, from my dad's dad.
Right.
I have a photo of his car from 1970.
Oh, that's cool.
I thought it was pretty neat. So I never really knew him very well. You know, he passed away when I was pretty young. So, but he really got the Blaney family racing, and that's how he got us started. My father and his uncle, and my uncle, and then myself now. So. We got to pay tribute to him, I think, the best I can.
Well, that's neat.
Ryan, you know, we're doing a lot reliving the Daytona 500, and what I think gets lost in the story now because we're focused on Austin Dillon winning and that battle at the end, but you had an amazing Daytona Speed Weeks, but the 500, you dominated the race, led the most laps, but got caught up in a wreck.
Yeah, I appreciate it. You know, we had a really fast car, you know, throughout really the whole 10 days over there, and you know, you don't lead that many laps without help, you know, from your teammates or Ford drivers. So that was really nice. We all worked really well together. I thought that was a great team effort, and it's a shame that we came up a little short, but it was a good effort by us, and you can't really hold your head about that. We gave it our all, and just what meant to be. Maybe next year, hopefully, we get another shot at it.
Yeah, how you fitting in over there with your two new teammates? You know, all sitting at the same table now. How's that working out?
Yeah, really, it hasn't been too hard of a transition. We've worked really well together in the past, and Brad and Joey. have been really great to me ever since I got to Penske in 2012 and 13. So it's been really simple, which has been really nice. And a lot of my same team from the Wood Brothers have come over to the 12 car, so that has been nice not to have to learn everybody else's, everyone new. So that's been pretty simple, but I can't thank them enough for the help they give me. And I think we work really well together, and Paul Menard is doing a great job over the Wood Brothers, too.
Yeah, and for what the low-key personality that Ryan has, I think those two kind of offset, right? Is that the other extreme? They probably do more of the 90% of the talking with the three you get together.
Well, that's good. Yeah.
As long as you're listening, that's all good.
Yeah, I'm always listening. I feel like I'm a better listener than talker, but you know, that we got to balance ourselves out very good, and I think the three of us do that well. And Paul is the same as I am. He doesn't say a word.
Low key, yeah.
He's pretty low key.
And then the other
pretty low key.
Ryan, we had Bubba Wallace in here. I know you guys are buddies. You know, you do a podcast. You do a lot on social media. I mean, what do you see as the weight on your shoulders as a young, new, future star in this sport to help elevate the sport and bring new fans? I mean, it's a great opportunity for guys like you.
It is. You know, it's been a lot of fun to be a part of this youth movement. You know, there's a lot of great young drivers right now, whether it's their first year in Cup or their second or third year. It's just really neat to be a part of it, to be honest with you, and we're really fortunate to be a name in that group, and it's been really cool. There's a great mixture right now in NASCAR of a lot of young drivers who are just coming in, and a lot of great veterans who are still, at the peak of their careers. So that part has been pretty cool, and I get to race with people I admired growing up, and then I get to race with people my age who I raced with when I was 13 years old. So it's been a lot of fun to be a part of it, and I can't thank NASCAR and really everybody enough for making it happen. And hopefully we can all start winning races.
Do you have to be prepared at all times for somebody like Bubba to just walk in with his phone live tweeting? Or
Oh, yeah. He's a social media freak right there.
What's going on here?
Is that a bumpy
What happened here? Are you on a bad road or what?
I think we were hitting a lot of speed bumps. Yeah, he's good at that. I'm usually captured in his social media rants, but
y'all are hilarious.
Yeah,
together, I gotta say.
He's got to come out of his shell a little. He's so shy.
we might have to give you guys our visor cam for the week before meeting.
Yeah, I've been wanting to wear the visor cam. I haven't been asked yet.
Oh, well, we'll take care of that.
Oh, yes, you have.
Hey, can we get somebody over to the 12 car right away, please?
Visor cam here would be pretty, pretty great.
Amazing.
We'll put it in. Hey, are you part of the Penske games yet? Are you caught up in that? Tell us about that.
Yeah, so the Penske games, they started that last year, and this year we have even more. So there's all the NASCAR drivers. I think there's 5 of us, and then the IndyCar drivers, and then all the sports car guys. And so we filmed that over 2 days, and it took a crazy amount of hours to do it. So when you get 13 or 14 grown men in one room trying to do a singular task, it's like trying to herd 5th graders. And
what is it? Video games, or is it a?
It's everything. There's a lot of there's
basketball?
some. I can't tell you. You got to tune in to watch.
Okay. Okay. So it's competition.
It's competition.
It's like your own Olympics.
It's pretty much the Penske Olympics. Yeah, it's our own version of the Olympics, and I don't even know who won, to be honest with you.
Did you do all right? You think you're based on?
I think I made podium.
Okay.
We'll see.
Okay.
I think I'm in the medal category.
All right. Well, that's good.
Find out.
I like podium. I like a podium.
Ryan, we're in Atlanta. This is a tough racetrack, and we talked to Kevin Harvick. Everybody chases him around this place, around the bottom. What do you think? You like the bottom? You like the top? What do you think is going to work for you?
Yeah, I think a lot of people were trying different things in practice, and the top of 3 and 4 actually seemed pretty good. It seemed like it's been the best that it has been in the past few years, and I thought it was really tricky because you could find speed up top, mainly in 1 and 2, but it was hard to keep that speed if you move back down to the bottom. It seemed like you kind of wore your stuff out. So I feel like once you're committed to the top lane, you have to stay there throughout the run, but Harvick wears everybody out just painting the line, and you saw that yesterday. You see that here, really every single year. So
don't give up on it, because he's only won 1 race painting the bottom.
He should have won a lot more. But no, I think if we can paint the line and just try to do that would be good. But you'll be searching around all race and see what you can find.
By the way, Ford has selected you in Phoenix with the in-car camera, so you have that going. Did you know that?
I did not know that. No,
and
shows you how much I know.
And the ask will be coming for the visor cam.
Get the visor cam next week.
Okay. And the Xfinity race, you'll be working that as well, right?
Yeah, I'll be in the booth.
With broadcasting. Okay.
All you drivers do such a great job. You bring a lot to the table. It's really fun to have you up there in the booth.
Yeah, I'm excited to be my first time in the booth, so I'm really pumped up.
What is? Tell us what DEX Imaging.
Yeah, DEX Imaging. It's a new company that is coming to the Penske Group. They're going to be on our car for 3 or 4 races this year. So you know, they're a great technology company that pretty much at the end of the day makes copiers pretty much.
Okay.
And they've been with the Burton family for a really long time, and we got to know them in the off season, and I visited their headquarters down in Florida, and they're just great people. They're a family-owned business, and we're really excited to have them in the Cup Series and with the Penske Group.
So you know, you got the win at Pocono last year, which was a great victory. I mean, beat one of the best, Kevin Harvick. So when you look over the next, let's say, 5-10 tracks, which one do you think stands out as your best opportunity to get back to victory lane?
You know, I think we always run really well at Vegas. I'm excited to get back there next week.
That's coming soon.
Yeah. I'm excited to get there. Texas, I feel like we always run very well at. So the mile-and-a-half stuff I'm looking forward to, but you know, at the same time, I'm looking forward to going to short tracks and trying to get better at those. You never just want to be good at one style of racetrack. But yeah, that was a good time at Pocono last year, and hopefully we can. That was Wood Brothers' 99th win. It was a shame we couldn't get 100 for them, but hopefully they can do that this year. But hopefully we can have a lot more of those in 2018. That was a good time.
You know, growing up around, your dad drove in Cup, and you grew up around these racetracks as a kid. What was your favorite racetrack to go to as a kid when you were growing up around the sport?
My favorite racetrack was always the Bristol Night Race. I remember going to that one pretty much every single year, and I think as a kid I walked through the tunnel into turn 3 and came up, and it was nighttime, and you see the stands packed and the lights are on and the cars are sparking, and I don't think there's anything cooler than short track racing under the lights, and Bristol is, you know, the short track, and that will always be my favorite race to race in and as to watch as a kid.
All right, we'll say hi to Roger Penske for us too, right? All right.
Yeah,
Hey,
he just had a
hopefully
birthday.
Watching, yeah, he just had a birthday, and you know, happy late birthday to him. But I'm not sure. I don't think he's here today.
We'll give him a birthday present.
We'll try to get him a birthday
He'll love that. Yeah, I know that. I think driver introductions are coming up, so we'll have to let you go. But thanks for coming in and saying hi. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
All right. We'll be talking with Mike Joy and Larry McReynolds upstairs, where eventually Daryl and Jeff will head to call the Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500. As long as the weather cooperates, we're live in Atlanta. This racetrack has had more 500-mile races than any other, and this will be the 103rd, a slight delay because of rain, but you see the dryers that have been out drying the track, and driver introductions we think are just minutes away. And we're going to head up to Mike Joy and Larry McReynolds in a moment. Larry was spying on us in the Hollywood Hotel, and then that's when he heard Daryl talking. I'm sure that's what, and then he got nervous when we said we were going to go to him. So he called his agent, and he said, you know what, this wasn't in my contract to have to deal with these guys. But he's ready. Let's go up to Mike and Larry live here in Atlanta. We can because we care. You know that.
I was actually on the phone with Jim Cantori getting an update. So, yeah.
Well, I know you guessed it on the Weather Channel. I love following journalist Bob Pockris because he has all the details. 11 of the Toyota track drying team, formerly Air Titans, 6 jet dryers, 2 track vacuums, 2 Elgin sweepers, 1 tractor broom blower. That's what's out there to get this track dry. Where it's light gray, it's dry. Where it's dark, it is still damp. You can see them making a lot of progress, and we're told they are now going to thoroughly dry pit road so they can bring the cars out from the garage and proceed very shortly with driver introductions. So I'm optimistic. Now that black, that's not wet. That's where they do the drag racing on Friday nights on pit road. That's all rubber laid down. I'm optimistic we're not far from getting this race underway.
Yeah, I've been optimistic all morning long. I know we got that one little downpour somewhere around 10 o'clock this morning, but the good thing is, Mike, we didn't get any heavy rain for a long period of time. Right. That's what you fear here. Even though they've sealed these cracks, if you get a lot of rain for a long period of time, we get what we call weepers. I don't know if we got enough rain that's going to fight us.
Speedway Motorsports Promoter of the Year, Ed Clark, who runs the raceway here, came by a little bit ago, showed us 2 locations where we might expect weepers, which is water seepage out from under the safer barrier or under the concrete wall in the area of the grandstand. There are just a couple of those places where they are a little concerned about. But yeah, no sustained heavy rain, shouldn't be a problem with weepers or water coming up through the asphalt. What is going to be, and I don't want to say a problem, let's call it a concern. Last week at Daytona, we had a lot of gas-only pit stops. We had a lot of 2-tire pit stops, very few 4-tire stops. Here, every time you come to pit road, you're going to want 4 tires, and everything's new this year. You have only 4 crew members who can work on the wall on the car, plus a fueler. The whole game has changed.
Yeah, and I think this is where we're going to get really put to the test, Mike, because these teams, including what they start the race on, they have 12 sets of Goodyear tires. And it does not matter if you've only run 8 to 10 laps and that caution comes out, you want to come to pit road for 4 tires. And the other thing, and I think especially with this racetrack being green, with no rubber being down on it, you know you're going to have to be aggressive with adjustments all day long. And that's what a fueler used to do on these pit stops, especially here, because you normally didn't go a full fuel run. So that fueler would make adjustments. So that's a big key as well. But what I'm seeing, Mike, and we saw it throughout speed weeks, I think we even saw it in the Xfinity Series race yesterday where a lot of these Cup crews are pitting these cars. The times are starting to come down. No question, though, this is going to be a real test today.
Well, we have a lot of multitasking going on, whether a tire carrier is carrying 2 tires at about 70 pounds apiece, whether a tire changer is carrying his own tire, as Leonard Wood did back in 1975 for the Wood brothers. What each player is doing over the wall is different than it was a year ago.
Yeah, and multitasking is definitely what's going on. I was fortunate enough to watch some teams do some practice during the offseason, Mike, and it was amazing. The original jack man, once he jacked the right side of the car, he then would become a tire carrier for the rest of the stop. The rear tire carrier, once he delivered the right rear tire, he then would become the jack man. And you see it right there. That's Leonard Wood. That we saw that for years with him carrying his own tire. But, you know, at Daytona, we only had 2 stops in the 16-second bracket, and that was Ryan Newman's 31 team. We only had a dozen 4-tire stops in the 17-second. Yesterday, Kevin Harvick's Cup crew pitted that winning 98 car in the Xfinity Series race. They made 3 pit stops. All of them were in the 15-second bracket. It's going to be about reps. These teams will figure it out. I don't know if we'll ever get back down to 11 or 12 seconds, but they will only continue to get more effective and faster.
Make no mistakes, don't beat yourself, and watch those times come down. We learned a new word yesterday, Harvicking. As a driver, and there's Martin Truex, who will start out back today, having not had a chance to qualify. His car didn't make it through inspection in time for qualifying, so he'll start on the last row. And there's the man who will now show up in Webster's dictionary. What is Harvicking?
Well, he definitely has the groove here, and we've heard Jeff and DW talking about it throughout the pre-race show. He has figured out how to not completely come out of the throttle and start using the brake. Now, you asked me the other day at practice what would be my concern. Well, at a racetrack of this size, Mike, where the straightaways are so long, not a big concern. And you know, Jeff Gordon, you know, for Hendrick Motorsports, they had that alliance with Stewart Haas Racing, and he said he could see all the data from Kevin Harvick, but he couldn't really make it work. And I'm hearing the same thing out of some of his teammates today.
Right, this year now, all teams are able to look at every car's telemetry data. So Kyle Busch can see what Kevin Harvick's doing, even though Kyle's in a Toyota, starts from the pole today, and Kevin Harvick is in a Ford. But yeah, seeing it is one thing, and doing it is another. Boy, Kyle had a tough day yesterday. You talk about new pit stop adjustments. Came in they had 4 tires over the wall to change in the truck race. Came in leading. They finished up the change on the right side, came around, and Kyle said the crew chief told him to go. Problem was the rear tire changer had already undone all the lug nuts on the left rear. Wheel falls off. Car backs up, come to pit road. Let's show you what we're talking about. Kyle was certainly the favorite. There you see there's 4 tires at the ready. Right now, the left side, those nuts are off, and now Kyle here's go and say, hey, wait a minute.
Well, only Kyle Busch knows exactly what he heard there. I personally felt like he looked in that rearview mirror. He saw those other trucks leaving their pit boxes. This was going to go to a 2-lap overtime. I felt like Kyle made the call. You know what? They're done with the right side. I'm out of here. I'm not going to give up all these positions on pit road.
Well, that was yesterday, Chris, but it just amplifies the idea of new pit road procedures and making no mistakes.
Thanks, Mike and Larry. There's Bubba Wallace. It was great chatting with him. Kyle Busch, by the way, 6 career wins from the pole. There's Kevin Harvick with Clint Boyer and Son. Driver introductions coming up live. Glad you're staying with us. NASCAR on Fox and the Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500 at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Crowd hanging around for driver introductions, and there's the Grand Marshal for today's race. Said hi to Bubba Wallace. Keenan Thompson, he's from Atlanta and the longest-running cast member of Saturday Night Live. Very funny. His impressions are outstanding. He does a great Steve Harvey. Let's check in with Michael Waltrip.
Hey, I'm going to do a grid walk at driver introductions. Start with Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy, how's your car for today? I'm not going to talk about what happened last week.
Yeah, I'm glad last week's behind us. Our car's been decent. Friday we lacked a little bit, but I thought we made it a lot better yesterday. And honestly, we're just learning a lot with our race car. A lot of new things going on for the Chevrolet camp, rules that have changed. So we don't have many data points just yet, but yesterday's practice session went really well.
What's the confidence level coming into Atlanta with the new car and the struggles from Daytona?
You know, as you know, they're worlds apart, so we hate we lost points or didn't have a shot at winning, you know, the 500. But our season really starts here today, and as we roll into the West Coast swing, get our arms around what our cars are doing and what we need to do to make them faster. But I'm thankful to have Lowe's for Pros on the car this year and all the hard work from everybody at Hendrick Motorsports, and we're ready to get to work and make our cars fast.
You going to climb any mountains out west?
If I can, if I have time.
Hey, nice job in Daytona. I love the way you were poised, ready to go win that race. I know it got away from you at the end, but great job.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to do that restart over, the last restart, but we had a really good Ford, and looking forward to today, looking forward to Talladega and all this stuff. It's good. We're having a good year.
Slip sliding away. That's going to be the theme today. Joey Logano, you got a little experience yesterday out there chasing that guy. How do you beat that guy?
I don't know. Hopefully I figure out something today to figure out. He may know how to do it.
I don't even know what he does, and I have all of his telemetry. I really don't. He lifts so early.
And the setups too.
Yeah, and he tiptoes around here. I don't get it.
Let me tell y'all something. Maybe this will help. I went down in that corner. There's a lot of bank under that yellow line. And there's no way you can follow that yellow line. It looks like a drunk man painted it. It goes all over the place.
I think you got to be drunk to be able to follow it. Maybe that's what Kevin is. Maybe Kevin's drunk. He drinks too much of a sponsor. Maybe that's what it is.
I'll go check on him. You doing good? I know it had to hurt so bad to be so close in Daytona and have it just slip away at the end.
It was all right there for us to take it again. It's a shame we didn't win it, but it was fun defending it and have a shot at it.
Way to remind him that.
He was so awesome in Daytona. He was so respectful that he was a champion, and I just love seeing him and listening to him. Thank you.
Okay, in case Austin drops it, we'll pick it back up.
I love it. I love it. Let's see who else we have. Hey, Boyer, they want you to come to the hotel.
Okay.
To that one.
Is it that old guy and then that retired guy?
Yes, that's them.
Going to the hotel and you in the same sentence, I don't know. That's awkward.
Hey, what do you think about that? And then Myers will be there, too.
It's almost like he knows you.
Hi.
What's going on?
Is this your son?
No, but I missed my son, so I figured I'd just hold Clint's.
You borrowed him?
Yeah, I borrowed him for a little bit. How's your day going, Cash?
Good.
Yeah? Who's your favorite monster truck?
Graded.
Yeah.
Mad Scientist.
Mad Scientist? I think that's what he said. Mad Scientist?
Mad Scientist.
Yeah. All right.
That is awesome. Did you watch Supercross last night with Daddy?
Monster Jam.
All right. Hey, everybody tries to be like you.
I'm telling him all the secrets right now.
Oh. Clint feels like he's in good shape. Hi, Daniel. I know you're sore. You okay?
¿Cómo estás? ¿Bien?
¿Cómo estás?
¿Bien?
Bien.
Bien.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, good. Bien. Hi, Big E.
What up? How are you?
Looking forward to you rolling today.
Sliding around. 500 miles, right?
Love it. Hi, Kyle.
Hey, what's up, Mikey?
I like your caramel car.
It's Snickers almond, by the way.
I love your almond car.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Have fun today. Hey, Kyle, you ready for today? They're picking you as one of the favorites.
Are they? That's good. It'll be tough to beat Harvick, but they ran second last year after a mistake by his, so we'll see.
Hey, Owen. Owen, can Daddy beat Harvick? Oh, no. Can Daddy beat Harvick?
Hey, you think I can beat Harvick? Yeah?
Yeah.
Go, Daddy, go.
Go, Daddy, go.
I love it down here. Everybody's so nice to me. When I see y'all regularly, you don't really talk to me that much.
Well, we got kids that can relate to you a little bit better.
I love it. You all right, Ricky? Denny, everybody good?
Wonderful. Ready to go.
I like your hat. America.
America.
Kevin Millar, all those baseball boys, you'll be right in their fan. Hey, man, you doing all right?
Yeah, doing good. What's up?
Nothing much. You looking forward to today?
Yep.
You got to win here before. Is the car capable of doing that again this afternoon?
Hopefully we made the right adjustments to make it do that, yes.
Okay. That was a very candid, straightforward interview from Denny Hamlin. And Chris, the mood down here is very, very electric.
I think the almond,
these
almond
boys want to
Snickers
go
guy
racing.
has taken over. Thank you, Michael. Way to roll with things. How about Ryan Newman with the one-liner of the day?
Yeah, but that was nothing to snicker about right there.
We were on a roll, Daryl, and then, yeah, we go back one. No, hey, we just saw Denny Hamlin, though. Is he maybe one of the best drivers out there currently without a championship among those?
I think that's a fair statement. I mean, he's been close. Look at how well he ran at the end of last year. I think that this could be the year that Denny Hamlin and that 11 team get back to a championship contention.
And Kyle Larson, after Daytona, you know, last year Atlanta, he started a run of 4 straight top 2s, including a win in California. And he's a guy, you know, coming into the year people thought would contend for a championship.
What I'm so looking forward to today from Kyle Larson, we talk about how Harvick's around the bottom on the yellow line. Not this guy. He's up on top, up on the wall. Now, I might say that. He might be right around the bottom today. But he's the guy, he has the skill set in the car. I think that can definitely compete for a lot of wins again this year.
But I thought it was interesting that he mentioned last year, the mistake I made last year, because he rode the high line the whole time. At the end of the race, he decided to drive to the bottom, and Keselowski went around him on the high side. And I know that stuck with him. He hadn't forgotten that.
Well, something and Daryl, you talked about it earlier in the week. Jimmie Johnson, the 7-time champ, 24 races, and Michael talked to him a few moments ago without a win. So that, for him, it ties the worst streak ever where he hasn't come up with a victory. It tells you how great and consistent he's been. But he has won 2 out of the last 3 Atlanta races. So both of you, give me your thoughts on. We never have to worry about him, but he is, you know, off to a slow start.
Well, and you know, you could go back to last year. It just wasn't a typical Jimmie Johnson, Chad Knaus 48 team performance. Even though they did win some races, they really struggled and didn't really show. I mean, laps led, that's what I look at, and they were way down. I think, you know, I've seen Jimmie over the offseason because I spent some time with Jimmie, this rejuvenation and this focus. I mean, he's very focused. But they got to have the cars and the team to back that up. He has the ability to do it. We know Chad Knaus has the ability to do it as a crew chief. But they've got to get the performance over there at Hendrick Motorsports up with this new Camaro to go match and compete against Harvick, the 78, and the guys that are battling for the championship.
I just think he's in a slump. Every great athlete, every great team, every now and then they get in a slump. Daytona did not help. He went into Daytona, he and Chad did, with a
3
great
cars.
Yeah, I mean, they had to be pumped up. They got a brand new car. This is going to be our year to get things turned around. And it was disastrous. 3 cars in 3 races. So they're in a bit of a slump. But I tell you what, you know this like I do. When the best come out of those slumps, what do? They usually win a lot of races.
And yeah, this is not the momentum that you want to start the season off with or carry into the second race. But to me, what Jimmie Johnson and this team is looking for is performance. You know, if they get caught up in other wrecks or have a tire go down, they can recover from that. What you can't recover from is when you don't have a car or feel like you have a competitive enough effort to go out there and lead laps and run up front on a consistent basis to go win races.
I just think confidence is huge. I don't care who you are, how many races you've won, how many championships you won. You've got to have confidence. And I think right now their confidence is shaken.
Yeah, well, I still think I still think he's getting an 8th championship before he steps away.
I would not be surprised at that. I mean, I think this has just shown they're human.
Right.
He's human.
Have other people caught up to them a little bit more than just them coming back to the pack, or you think it's more they just haven't adjusted, as you said, with the Camaro and some of the competition?
It's hard to say. I think there's definitely some teams out there that have, you know, they've looked at them as the target and they went after them and they've elevated up their game. It does seem like Hendrick, you know, got a little bit behind over the last, you know, year or so. And so I think there's some restructuring going on there. There's the new car. There's a lot of things that I think are exciting for them to get back to where they once were.
I don't mean this in a bad way, but the older you get, the harder it gets.
Why? Just wear and tear?
Don't ask me how I know.
Well, no, you both
Well, he knows and I know. The older you get, it just seems like those wins are further and further apart.
42 years old.
Yeah, I mean, that's not old.
No,
but when you start looking at race wins, championships, those kinds of things, when you get to be 42, 45 years old, they get harder and harder and harder to pull off.
Well, and also when you've accomplished what Jimmie Johnson has accomplished and you're at the age that he's at and the confidence been brought down, then you start looking at what's my motivation to put all the effort into it, because you put the effort in for the results. If you don't get the results, the motivation starts to go away. I don't think they're there yet.
And I don't want him calling me. I love you, man. You're one of my all-time greatest drivers, but facts are facts, and that's kind of what we're looking at.
No, he knows. And look where he is with 83 career wins. And you look at that list, and it's great, by the way, having both of you guys here with us on the Fox broadcast to call the races and on our pre-race show. Our most recent
You only won 93. I thought you were.
Oh, stop with that. You were picking on his Atlanta wins. So how about Martin Truex Jr. and the inspection process? You fail once, you fail twice, 3 times according to the new system here. So he's put back at the rear of the field, crew chief suspended for car chief, excuse me, for this race. I don't know how much of an impact, but Truex has not won from this far back in the field, even though he dominated on 1.5 miles last year.
Yeah, this is not typically what we see out of that 78 team. Normally, they're qualifying up front. They're getting stage points, playoff points. I mean, that's what they did so well last year, and it all started on qualifying day because they were up front just about every weekend. Good pit stalls, good execution, fast race cars. You know, I think they're gonna rebound from this. They're gonna drive to the front, but I don't know, you know, if they're gonna have quite what we saw last year from the competitiveness. This is a big hole to come out of.
Yeah, well, stage racing makes a big difference too. Starting further back, harder to get up there and get those stage points, which he had so many of last year. But they're just the opposite of Jimmy Johnson and Chad Knaus. They are confidence personified.
Yep.
And do they worry about starting 35th today? Open up the notebook and see what we did on the 1.5 miles last year, and I think that'll work pretty well for us today.
And he won where we're going next week. In fact, he was the only driver to drive for the cycle, meaning win all the stages and the race, and he did it twice last year. We're live here in Atlanta. You saw driver introductions, the track drying. Sorry about the delayed start, but Clint Boyer is going to come in and heckle and talk with us. We thank you for staying with us.
All cylinders. Fresh off the track, A.J. Allmendinger, Joey Logano, and David Reagan drop by to recap the action from Atlanta. We'll have a radioactive that'll be as sweet as a Georgia peach. And speaking of Georgia, we sit down with Chase and Bill Elliott for a feature you won't want to miss. That's all next week on NASCAR Race Up. Weeknights, 6 p.m. Eastern on FS1.
NASCAR on Fox Live from Atlanta. Don't forget the West Coast Swing coming up the next 3 Sundays when we head out to Las Vegas, to Phoenix, and then the Auto Club Speedway out in Fontana, California. But this is Atlanta Motor Speedway. Rain has stopped from earlier. They're drying out the track. The drivers have been introduced, and we have a 3:30, so about 45 minutes target date to start this race, and must go through 2 stages for it to be official if there's any more rain in the forecast. Nice to have Clint Boyer, as promised, dropping by on the Hollywood. He's got a few minutes.
Wait a little bit.
So,
track looks dry. We're going to hear some loud pipes today. It's going to happen.
Okay, here's a test for you. I want you to say your crew chief's name.
Mike. But he owns it. Like, if you say Boogie, he knows what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Bugger Ravitch, is that close enough?
Bugger Ravitch. Yeah, Bugger Ravitch. Yeah.
I know that
I like that. Funny
they didn't call who's it? They didn't call him Blick and stuff. They called him Blick, right? Yeah, Bubba Wallace said, "Hey,
I got abbreviation."
How do you say that like in the heat of a moment?
Yeah.
You don't. It could get could be trouble. So how do you do
of those, as a matter of fact.
By the way, it's nice of you to come in and Daryl heckling you right away, and you fired it right back at him.
Yeah, I mean, we're down to Boyer.
We're down to Boyer.
We're down to Boyer. Boy, we're getting desperate now.
Thank you for coming in. Hey, we got a few minutes to go here. We always have good attitude, right? Even whether Michael's heckling you.
If you get any older in here, you're going to need rocking chairs.
I just wanted him to warm up a little bit. That's okay.
Hey, Clint, I mean, I think one of the reasons we got you in here was we're looking at the lap times from yesterday, and we talk about how good Kevin Harvick is here, but you look really good. I thought you were matching him time for lap there.
All of our cars, Stewart-Haas cars, are great. We qualified well. First time in a long time I can remember all 4 cars qualifying in the top 10. So the off-season was good. Everybody's hard work is playing out just the way we hoped it to. When you come to what we call the regular season, this track in particular, it's a grip track. You got to be able to make downforce, have good mechanical grip, and the guys have done that for us so far. So
you're a dirt tracker. You can pull that off.
You definitely do some dirt track, and whether you're up on the boards or down on the line, you know Kevin's going to be right down on that yellow yellow line like he was yesterday. He's perfected that line. He does it so well. Going to be the car to beat. You know that. But, you know, I think we're capable of doing that. And the Fords are all strong. So I'm looking forward to today. Today. Did you hear me?
Yes, today. You want to get this race in.
Yes.
By the way,
I've heard we have to do it today because
there's rain in the forecast.
You've got a hair appointment, and you've got an appearance Tuesday. Or you got something to do.
I have something to do. Yeah, absolutely. I got
can't do TV.
I like my salt and pepper look. No, but I got to ask you a question.
I like your Dish TV thing. That's nice, by the way. The Fox Sports Go bit you do, that's good.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Thank you.
I like that, too.
Yeah, we're still on.
I want to ask you a question, serious question.
Your attention span is
I may not ever get around to it, but I'd like to ask you a question. Drivers,
yes.
the pit crews, the way the adjustment's been made with the pit crews, do you think that puts more pressure on a driver to hurry up and get the pit road, to hurry up? Because we saw Kyle Busch make a mistake yesterday, and I think a lot of that was just trying to maybe make up for the pit crew.
Well, Darryl, as we saw last year, you got to be careful not to hurry up and get to your pit stall. You got to do a good job getting in your pit stall. That's where it really makes a difference.
Speeding penalties.
A lot of pit road penalties. You know, speeding penalties last year. You got to be mindful of that. You got to remember that. For whatever reason, the way they've measured pit road out, it threw everybody for a loop last year. So I think everybody's adjusted for that a little bit, but getting in the box, you know, making sure you're right on your marks to where they can be on their marks, because having one less guy really throws everything for a loop if you're not.
Do you look for the, I know there's signals, but I know Kevin Harvick had said, hey, it took some getting used to, because I'd watch for certain guys to do certain things, and then I'd go, and now that's changed a little.
Well, I mean, everybody, you know, when you're getting into your box, you know it, Jeff. You get around there, and when the guys are coming around for the right side, you have your things you do. You put it back in gear, heel toe it, your foot, you know, your heel's on the brake, you keeping the thing running, your foot's on the clutch, so you're ready to launch. That moment, from the time you do that to the time the jack goes down, is a lot longer. We're talking like whatever water you had in the bottle, you might as well drink it. Like now, you used to just, yes, by like feel, you would almost feel those guys as they got done. Now, you're literally over there watching them. Come on, Fred, let's go.
Clint, I mean, it's hard for us not to go back to 2016, a very tough year for you. Then last year, I think all of us, including yourself, looked at, all right, he's going to Stewart-Haas. Man, he's just going to light it up. And it didn't quite come, and I know there's a lot of changes with the team, but are you expecting, like I think all of us are expecting, this is going to be the year for you?
Well, this is the year. You know, I mean, it has to happen this year, or you know, who knows what the future holds. And you know that as a driver. I'm no dummy to this, been in it a long time, but this is the opportunity. You know, last year there was a lot of unknowns. We know what we got now. We know our strengths. We know our weaknesses. More importantly, you got to focus on those weaknesses and, you know, and shine on those strengths. And I think we can do that because of the notebook we've built. And first year in a long time that I know everything. You know what I mean? I know the crew chief that I'm going to have. Oh, I mean, it's crazy. You really think back, it's been almost 4 years since I've started the season out with the same group of guys. And
you brought
a
that
notebook.
up. We never said a word about that.
Didn't have to build another notebook.
So you know you've had 6 career playoff appearances. I know you had 5 wins back with RCR. I think it was 3 with Michael Waltrip racing here, and now with this turn. Talk about maybe Ford overall and how not just Stewart-Haas, but whether it's Penske or Roush are working together.
Well, when you think of Ford, you think of family. It literally is family. When you're in meetings, it's Etzel. His last name's Ford. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I think when you think of the drivers in our meetings and our talks, it feels like family. It feels like it's an army of one, and everybody works together, whether it was last week at Daytona or not. Within our Stewart-Haas walls, it's neat to bring on Eric, and all 4 of us are hitting on all 8 cylinders, just like you know what we saw in qualifying. So that group effort is where our success is going to come from. And you know, we had 1 car run good last year, and we've got to get all 4 cars running good.
When Tony Stewart comes in, I asked Eric, and he's very encouraging.
It's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, well, he's the owner late, I'm sure.
He's the owner.
So what does he tell you? What does he tell you? I mean, what does he come to Clint Boyer and say, look, Boyer, you need to do this or you need to do that?
Tony is the boss of the driver. You know, he always takes that role, and it's neat to have that as a boss. And Richard Childress, even when he was an owner, he always took that approach. He always took the driver's side and went to bat for you, and and Tony is no exception. It's neat to have an owner that was a driver, has felt all the things. I saw Eric's interview just a little bit ago about his interview. You know, you wouldn't think that Tony would be that guy that's standing up and say that, but he really is, and uses his past experiences for your gain.
Yeah, Tony's done a lot of things for a lot of people that you never hear about behind the scenes. Very kind, heartfelt things.
Got a big heart.
And we saw you with Cash, your son, and you know, I know Kevin talked about Keelan, who we see a lot, and a number of the drivers with family and young kids out here. So we see them, they're okay race day. So what do you do, Clint, in that in-between time? I mean, how are they, you sort of have to keep them busy here so they don't get, you know.
You wish you had another 40 feet. That 40-foot bus isn't big enough for 2 kids and a wife that's been putting up with him for 2 days.
It gets a little, yeah, especially if it's rated out.
Tight in there. You need another bus. Your bus is not occupied right now, is it?
What are you going to rent over there?
No, I'm solo. You need some extra space.
Might I borrow yours?
Sure.
Come over and see his grandfather if you'd like.
But it's important for you to have them around, right?
It's
better
so
than
important. It's so fun to have your family. You know, she said, hey, if there's a strong chance of rain, what do you think? Should we just go home? I'm like, heck no, man. We're all family. We're doing this as family, just the way it was when I was a kid growing up racing motorcycles. We've always been in a motorhome chasing this dream of racing, and it still is that way today.
A lot of dirt track background. You still do any dirt track racing? You got anything coming up? Or?
Well, I was down in Speed Weeks. I was with the late model guys all, 3 weeks of it. We were in East Bay, Ocala, Volusia, Brunswick, Georgia. We were racing all over down there, watching the guys and helping.
Because you own one of those teams, right?
2 dirt late model teams in the Lucas Oil Series. So have a lot of fun doing that. It means a lot to me. It's fun to get back to your roots and what you grew up doing. You just feel at home.
But no behind the wheel?
These guys, well, one of them's a big guy and really short. I can't fit in his seat very well without a pillow.
Just give it time.
And the other guy,
you'll make it.
It'll happen.
Hey, Clint, we had...
But no, I don't. To answer your question, I don't get in it. I enjoy being a part of it, but just being around it and helping out on the cars is enough for me.
We've had an array of drivers come in, different age range from, you know, Kevin, who's 42, you're in your late 30s, and we had some of the young drivers, and this wave of really like 20-year-olds, and then there's even like the Logano in their late 20s, and Austin Dillon, who's had success. Do you treat a driver differently out on the track when you're racing them based on their experience, who they are, what you know about them?
Well, I think it depends on what track you're at. Last week at Daytona, you're watching these kids up there 3 wide, and they're tank swapping, getting in the corner. You're like, and they're wrecking. Yeah, I saw that one coming.
Hey, 2016.
The only problem was when I did that, mine blew up.
Oh, okay.
2016, I said, man, what's the problem? He said, my car hates me.
Well, hopefully it'll be good today.
It's a hateful year.
Well, treat them well today. Thanks for coming in. All right?
Thanks, guys.
Enjoy yourself.
Looking forward to today. I think it's going to be a good one.
It is Stuart Haas. Ford, it's going to be a fun day. Clint, always. There's Daniel Suarez with some of the younger drivers we're talking about. The pressure on here in Atlanta. We're going racing here within about 30 minutes, we hope, if the weather cooperates. We welcome you back live here in Atlanta. NASCAR on Fox, social media, tweeting, Facebooking, Snapchatting. While we're waiting out the rain here in Georgia, there's Keenan Thompson and Bubba Wallace. Nice having Bubba drop in and say hi. Fans anxious and the crowd hoping to get the Folds of Honor. This race scheduled for 500.5 miles. Kyle Busch, the pole sitter, his car rolling out. We should have the invocation in the next 10 to 15 minutes. And I thank the drivers who have stopped by during the delay. We welcome the driver of the 19 Joe Gibbs Toyota, Daniel Suarez of the Hollywood Hotel. Thanks for coming in. Nice to have you here.
Thank you, guys. It's better late than ever, right?
We saved the best for last.
Yeah.
And you only had to follow Boyer, so you got to get it's a piece of cake.
As soon as I live here, I go straight to the car.
Straight, yeah, in just a few moments, so we don't have as much time as we had hoped, but to talk about the transition from Daytona to here and having to wait it out a little bit longer before you hop in the car.
Well, it's been good. You know, last week I talked a lot about last year and how last year everything was in a rush and everything was happening so quick, and this year so far it's been just everything more relaxed, knowing my guys, knowing what to expect, having a good plan, and really Daytona, as you guys know, is way different than Atlanta. So the way that we work in Daytona for everything, it was different than Atlanta, and as many teams, Atlanta is the first real, start of the season for mile and a half. So excited for our performance so far. I really feel like we have a fast 19 hours Sierra Camry, and hopefully we can keep it in the front.
Yeah, it looked to me like that, watching you over the last couple of years, the first half of the Xfinity Series seemed like you went to school, you learned a lot. In the second half of the year, you capitalized on that. It appears to me you've kind of used that same philosophy in the Cup Series now, and you've learned a lot. Is it time to capitalize?
You know, I work very hard to try to be a good student. You know, and I feel like with all the technology that we have right now, if you are not a good student is because you don't want to, because we have a lot of tools, we have a lot of data, a lot of information to learn from the guys that they've been doing this for 15, 20 years. So if you don't want to learn, it's because you don't want to, because all the information is there. So I feel like so far it's been good. You know, practice went smooth, a little bit different than before because now we have just two practices instead of 3. But so far it's been good. The racetrack right now is going to be very different than yesterday, no rubber. So we see what we got.
And you know, so many of the Cup drivers, they have background in dirt, or maybe they grew up on a short, slick, you know, late model racing track. But you didn't have any of that background, so you know, I'm amazed that you've been able to really learn, like DW said, as fast as you have. But this track in particular, I mean, you're talking about 180, 190 miles an hour, sliding the car sideways. How has that transition happened? How have you done so well?
You know, Jeff, that's very funny that you are saying that, because I remember when I moved to the U.S. the very first time 6 years ago, and I was watching people racing on dirt. And in Mexico, we don't have that. I mean, that's not an option. And actually, I didn't know that people race in dirt. So for me, it was an adventure to watch and to learn from that. And so far today, I've never been in dirt in my life in a race car. But that's in my list of do things in the future. So hopefully one day I can get that one done.
When you're ready, you might be able to even talk me to getting back on dirt if you're going to do it. I might do it with you.
Yeah, you mentioned from Mexico. So you're the first foreign-born national champion in a national touring series in NASCAR when you won the Xfinity Series. Do you feel a little more responsibility carrying that forward in the Cup Series?
You know, that year, 2016, it was a huge year for myself and for a lot of people that follow my career in Mexico. And you know, I have learned that not just in Mexico, but in Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, all these places in Latin America, that we have a lot of fans. We have a lot of fans that follow our sport, and for me, obviously, it's a huge honor to be that driver that can, you know, represent them in a good way, or at least I try in a good way. So it's been an amazing journey. I've been honestly having a blast so far, and I know that it's just the beginning. Hopefully we can keep it up. Like I said, today is a big day for me and actually for my team as well, because Ari's home track is here in Atlanta. So the headquarters, a lot of people, the CEO, everyone from Aris is here, and hopefully we can put a good show for them.
Our guys in the booth, we compile their predictions, their thoughts, their picks, because they're experts. They tell us that anyway. And Bernie, we call it, they list who they think is going to win, and you're a driver on the hit list when they put all their information together, and they think who might win, and the computer there, and they have you at least on the hit list. So that's encouraging.
Top 10, brother. Top 10.
That's not bad.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
I know you're hoping to move up Bernie's list.
We have to make a little war, but we get there, I'm sure.
All right, well, thank you very much for stopping by. Good luck. I know that you guys are going to be in the car in a few moments and hopefully get out there and race and a good 500-plus miles.
Sounds good to me.
All right,
have fun, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Daniel Suarez with us on the Toyota, and I guess Jeff Darrell, you
got to go, too.
Gotta go. What, you sure you don't want to talk a little bit more? Look how quickly they're getting out of here. They can't pack up their nose fast enough. The fans are anxious to go racing. I can't believe we survived the rain so far. Hang in there. Coverage provided by Goodyear. Those who live up to their names make one for themselves. Goodyear, more driven. Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers, and the Hollywood Hotel trackside. We go to where the races are, so you get closer to everything, like these fans. A lot of kids out there, Michael, when you were talking to the drivers and some of the youngsters.
You've got that right, and they all have their favorites, and it's so fun to talk to them. One young man said, Kyle Busch wins it all. And, of course, I get a lot of boogity-boogities from the fans.
Joey Logano, the kids, that's cool to get your hand on a car that's going to race, we hope, 500 miles.
At over 200 miles an hour, what a thrill it is. And this is such a family sport. I got to do the mini grid walk behind the stage, and just seeing the drivers with those young kids of theirs and celebrating being a part of this sport,
And talking to the pit crew, and there's Martin Truex Jr., who last year was on the mile and a half when he won 7 different times. Yeah, he won 8 races overall in the year and went on to win the championship, but he dominated the stage racing and the mile and a half, and that's what most of the races are on, and most of those that are in the playoff that leads you to a championship.
You know what was really interesting to me? I met up with Martin Truex Jr. in the garage area before practice started, and I said, Martin, they have a new Chevrolet Camaro. There's new rules the way they inspect the cars. How's all this going to affect the racing? And he said, you know, Mike, I don't care. I don't care at all. When we get on the track, we'll find all that out. And that's a relaxed, aggressive champion that knows that Cole Pearn and that team will put a Toyota under him that he can go win with, and they're starting in a deep, deep hole. It'll be fun to watch today, Chris, him battle from the back.
Yeah, Chase Elliott from nearby Dawsonville, of course, Bill Elliott, who set the standard and kind of his home track, and he's 10-1 if we check the odds. Remember, it was a 40-1 choice that won Austin Dillon at Daytona, so it's a much different race. We understand that, even though it's 500 miles plus if you go into overtime here, but understandably why Harvick, even though he's only won once, he has dominated here, and Kyle Busch is your pole sitter, so you can understand why they're at the top of the list. Now, Truex has to start because of the inspection issues at the back of the pack.
Yeah, the value, the guy that I would bet on, you just had him in here, Clint Boyer, he's not on that page. That means his odds are even greater than that. He is a guy that if you want to take a long shot, a stab at somebody that hadn't been to victory lane in a long time, think about Boyer or think about Eric Almirola. There's 80-1. I like me some of that. Those Fords are strong. You heard Harvick talk about how much he liked his car. Maybe Eric Almirola can suck up some of that.
Austin Dillon, who has been, seems like it's celebrating all week, talked about the haters before for his 3-car, but it was a magical moment at Daytona. And you were one of the few, Michael, as I mentioned when we had him in here watching the race with you in the Hollywood Hotel, the Daytona 500. He said, you know, watch out for him when he avoided trouble. He hung in there. All he had to lead was 1 lap. It was the most important lap.
Yeah, and he's such a good plate racer. I always keep my eye on Austin when he's down at Daytona or Talladega because I know he knows how to use the draft to get where he's going. And the fact that that car was really strong. I knew he had a fast car, knew he knew how to use it, and that last lap was magical. Chris, just think about this. He comes off turn 2 with a head of steam that he knows he's going to do something with when he gets to the end of the back straightaway. And I think Eric did all he could do to balk him, but Austin wasn't to be denied.
Alex Bowman, you know, we're seeing a transition with younger drivers, bringing back the 3, the 43 with Bubba Wallace, the 88, the transition from Dale Earnhardt Jr. to Alex Bowman. So it's what these drivers do with those numbers that fans will follow and attach themselves to in this era.
Yeah, and another driver, William Byron in the 24. There's so many great stories, and I think it's really cool for William Byron to be here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. It was such a struggle down in Daytona for him, a couple 3 spins, but now he's at a place where he can take control of that car and produce a top 10 finish and start some momentum for that team.
Ryan Blaney led the most laps in the Daytona 500, got caught up in a wreck, and it was great. He was one of the 8 drivers that stopped in the Hollywood Hotel. Michael, I know you were out talking to crew members and fans as well. We really appreciate during the rain delay, and we're waiting this out, as is the track and NASCAR officials and the drivers, but a very low-key guy in a group of Penske Fords where they like to talk. And there's a guy who just oozes with personality, and that second place finish was historic, and he is a fun guy to talk to, and the emotional range from happy to sad, it's all real.
Yeah, and it's just, he's a great guy. He's so thankful and appreciative of this opportunity. He's got NASCAR racing experience on the side of his car. That's a fun thing to do. Go drive the car that Bubba drives. He has got the right attitude, a great team behind him, and I can't wait to watch him develop throughout the year.
6 decades of racing at this Atlanta Motor Speedway, and there's a guy looking for his first win, Georgia's Chase Elliott. 7 career second-place finishes. Could this be the day? He's one of 36 drivers entered in this race, the 59th annual Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500. We thank you for hanging in there with us here on Fox, so let's go. Buckle up for the second race of the season.
You can't cut me loose until you show me. Green flag in the air. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys.
The action is going to be intense. It's amazing how fast you get around this racetrack.
Yeah, this track is very unique, very abrasive. The tires are really going to fall off here in a hurry.
Brad Keselowski. The cars are rolling off the starting grid here in Atlanta. That is a great sign. It's the Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500. Race number 2 of the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series for 2018. Kyle Busch has his first Atlanta pole. He's a two-time winner here. Ryan Newman will start on the front row for the 12th time in Atlanta, a Toyota and a Chevrolet. Kevin Harvick led the most laps in the last 4 Atlanta races, didn't win any of them. Daniel Suarez, his best career start on any mile-and-a-half track. Brad Keselowski, last year's winner with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Then 3-time Atlanta winner Kurt Busch and Kyle Larson, the runner-up here last year. And rounding out the top 10, Clint Bowyer and Eric Jones, a veteran and last year's Rookie of the Year.
Let's dial up old Kevin Harvick. What do you say? Kevin Harvick, it's DW. You got me, buddy?
10-4.
Son, you got to be looking forward to this race. You won yesterday, and I polled every man, woman, and child that's on this property, and they say you're the guy to beat today. That's got to be a lot of confidence.
It is nice to sit in this Jimmy John's Ford knowing that you got a really fast race car and then a racetrack you're really comfortable with. So, but I've thought that for several years, and we've led a bunch of laps, and it always seems like something reaches out and bites us. So, feel good about it today, and just got to go out and see what happens and run the race. But good to be sitting in here with a dry racetrack.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the track. We know you're freaky fast, but how about the track? Does it look like it's good to go?
Yeah, it looks good. Looks good down here. As long as this little crack down here is not leaking any water, it'll be fine.
All right, brother. Good luck, and we'll check that for you.
Thank you, guys.
Let's go down to pit road where things are also dry, I hope. Jamie Little.
Well, so far it looks great down here, Mike. And, you know, it's been a challenging weekend for the 78 Martin Truex Jr. After failing inspection on Friday 3 times, they lost their car chief, they lost 30 minutes of practice, and they didn't get to turn a lap in qualifying. Cole Pern, the crew chief, told me he's had to work overtime under the car, on the car. He said they're just okay. They're going to have to overcome some more adversity starting last. Vince Welch?
Well, after his emotional second-place finish last week at the Daytona 500, Bubba Wallace has become a media sensation. That's all well and good, but he prefers to be a racing sensation. That will be judged over a body of work. The message today, manage the expectations at this tough mile-and-a-half, and remember, this is just Wallace's 6th Cup race. Matt Yoakum?
Vince, besides a very fast race car, Kevin Harvick's other advantage is his pit crew. They seem to have adapted quicker than most to the new over-the-wall roster limits and the lease impact gun. In fact, during Saturday's Xfinity race, they turned in a 14.4 second stop, about 2 seconds faster than the average that we're seeing here on pit road. You throw in the fact that we could see 10 to 11 stops today on pit road. These guys could be the game changer, Larry Mack.
Matt, let's take a look at our race analysis for this 500-mile race today. We're going to go 325 laps, stage 1 and 2, 85 laps. The final stage, 155 laps. Pit road speed, very important, 45 miles per hour. Fuel window, 48 to 54 laps. We'll probably be talking more about that tire window, 35 to 40 laps, and this grip level has no grip. One competition caution, lap 30 to the rear. Daytona 500 winner Austin Dillon for a gear change this morning after final practice. And the weather, the best thing I can tell you, for the next 13 and a half hours, we are good to go. We are going racing, Mike.
And about time, Larry. There's a look at the weather. Rain late tonight, maybe sooner. Now, Bert and Ernie are our 2 stat guys. We call their hot rod computer Bernie. Why not? What does Bernie have to say about the odds for? That's an old, what is that, a Mac 2? That's an old piece, boys. You need to upgrade. Kevin Harvick, Kyle Busch, Martin Truex, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Newman among the pre-race favorites here. We'll check in later and see how that works out. Now, one thing that's important to note given the weather. In past years, when we got to halfway, the race would be official. We could not come back and finish it the next day. Now the rule is we must complete the first 2 of 3 stages. That's 170 laps to have an official race.
Something that's got to be on these drivers' minds and these crew chiefs' minds. 30 laps to that competition yellow. This track is green. It's going to be eating up these Goodyear tires for those first 30 laps.
It is game time.
I like it.
Pace car hits pit road. Here we go.
All right, all right. Here we go, guys and gals. And boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, drivers.
Ryan Newman leads the first lap from Kyle Busch. It was Clint Boyer trying to make some noise on the outside.
We talked to Newman in our pre-race show, and he said, I have a great race car, guys. That's all I can tell you.
Well, on the short run in both practice and qualifying, he was right near the top.
Keselowski coming to the outside of the 4 of Kevin Harvick. And one other things we'll watch with Kevin Harvick, doesn't always have the speed at the beginning of the run. It's that long run speed where he excels.
Newman's flying away 2 laps, and he leads Kyle Busch by 3/4 of a second.
I don't know if I'd want to get out there and go too fast on this green racetrack right now. That will come back to you.
Well, if you're Ryan Newman, if you're going to do it now, because, you know, you just don't know how long it's going to last. Track's going to go through so many changes today.
Jimmie Johnson 14th, McMurray 15th. Here comes Kurt Busch in the 41 against Ricky Stenhouse for 5th.
This track is going to change so much. Not only is rubber from the tires going to lay into this racetrack, but the balance of these cars is going to go from tight to loose, loose to tight, wherever you're at. It's going to change a lot.
Look at that. The 48's hooking that yellow line. McMurray in the 1. He goes all the way out next to the wall. But look at that momentum that the 1 gets coming off the corner.
And as a driver, that's what you love about Atlanta Motor Speedway. You have so many different lanes that you can choose to run. And there's no telling really which one is the best one. We've seen Harvick execute the bottom so well, but I've seen a lot of drivers win on that top.
In practice and qualifying, it seemed like the high side was good in turns 1 and 2. Where they are where McMurray is right now, but hooking that yellow line in 3 and 4 was the quick way to a fast lap.
It's certainly working well for the 1 of Jamie McMurray. Another great run and making up spots off of turn 2.
Hey, look at this 88. He's going somewhere too. He's found a little groove up high and he's making some time. Alex Bowman looking pretty good right now.
Started 18th. He's up to 8th.
Now there's something we haven't seen a lot of. Typically, you can run the top groove or even the middle groove in 1 and 2, but not 3 and 4. We saw Alex Bowman work that outside lane in turns 3 and 4.
I think that rain washed all the rubber off the track. You can kind of go where you want to right now. Going to have to see which groove prevails as this race goes on.
Remember, Martin Truex started out back 36th. He's up to 20th. And to the inside, Harvick, Stenhouse, they continue to battle side by side. And here comes Bowman, the showman, from 18th to 8th, looking at 6th.
And just remember, you have to run much harder on the tires and using more throttle to make that longer outside line work to your advantage. So how long can those tires hold up running that top lane? I think it's going to give up over time.
I do too, Jeff, but I think early on exactly what we're seeing works. Get that high line, get that great speed off the corner down the straightaway, and pass guys that are hugging the bottom.
Let's remember this. This is at most a 30-lap run. NASCAR will have a competition caution at lap 30.
Now you bring up a really good point, Mike. 30 laps doesn't seem like a lot, but this place is all corners, so 30 laps is quite a ways. We've already seen almost a second of fall off in these tires just in the first 7 or 8 laps.
And we got to look, Suarez running 3rd right here right now, and we talked to him in the pre-race show right there at the end, and he said, this is a good car, this is the best car I've had here, and this is one of my best chances to get a win today.
Seventh place.
See, you
after Boyer.
You kind of go where they're not right now. And the 88 has found a little room up on that outside. And guys like Boyer that are hugging the bottom, he just sails around on the outside and goes right on. Now the question is, and Jeff knows, how long will this last? Is this top groove going to stay? Are you going to be able to make that kind of move all afternoon, or is it going to go away and you got to get back down on the bottom?
I think it's going to come back. I think as rubber gets laid down on this track and these drivers and teams get to adjust on their cars after this first run, as that rain washed all the rubber away from this racetrack, that bottom groove is going to come back to guys like Kevin Harvick and Clint Boyer.
Jamie McMurray started 13th. He's running 9th, Matt.
Certainly on the move, Mike. The 1 car much better today than it was in practice. They just could never find the handle on it. Near the end of final practice, they stumbled on it. Something amiss in the steering box. They changed it, but these are the very first laps on the racetrack, and you can see early on he's got more speed.
Coming back to Bowman now, who has fallen behind Harvick back to 8th after gaining 10 spots in the early going. Eric Almirola running within one spot of where he started as Stenhouse drifts back a bit from 6th, now 11th. Hamlin right there as well in the 11th. How about Kyle Larson, Vince, who started 8th and has given up 6 spots?
Yeah, Mike, really doesn't like the car the way it starts at this point. He said it's just way too tight. Not a problem, as you guys talked about. They've got a competition caution coming. Crew Chief Chad Johnston just telling Kyle, just take care of that right front for me.
And Vince, if I'm that team, I've got to be a little bit careful making any adjustments as we see a change of position. I think maybe Keselowski has an issue.
4th and 5th go sailing on by the number 2.
He has an issue. It's the number 4. He just went sailing by on the outside. I think that bottom is starting to wake up and come alive, and Harvick's down there and digging.
And what I was going to say, I think you just got to be really careful how hard you push these tires right now, but also how much you adjust on the car from this first run. It might be completely different in run 2.
Here comes Truex, who started 35th. He's up to 14th.
I knew he'd be coming to the front, but I didn't think he'd come that fast.
And headed for 12th.
I just didn't think they were worried. They showed no signs of being concerned about starting in the back. They've got an incredible setup for these 1.5 miles. Stick that in there and go race.
Jeff, to your point about being careful with your adjustments, yeah, it's a green racetrack, but remember, all of these drivers started the race on qualifying tires that were scuffed, except Martin Truex Jr. started on sticker tires because he never made a qualifying run, so they can kind of put more stock in their adjustments, I think, than the other drivers can.
That's a good point, Larry. They don't have all the heat cycles and as well as scuffed tires.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, give up. That's what we mean by give up. 1 lap will knock a half a second out of these tires. 2 laps, a second, and it gets up to about 3 seconds before it ends.
Ryan Newman has led all 13 laps so far. Kyle Busch a second back in 2nd. Then Suarez, Harvick, and Kurt Busch together. New leader, pole sitter Kyle Busch. Motors around Ryan Newman, who led the first 18 laps. And Busch.
And here comes another lead change. Kevin Harvick, I'm so impressed how patient he was at the beginning of this race not to use up those tires, and now the speed is there.
He's just waiting to lay a little rubber down in that bottom groove, and it came alive, and he went right to it, and away he went.
Here's Kyle Busch talking about different grooves.
Yeah, Harvick's chewing everybody up on the bottom here now.
Seeing a little bit of color up top, 3 and 4, yeah?
Yeah, some guys are running it. They're not driving around anybody, but it's usable.
Putting rubber down in the top groove, too.
And we saw when Kyle Busch took the lead, he was yawed out with the back end slide. That's using up the tires, and that's what Kevin Harvick doesn't do by using that yellow line and the hook in the bottom line.
Yeah, Kyle was wheeling that thing off turn 4.
So, Matt, it took Harvick 21 laps to get to the front.
Mike, Harvick's spotter Timmy Feeder was a former driver. In fact, he's won 4 times in the Xfinity Series. He's his spotter, and he told me what's so impressive from his vantage point. He knows how hard it is to run here and to save your equipment, but Kevin makes it so easy. He said he just does that patented go slow to go fast and save those tires patiently.
Now also on the move, Martin Truex. It took Truex 15 laps to get to the top 10, and he's now up to 8th. After rolling off 33rd. Let's go back to 24th, and Bubba Wallace gets ahead of Chase Elliott. Lots of not local but national interest in Chase Elliott, who's wearing his dad's number 9 this year. Jamie?
And he hails from Dawsonville, Georgia. Started about where he's running right now. He's having a brake shake issue. He's just not sure if the brakes are too cold. He said he's barely using them, and he turned the fans off. He also says he's just too tight. He's having to slide that back in. They're trying to get their arms around this new Camaro and what kind of changes they need, guys, but everybody's going past him.
Yeah, you know, Jamie, I thought it was interesting that Chase said we don't know where we're off, we're way off, and we don't know where we're missing it at. So maybe they still haven't figured that out.
And that brake shake, if you're not hard on the brakes and building a lot of heat up in those brakes, sometimes you can just get a little bit of pad built up because you're using them so lightly, and that's where that vibration comes in the brake pedal that Chase Elliott was talking about.
And it's annoying. It's probably not going to cause you a problem, but it just shakes the pedal and it annoys you.
Looking at third place, and here's seventh place, Truex, moving past Keselowski.
And the thing that's impressed me so much about Truex is he has done this using that top groove that you see him in right now. Everybody else we've seen take off early in the race and push hard and use the top groove has really cost them time. All the Hendrick cars that really made up a lot of positions, they're all now losing those positions back.
Now, we've talked about the fall off or the drop off in lap times. Leader Kevin Harvick is 2 seconds slower than his fastest lap. But second and third place, Kyle Busch and Ryan Newman, they are running right now 3 seconds slower than their fastest lap. The only person who's inside 2 seconds of their quickest lap right now, Truex in seventh.
And there's certainly a difference in the tires because Truex got a lot better tires. Not a lot better, but better tires than Harvick would have.
5 laps until the competition caution. It is NASCAR's custom when a race has rain the night before or the morning of to give a competition caution so teams can check tire wear and make adjustments. Looks like Kurt Busch and Ryan Newman going to battle all the way to that caution. But Larry, when it happens, this will be the first time, I believe, this year that the whole pit road is going to be involved in a 4-tire change.
No question. All lead lap drivers, and right now we have 33 will be on pit road. And as I said in the pre-race, this is one of those races, maybe unlike Daytona, you have to make adjustments to that car every single stop. In the perfect world, it's just air pressure where you don't slow the stop down.
Yeah, Harvick was telling us, he said, even if you have to put a round of wedge in, it knocks a second out of your stop. We learned a lot in our pre-race show. We talked about every driver in the field.
I was entertained. I think hearing those drivers in long-form conversation, that's great.
Yeah, it was a great opportunity to dive deeper into some subjects we've been wanting to talk to these drivers about. 00 if
Boy, that gun looks a lot different than the one they used last year. Oh my goodness.
Looking at the top 10, all 4 of the Stewart-Haas cars are in the top 10.
William Byron trying to stay on the lead lap as they come to this competition caution.
Well, these are different air guns, you know, as we're using this year. The Paleo guns are different than what these guys were using last year.
Slow roller on the apron out of turn 4. I believe that's Jeffrey Earnhardt, who had already gone 2 laps down. He'll make it to pit road without incident. There he is, fender flapping, and is that an issue with the right front down? Yes.
Shredded that right front tire.
I think that was a concern a lot of guys had with the green racetrack. 30 laps, pretty long run.
Lap 30 next time by, and as the field cycles through, NASCAR will issue the caution flag and they'll line them up and get ready for pit stops. Kevin Harvick, the leader, over Kyle Busch by 2.3 seconds. Coming to the line for 6th, Martin Truex, Clint Boyer. And there we go. That is race director David Hoots. And Kevin Harvick had already slowed prior to the caution effect so much that William Byron was able to get back on the lead lap before the caution waved and froze the field. Whoa, wow. That is off Jeffrey Earnhardt's right front.
We saw a lot of left rear tires yesterday. It seemed like they had a problem with the left rear tires. That was a right front, so I guess it depends on your setup.
Larry, yeah, I think it depends on balance, right? If you're tight and you're pushing on the right front, it's probably going to do the right front, and if it's loose, the right rear.
Balance is so important. That's exactly what we saw in Xfinity Series. There was one car that was tight, would not turn all day long, had issues with 4 right fronts. It's all about the balance of the race car, keeping it balanced.
Let's give a couple of attaboys before they come to pit road. Martin Truex rolled off 33rd. Truex is up to 6th place in that 30-lap run in his number 78. Ryan Blaney started 26th, and he is up to 12th place. Austin Dillon from 35th because of a gear change. He had to start in the last row to 14th. Those are the 3 biggest movers in that first green flag run.
I love Ryan Blaney. He's so much fun to talk to. Low-keyed. Kind of reminds me of a dial tone just a little bit.
Ryan Newman led the first 17 laps, gave way to Kyle Busch for 3 laps, then Kevin Harvick. All right, 4 tire changes. Here's Matt.
2 men are already allowed to be leaning on the wall. Eric Maycroft, the front changer, Daniel Smith, Carrier, Mike Morneau, Jackman, Stan Doolittle, and the fueler, Justin White. These 5 men were all together a year ago. Solid stop so far. Harvick says he needs help on entry and a little bit more help on drive-off, Jamie.
Kurt Busch tight rolling the center, a little free off. Younger brother Kyle Busch in the 18 has an issue. Said the things are not registering when he flips a switch in the car. They all looked at each other. They're not sure what the issue is right now. He wants a little more stability, better grip in the rear end. The 41 is the first out. The 18 drops the jack, guys.
Harvick 14.9, Kyle Busch 15 seconds. And there is your Sunoco race off pit road. Harvick, Busch, Newman, Busch, Truex, the fast 5 off pit road.
The Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500 is sponsored by Jiffy Lube, proudly pouring Pennzoil Synthetics, and by McDonald's. Rediscover your love for the iconic Big Mac. And for a limited time, try the Mac Jr. or the Grand Big Mac.
34 laps complete after the competition caution. And you'll see the comparison lower left of your screen. Harvick a little quicker getting down pit road, and the crew 1/10 of a second faster than that of pole sitter Kyle Busch. Here's the anatomy of this pit stop. Watch the fancy footwork on the fueler. Now all he can do is fuel the car, but for safety reasons, they do allow him to help guide a tire back to pit wall like that. Very nice.
That's slick right there, boys.
And that's the new standard, 14.9 seconds for a 4-tire pit stop.
Well, and we saw the Jackman go up and assist the left front, tire changer with the carry and the placement of the tire. So a lot of things look different on pit stops this year.
In 1 week, they've already gotten better. And in about 3 or 4 weeks from now, it'll be like, well, they're down to 14 seconds.
Harrison Rhodes gets the free pass on the first caution of the day. Here they come to the Geico restart zone.
The 18 spun the tires.
Yeah, a lot of guys complain that outside line just will not go. The inside's been the way to go.
Daniel Suarez, that orange number 19, way to the outside. Here comes his teammate Hamlin with him.
Whoa. Whoa.
Logano.
Oh, that's tight.
And Harvick is doggone long gone on the first lap after this restart.
He's just freaky fast.
He's just trying to figure out how hard do I need to push these tires. I saw the advantage I had by starting the race and the pace slower than the rest of my competitors, and it worked out really good for him in 30 laps.
He just mined the gap, but I tell you, there's some cats back here that are hungry to get up there and fighting for the lead.
Kurt Busch outside Brad Keselowski. Larry, 47 laps to the end of stage 1. What happens next from a strategy view?
Well, I was just doing the math, Mike. We went back racing with 50 laps. You can obviously go that on fuel, but I'm not so sure they will not split it down the middle. And somewhere around lap 60, we'll see them start hitting pit road for 4 fresh tires. And once a driver comes, you almost cannot stay out there losing 3 seconds a lap.
All right, 38 laps complete. You saw Suarez way up on the outside on the restart. He settles in 11th. Let's go to his pit and Jamie.
Well, Kevin Harris, he carries the tires for the 19 for Daniel Suarez. A lot of pressure on these guys with the way you guys have changed it up. First stop of the day, how'd it go for you?
I don't think it was too bad. I mean, it's definitely different than it was in years past. You really have to have a smooth stop. If you don't want to elongate the stop, make it a long stop, you have to be as smooth as possible. I think we were okay there. There's some things we can fix, but we're looking forward to getting more opportunities.
Slow down to go faster, right, Mike?
Sometimes that works. Could be one of those days, right, Jamie? Harvick, Newman, Truex, Logano, Busch. 3 Fords, a Chevrolet, and a Toyota in the top 5.
You know, watching Harvick, and he isn't really riding that yellow line right now. Jeff, he's up kind of middle of the track right now.
Well, I think when the tires are newer and have more grip at the beginning of a run, I don't think you have to hook that yellow line. The magic to that yellow line, what Kevin Harvick does so well, is after about 10 or 15 laps, and then you come down, and that's where you can just start driving straight up off the corner.
I wonder if, he's got a couple guys behind him. I wonder if he just run a little different line just to confuse them.
He doesn't want to show them anything. That's what it is.
Because he is not where he normally is, but it's working for him.
If you take the short way around and hook that yellow line, do the tires wear faster than if you're running the wider line up top?
Well, and I think towards the end of the run, no, it's easier because you drive the car straighter. But the discipline to do it when there's a lot of grip and the faster pace at the beginning, I think it could take a little bit more off those tires.
That right foot's what manages the tires. How you work that gas pedal.
Second place.
I got a feeling that little 78 car, he might want to get up there and say, Harvick, you better get back down there where you're really good at, because I'm coming.
How many times last year did we hear those words? Stage winner, MTJ.
He's working hard to get stage 1 win of the season right now.
Yeah. And the car looks really awesome off the corner, but he looked a little loose getting into turn 1 particularly. A couple of teammates here fighting with each other.
Now, as we watch Chase Elliott, something that I think is unique about Chase is he raced with Kevin Harvick in the Xfinity Series as teammates at Junior Motorsports several years ago. He was a student of that data and watching and learning from Kevin Harvick and really asking him a lot of questions. And I saw him really pick up a lot of those techniques last year, and he was very successful here. He ran really good here. We're going to have to see if he can use some of that knowledge to get himself further towards the front.
Alex Bowman trying to cross under Ricky Stenhouse.
And Mike, when you see somebody try to do what Alex Bowman did and he isn't able to do it, it's because the car is just not sticking to the track like he'd like for it to. So he has to abort that kind of trying to make that kind of move.
Well, one of the other tricky things about being on the bottom of the racetrack is when everybody else is on the bottom of the racetrack, there's the aerodynamic disadvantage, and that's what makes Harvick, so impressive is he can get out front and sort of control whether anybody else can make gains from behind.
There's the telemetry on Kyle Larson heading off into turn 3.
Well, the front straightaway here, as we all turn 4 down to turn 1, is the longest part of this racetrack, Mike. So got a big swooping front straightaway here, which increases the length of the front straightaway.
And if you look in the lower left corner of your screen, the yellow dot is Larson and the white dot is your race leader, currently Kevin Harvick.
And I can currently tell that Larson he's not happy because he's a guy that likes to be up top right next to the wall. When he's at his best, that's when he's making up time and running fast lap times. And we just saw Clint Boyer go blowing by him on the outside, and he was right nailed to that yellow line. So I'm pretty sure they're going to have to make some big adjustments to get Kyle Larson happy where he can get to the front.
Yeah, Mike, the front straightaway is 2,332 feet, and the back is 1,800 feet. So a good bit of difference in the straightaways.
Joey Logano restarted 7th, currently fighting to hold on to 4th place against Kurt Busch. A couple of Fords battling here. 47 laps complete in Atlanta.
Grab an ice cold Coke and buckle up. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
.52 laps complete in Atlanta. Kids cheering on their favorites. 52 laps of 85 laps in stage 1. There will be a tire stop somewhere between now and the end of this stage as the Busch brothers change spots. Kyle drifted back to 6th after restarting 3rd and has now gained back 2 of those positions.
Yeah, well, he saw what Kevin Harvick did. You know, he took the lead from Ryan Newman earlier in this race, and then Harvick took it 2 laps later. And I think they probably told him, hey, Harvick was really easy and slower lap times and easier on his tires at the beginning, so try not to use up those tires too early.
Ryan Newman brings the fight back to Kyle.
Newman's hanging in there, doing a nice job. Got a pretty good car. He was seemed to be pretty excited this morning when we talked to him about today's race.
Yeah, he talked about how much he really likes this racetrack.
Narrowly missed breaking the tie that he has with Buddy Baker for most career poles at Atlanta. 7 apiece, and Newman was on the pole until Kyle Busch made the last run of the day and took it away. So Newman got his 12th front row start at Atlanta, 7 poles and 5 outside poles.
Those Camaros, they're wicked looking. The way those headlights sit back in there, they look like eyeballs watching you.
Well, it just looks like Kurt Busch can take his car anywhere he wants. Just a lap ago, I saw him working the top groove, making up time. That time he's right on the yellow line.
Yep. Harrison Rhodes in the 51 this week. Stays to the high side, goes a lap down.
Pretty impressed with all the Stewart-Haas cars. Yes. They're all in the top 10.
Yes, sir. I mean, they're all in the top 10, including Boyer. I mean, that's an incredible.
I knew that was going to cost him, wasn't it? By coming into the hotel with us.
One of my
hard time.
Look, he's one of my favorite people, and he picks on me, and so when I get a chance, I got to pick on him.
And Eric Almirola, I think all America gained a new great respect for Eric Almirola with his comments after the Daytona 500 that he came within 2 corners of winning 1 week ago, Vince.
Well, and Eric said he was probably the person most looking forward to Atlanta, just so everyone would stop talking about Daytona. But the way his race car is handling, I can understand why he wants to be here. You guys noted those 4 Stewart-Haas vehicles, all in the top 10. He needed some front turn on that first run, a little more rear grip. Said it was just a little too tight. They made an air pressure adjustment. Crew chief is John Klossmeyer. He was the engineer on the 41 a year ago. It seems like a nice pairing, and Eric's been pretty pleased so far.
A happy driver is a successful driver.
I see that pairing winning this year.
Well,
Me too.
And that's something that's good to point out, that this is actually the team from the 41 cars, except for the pit crew, that Kurt Busch drove for. Actually, the whole Billy Scott and that 10 team that were with Danica Patrick moved over to the 41 this year.
Matt?
And Mike, under the caution conversation back and forth between Mike Bugaravich and Clint Boyer. Boyer's like, the tires are wore out. I think we need to make some adjustments. And Bugaravich, calm and composed, said, let's just make an air pressure change, see how we do the next run. The car taking off once again on the way to the front, Jamie.
And Kurt Busch working with new crew chief Billy Scott, just their second race together. It's been a solid weekend for them. Billy Scott told me that after practice yesterday, they were so happy they didn't even touch it this morning, made no adjustments. So far, Kurt's saying he's just a little tight rolling the center. They didn't make any changes on that one and only stop.
Well, they're about to pry open the window for this pit stop for tires. Here's Brad Keselowski's team.
Really nice lap there when you moved up. Run a 15, catching a 34 flat. You run a 33.15. We're trying to take care of my tires for a 50 lap run here. So I need to know how many laps I have on so I know when to go hard. Set 4.
Well, guys, we are halfway through that run from when we went back racing at lap 35. We're at lap 60. It's 25 to go until the end of stage 1 at lap 85. I have to believe some of these teams are considering splitting this segment in half, which we would be there right now.
#12 place, Denny Hamlin on the inside, racing Paul Menard.
When we talk about executing that yellow line, I thought that Denny Hamlin he hit it perfect right there. Both the left front and the left rear painting that yellow line.
Man, he almost crowded right up in front of the 21 car, though. That was really close.
Now, these two are about 13 seconds behind the leaders.
Look at this 10 car. He's going somewhere, guys.
Going after Joey Logano.
And we heard Larry talk about splitting this segment up. It just would make me so nervous. As difficult as this pit road is to get you under green, all the penalties we saw on pit road and speeding last year, and the pit stops themselves, and so many things that could go wrong. Boy, that would make me nervous to come in here under green.
But what's the danger in being the first one to stop?
Well, of having some kind of a problem that gets you a lap or more down. Once you get back out there, as long as the caution doesn't come out, you're in great shape. You've got all the speed and all the grip to get you to the end of this.
And that's a bit of the gamble, Mike, is if the caution falls when you make that move.
So here's Kevin Harvick, 3.3 seconds in the lead over Martin Truex. How about 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson back in 21st right now, 24 seconds back of the lead. Matt?
Mike, the first run, the 48 car was just too free. No side bite for Jimmy Johnson. They adjusted with air pressure. A lot of conversation between Chad, spotter Earl Barbin, and Jimmy, to the point where Chad at one point a few moments ago said Harvick is getting off the throttle at the end of the quarter-mile track. He's just playing with us.
You know, guys, as far as staying out, if everybody stays out, we know we can make it on fuel. My biggest concern, and I heard the concern in the garage area, the rubber back down on the racetrack, can these tires go 50 laps if your car's not balanced and wear the right front or the right rear out?
Well, we may find out if everybody stays out. Well, 20 to go in stage 1. We're going to keep it right here for you, so in case there are pit stops during this break, you won't miss them.
My burger goes best with mustard.
Ketchup and mustard.
Grass-fed beef.
No, corn-fed.
On the grill.
Nah, flat top.
Iceberg lettuce.
Nah, arugula. Jalapeno.
No way. Avocado, dude.
Medium rare.
Gotta be well done.
Brioche.
Sesame seeds.
American cheese.
Cheddar.
Can I have a turkey burger? What? Turkeys are for Thanksgiving, man. I like my burger with the Coke.
I'll agree to that.
Strictly with a Coke.
Only with the Coke.
Coke and a burger. Come on.
All right.
That's where you get the flavor.
Things can get rough out there.
The bumper to the back of the 24.
You think you got the brass?
I proved it last season.
That was last year. Now we've got young blood ready to take out the old. Start your engines. It's time to race.
It's race day in America. And there's a place for renegades like us.
Where shorts are called shorts for a reason.
Where ice-cold beer and smoked wings are the food pyramid.
So buckle up, y'all. Because, hey, karma happens. Let's cheer on the veterans.
At a place that was damn near built for it.
Hooters. When Chase wins, you win. Free fried pickles when Chase finishes in the top 10. And 10 free boneless wings with any 10-wing purchase when he comes in first.
Toyota, let's go places.
When does the game become more than a game? When it's the Big East Wednesday Night Jam on FS1.
Oh, a special delivery.
Every game reveals a contender or pretender. Every showdown turns into a throwdown. And every comeback deserves payback.
Providence defeats the third-ranked team in the nation.
Welcome to the game. Big East Wednesday Night Jam doubleheader. Providence, Xavier, Villanova, Seton Hall. Starts at 6:30 Eastern on FS1.
"15 laps to go in stage 1, and no takers on pit road for tires so far. Kevin Harvick is the talk of the town. He is 4.7 seconds ahead of the field. We're going to hear from the spotters for Brad Keselowski, Denny Hamlin, and Jimmy Johnson about Harvick.
Yeah, I mean, Harvick's not even driving. He lifts. As soon as he passes the quarter-mile track, he lifts. It's ridiculous. He's just playing with traffic. Harvick is lifting. When to stall past turn 1 of the quarter-mile. The 4 seems to be getting out of the gas at the end of the pit road.
Everybody's talking about going Harvicking. Now, the quarter-mile is here in the quad oval at Atlanta. The pit road is its back stretch. There is the front stretch, and there is turn 1 of the quarter mile. So they're saying just past there is where Kevin Harvick is getting out of the gas.
Well, and even the spotters are confused on what Kevin Harvick is doing, because what we heard Earl Barber say at the end of pit road, which is probably another 100 feet further.
Yeah.
So,
I think
but he's in their head. That's the thing.
But I think the big thing is, forget about where he's letting off. Where's he getting back on it at? I think that's the key.
Yeah, and let's watch this telemetry of what Kevin Harvick does so well. So there's Green. He's full throttle down the straightaway. Look how, oh man, he is at the quarter mile.
You seem shocked by that.
Jeff said there's no way he can be doing it.
But here's the key, it's zero brake. So he may be lifting, but he's not really slowing the car down. He's just letting it roll in there. And look at how little throttle. Gosh, that's getting out of it so early. But watch how little throttle he uses through the center. Just barely, that's quarter throttle. Now half throttle. Now he doesn't get full throttle till he's all the way in the straightaway.
But now listen to this. There's the quarter mile. And he lets off.
Unbelievable.
He ghosted.
Unbelievable how early he's getting out of it.
Clint Boyer's caught Martin Truex for second place. Michael?
You know, you talk about Kevin Harvick, and you're right, Mike Joy. Harvicking is trending. That's all the news is. But think about the strength of the Stewart-Haas cars. 4 of them in the top 7, all 4 of them. I think that's the effect that Kevin Harvick's had on the organization. He shared that information with these drivers. They've watched his telemetry, his data, and they picked up on it. This could be a huge day for this organization, and it's all because of one guy, Kevin Harvick's style here at Atlanta.
Oh, good point. Kurt Busch in 6th. Bubba Wallace 1 lap down. There's Almirola.
And one of the things I find interesting, and this goes back to what Mike was talking about, how good their race cars are. Yeah, Kevin's sharing information with his driving style, but they're all driving the middle of the track, up high. They're not on the yellow line. We did see Eric Almirola is trying to execute that. And let's watch Clint Boyer as he goes down into turn 1. Last time by, he actually ran the high line. There he goes again, just straddling that top seam. That tells me they've got a good race car.
Tires may be giving up now, Jeff. We're getting near the window here.
Joey Logano, maybe not so much. He restarted 7th. He's now drifted back a little bit. 9th place, Jamie.
And he was making a move forward, but then he had a slight issue. He thought he had a right front maybe going down, and then he settled in for a lap and said, well, it feels like maybe it's a brake problem. My brakes are vibrating. So similar to what we heard Chase Elliott say earlier, the crew jumped up on the wall, but they said, let's hang on. Let's try to wait 8 more laps to go to the stage break.
You know, we've been taking a look at that 22 car on our Hawkeye system, and it looks like to me a lot like we saw with him yesterday in Xfinity Series race. He's already completely rubbed off the left front part of that splitter, right on the left side all the way at the bottom. A lot of that is already kind of torn up right there where he's been getting down on the apron.
And that's the negative to running down on that yellow line and actually on the apron, right, Larry? I mean, they're going so far below that yellow line that they're getting the corner, that left front corner, and that's going to take some front downforce away from the car. And then you say, well, how does Kevin Harvick do it? It does seem to me like they run the left front a little bit higher so that it does clearance more through the corners.
Yeah, it doesn't look tore up a lot, but a little bit's a lot of front downforce right there.
And Larry, I think it was Michael or somebody, maybe it was you, Jeff, that said when you follow that yellow line, it's actually not on the apron. It's still on the racetrack. You got to get below it to really get down on the apron. So it looks like it's the bottom of the racetrack to us. There's still a little room down there for the car to run those left side tires on.
6 laps to go in stage 1 as Paul Menard takes 12th spot from Ryan Newman. Here's Larry with today's Driving Trust presented by Midas.
Mike, we're going to take a look at Kevin Harvick and Rodney Childress in that Stewart-Haas Racing number 14. This is their 5th season together. They have won a total of 15 races. They've made the championship 3 out of the last 4 years, and of course they won that 2014 Cup Championship. That was their first year together. And you know what, Mike? Rodney Childress was the 2015 Bernsey Award winner in honor of our good friend Steve Burns.
That's right. Former late model racer and just all-around great guy. One of the sharpest minds on pit road. Well, Ryan Newman started outside pole.
Right front tire.
He nailed the wall up in the middle of 3 and 4.
Something. It doesn't look like the tire's down. Maybe something else.
I know he hit the wall hard.
Jamie, I think he ran out of racetrack.
That's exactly right. And Ryan Newman, the only thing he said about the race car is it was just too tight. Maybe it built too much and he got into that wall. It has been a great race car all weekend for Ryan Newman. The window is open though. You see the wrench in the rear. They make a wedge adjustment and a 4-tire stop. Luke Lambert making the calls, telling him this is where this new pit crew, 5 members, different members are making the changes, making the adjustments to the race car. He's trying to talk them through it and keep them calm is the key.
I believe they've lost that right side cowl flap when Newman hit the wall.
It looked to me like he wore the tread right off the inside of that right front tire.
Yeah, he just went straight in, pretty much straight into the wall. He got a little run up the hill and it went straight into the wall.
Kevin Harvick just put the 20th place car, Jamie McMurray, 1 lap down as we come to the end of stage 1. Martin Truex, 19 stage wins last year. He won't get the first one today. That'll go to Kevin Harvick, up 5 seconds. And here's Jimmy Johnson going a lap down to Harvick. 2 laps to go. Pit road is closed.
There's just nothing Jimmy can do. I mean, the tires are completely shot at this point in the stage.
Kyle Busch trying to take 5th from Eric Almirola.
Hey guys, back to Ryan Newman's 31 car in that hood flap or that cowl flap on the right side. NASCAR has a sheet that gives you the mandatory body parts that has to be on that race car at a 1.5 mile track, which we're at. The cowl flap or hood flap is one of them.
Thanks, Larry.
Who was it, Larry, at Daytona said we would go back out, but we don't have a door?
Harvick.
And they said, why not? He said, well, it's down in turn 4.
Final lap of stage 1.
Eric Jones fighting, battling to stay on the lead lap.
Ooh.
I don't think he did.
Don't think he made it.
And that's going to affect Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson was going to be the free pass car.
6.5 seconds. Harvick's lead over Clint Boyer. Brad Keselowski another 3 back. Then Truex. 2 more to Almirola and Kyle Busch. First stage win of 2018 for Kevin Harvick, who won 6 stages last year, including both of them here.
Chevy, the most awarded and fastest growing brand the last 4 years overall.
Stage 1 ends with a photo finish as Kevin Harvick crosses the line inches behind Eric Jones. So Jones stays on the lead lap as the first 10 positions frozen at the line. So here comes Harvick, there is Jones, there is the difference. Wow. And that's important not only to Eric Jones but to Jimmy Johnson. It means Johnson will get the free pass. Let's go down to Vince Welch at the eBay Motors pit box.
Well, Mike, as we get ready for these pit stops, keep this in mind in regards to the athleticism of the crew members we're about to see go over the wall. A fuel can full of gas, 96 pounds. The tire, about 65 pounds that they're going to take around to the right side of the car. The jack itself, 25 pounds. Some of these guys are going to be taking on dual roles, maybe carrying the jack and a tire at the same time. The athleticism and the choreography and the fact you can't make a mistake or it's going to cost your team, critical at this point as they get ready for pit stops.
Great degree of athleticism required down there on pit road. 96 pounds, Darrell.
Yeah, I think ours weighed about 120, actually.
Come on. All right, Kevin Harvick gets a stage win. That includes 10 points plus a playoff point that carries all the way to Homestead.
I have to say this for the pit stops. They asked Henry one time, did you get it full? He said, no, I just got 2 cans in it.
Henry Benfield.
Yeah,
yep.
Henry Benfield, the
Johnson's
gas
man. Here they come to pit road, Matt.
Kevin Harvick showing patience on the racetrack. His pit crew disciplined during that first stop. Shades of a year ago. Kevin Harvick, the stage winner 2017 for number 1. Same again this year. They go to work. No changes on the 4. In the middle screen, his teammate Clint Boyer. He said, like everyone else, the tires go away, but no changes on the 14. Solid stop as well. Jamie?
Martin Truex Jr. in the 78. 3 of the 5 over-the-wall members new this year, working together for the second time this year. He's saying the car is decent, but he can't do what Kevin Harvick's doing. Can't run that line because he's loose and tight. He's having to be too careful with it. As you watch the pit stops climb, Clint Boyer 16.3, Harvick 18, Martin Truex 14.9, Mike.
Wow, 3 wide coming off pit road. Keselowski, Boyer, Truex. Almirola, Kyle Busch, and Kurt Busch all gaining positions. Big loss for Harvick, 5 positions on pit road. There's the race off.
What do you say we dial up our stage 1 winner? Hey, Kevin, this is Jeff up in the Fox Sports booth. You got me?
10-4.
Well, man, you're getting sick and tired of talking to us. You are putting on a clinic out there. I mean, I know you didn't have a great pit stop, but I mean, everybody is on the radio talking about what you're doing, how you're executing, backing up the entry. It is unbelievable to watch, but what are some of your challenges you're going to have?
Give me 1 second here, Jeff. We got a little bit of an issue. Go ahead, Rodney.
They're talking about having an air hose break on the pit stop, so we'll check in with Kevin a little later. Brad Keselowski, the new leader. Kevin Harvick, stage 1 winner.
The Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500 is sponsored by the Ford Hall of Fans. Are you the world's greatest NASCAR fan? Here's your chance to prove it. Go to NASCAR.com/Ford.
91 laps complete. We thank Kevin Harvick for talking to us in the midst of a crisis. NASCAR issues the air guns, air regulators, and air hoses to all the teams. And on that stop, Matt, something went wrong.
The front changer, Eric Maycroft, started to have issues with the switch on the right side. He was trying to nurse it to get through the stop. When he came over to the left side, then the coupler blew out and then lost the gun entirely. He tried to hit the lugs. That's why they brought him back, just as a safety precaution to make sure that they got all the lugs. Issues, though, with this new lease gun for Harvick's team on pit road.
The idea was that all the teams would use the same gun, same regulators and hoses, and prevent the escalating and expensive war of air gun and speeds and torque on pit road. And so this too is coming under a full test today with all these 4 tire changes that we did not see at Daytona.
Yeah, just the size of the gun alone is quite a bit bigger than what they were using. That takes some adjusting to get to.
Fox Sports and Coca-Cola bringing a unique angle to our coverage today with the Coca-Cola Racing Family Track Pass. Through the Fox Sports Go app, you can follow along with your favorite Coke drivers with views of their in-car cameras, as well as their track positions and speed. That's on the Fox Sports Go app.
Well, how about that? You know, now we get to watch him drive up through the field. I mean, I hate that happened to those guys, but I got to say, for the rest of the field, they're a little relieved right now. They might have a shot at this one.
Kevin Harvick will restart 19th. He'll be the last car on the lead lap. Keselowski and Boyer on the front row, and we're back under green.
Yeah, all 3 Stewart-Haas cars are on the outside. Our champ, second. Keselowski, who had a good car. Jeff and I were looking at his
Kurt Busch up the outside in that black 41.
These restarts are so wild here. 3 wide as we see Almirola go the inside of Larson. And now look how the 41 of Kurt Busch goes from the outside lane to the inside lane to pass his brother.
You can do that when you got new tires. You got a little movability. So, you know, get the car handling good. You got a little movability.
Yeah, we talk about how abrasive this track is. It has a lot of grip for about a lap and a half or 2 laps, and then the grip just starts going away immediately.
I've often heard you say, Darrell, when you're on new tires, you're Superman.
Oh, yeah. For Mr. Feelgoods.
But for how long? That's the question. Kyle Busch restarted 4th. He's in 6th, Jamie.
Well, at the start of this race, just a few laps in, Kyle had mentioned something's going on in here. I have an issue. Well, we were just told it was the track bar mount. He flipped the switch and it didn't read anything. So at some point, Mike, before the last stage of this race, he needs to come in. They'll have to drop the window net and fix the connection to the track bar mount. So keep an eye on that, as it will certainly cost him some positions.
Yeah, the guys use that quite a bit during the run. As the car changes, you adjust the car with the track bar adjuster. If that's not working, that could cause him a problem later on.
Yeah, guys, it's a driver adjustable track bar. He has a switch on the steering wheel, and it appears to me that motor that runs it up and down, or something to do with a switch, he can no longer adjust it. That is a huge tool for a driver at this racetrack.
Yeah, and as DW was saying, you'll run it one direction to start the run, and you'll just keep working it the other direction as the fuel burns off.
Wow, Eric Almirola was doing everything he could to hold Denny Hamlin down to the bottom of the racetrack, but just couldn't complete the pass. Now Joey Logano right with him.
And that's the toughest thing, to have that kind of discipline as a driver. You know you have a really good race car, but cars start going by you left and right on these restarts, as we see the 41 of Kurt Busch continuing to march his way to the front. But it's so frustrating, so hard to hold yourself back. But you know if you push too hard, that it's just going to cost you lap times at the end of these runs, or a potential problem with the tire.
Brad Keselowski and Kurt Busch both just ran their personal fastest laps of this race.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Somebody that's definitely not holding back, and that's Kurt Busch.
I don't know, but I think the 41 might be getting ready to run his fastest lap of the race, but it looks like he's searching for the lead right here. That 41 car is pretty awesome right now.
And as we were talking, DW and I were looking during our break, Brad Keselowski was making probably the second fastest laps towards the end of that last run to Kevin Harvick. So they've made some good adjustments, and he's going to be really strong on these longer runs.
Joey Logano around the outside of Almirola. That's for 8th place, Vince.
Well, just as you guys were talking about in regards to Almirola, he said, I'm going to do my best to try not to freak out here. You know, and it is difficult to stay patient and preserve those tires. And he said, I know it's going to be hard. I know I've got to preserve the tires over the course of the run, but it's so difficult to do in the cockpit when you see others that are being more aggressive.
For the lead, Kurt Busch around the outside of Brad Keselowski.
That was a gimme.
Yeah, I mean, that's Keselowski. He's knowing that, you know, if you push me too hard right now, I'm better off to be patient with this. Give up that one position so I can gain it later.
Meanwhile, Kevin Harvick, after that pit stop, restarted 19th. He's gained 5 positions.
NASCAR on Fox continues live from Atlanta Motor Speedway, and Kurt Busch, your leader, 3-time winner here. Time for an Outback race break. Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers, and a quick check on the highlights in just a moment. 2 Fords ahead of Truex right now at the moment.
And there's another Ford coming. Kevin Harvick is working his way through the pack. That rain was torrential early. Changed this track, Chris.
And after a 2.5-hour rain delay from the original start, tires are always an issue in how drivers handle them. Came into play in stage 1.
Yeah, and we knew it would. The tire wear always gets better, and the best way to take care of your tires is be gentle on them. Ease into the corner. No one's better than that.
Harvick made 67 laps, but at the end of the stage, a slow pit stop, winning stage 1. Team had a problem with the pit gun. They asked for another one, came back to pit road, making sure the lug nuts were on right and tight.
And this is just a temporary setback for this team. When you've got a car like that, he can charge back through the field. And we saw earlier Kevin Harvick letting off really early going into the corners. I've noticed him now when he's charging through the field, he's able to be more aggressive. That's a good sign for later, Chris, when he needs to attack late in the going. If there's a late caution, this car not only has long run speed, but also short run.
And on the 31 car, they're changing that flap.
Yeah, he hit the wall, the flap busted off. Early in the race, this car was strong, but it didn't have long run speed, Chris. The longer the race went on, that car faded.
And back to Kevin Harvick as Kurt Busch is the leader, his Stewart-Haas teammate. Harvick passing Bill Elliott all-time in laps led at Atlanta, moving into 7th on the all-time list. Jeff Gordon leads all at that point. And we'll watch Harvick in that climb back, because from here in the Hollywood Hotel, the reminder to claim your free Bloomin' Onion on Mondays after Kevin Harvick places in the top 10. Whether he wins in Atlanta or not, we know he's always a threat. Let's head back upstairs to Jeff, Darrell, and Mike.
Thanks, Chris. Harvick's already back into the top 10. He's in 8th place right now, running 6.8 seconds behind the race leader, his Stewart-Haas teammate Kurt Busch. Busch with 3 victories here, the last one in 2010. 1 for Jack Roush in a Ford, and 2 for Roger Penske.
He finished 7th here last year, so he always runs good here at Atlanta, has the last couple of years.
From Busch, let's go back 1.4 seconds to Brad Keselowski.
And we said earlier, Jeff and I were looking at his telemetry on what we got over here, and he had a really good car at the end of the long run there earlier.
2.2 seconds off the lead, the king of the mile-and-a-half tracks last year, and the series champion, MTJ, Martin Truex Jr.
And we saw he really wore the tires out at the end of that last run. I'm just wondering if he didn't learn something from the beginning of the race and how slow that pace was at the beginning of the run, and then he drove to the front.
Kyle Larson has been on everybody's favorite list this week, Vince.
Yeah, and you saw Larson there on the bottom. You know, he's known more as a rim rider, somebody that's going to make his hay up top, but they said they ran second to Kevin Harvick last year, and Harvick was a bottom feeder, so they were going to try to be real disciplined today and stay on that yellow line. Right now, Larson says the car's a little too loose for his liking, but he's been able to move his way up inside the top 5.
A little more than half a second behind him comes Kyle Busch, our pole sitter.
And definitely somebody not going to the bottom on that yellow line. He's been up top all race long and making it work pretty well.
Yeah, Harvick told us that this 18 car was really good around the top, and he has stuck to it.
Busch's teammate Denny Hamlin running in 6th, 4.5 seconds back. And now in 7th place after restarting 19th comes Kevin Harvick. Matt?
Mike, to put a period on the issues with the pit equipment here in the Ford pit, the team changed out the nitrogen bottle because of the loss of nitrogen when the hose broke. They really weren't quite sure how much had escaped, so safety precaution, they swapped that out. And also they took the camera off of the helmet of Eric Maycroft, the tire changer. Cheddar Bob Smith, the car chief, and the engineer Billy Keebler looked at it just to double check he'd gotten the lugs. They weren't 100% sure. Better safe than sorry. That's why they brought him back.
Thanks, Matt. Let's pick up that top 10 behind Harvick. Clint Boyer, about 1.5 seconds back of Harvick. Another of his teammates. In fact, all the Stewart-Haas cars in the top 10. Joey Logano for Team Penske in 9th. 8 seconds off the lead. And Eric Almirola rounds out the top 10.
A lot of blue ovals in that top 10.
30 complete in stage 2, which will end at lap 170.
The Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500 is sponsored by Coca-Cola, the official fan refreshment of NASCAR, and by Credit One Bank. You may already be pre-qualified. Visit us today.
119 laps complete in Atlanta. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Those who live up to their names make one for themselves. Goodyear, more driven. Rain this morning, a late start, but here we are, 119 laps in. Kurt Busch is your leader. Brad Keselowski, Martin Truex, and Kevin Harvick who restarted last car on the lead lap, now up to 4th.
You see that 2 car, Brad Keselowski just creeping into our picture to get up there with the 41 of Kurt Busch, and of course this guy. I mean, my goodness, how good is that 4 car in Kevin Harvick?
Let's listen in on Martin Truex and company.
Trying to take care of it. I could have passed up guys at the beginning if I wanted to. Check for it. It's like taking care of it's not doing anything. I don't feel like as soon as this wind got clean air. Yeah, we talked about that here. I think I remember that from before.
So Truex to 4th now, 2.5 seconds back. Casey Kane, unscheduled pit stop as Brad Keselowski draws in on Kurt Busch.
Mike, I think you got to use it. You just can't abuse it. I mean, if you take it easy on the tires, you're not going to be able to get up there and lead the race. So I think you got to get up there and give it a bit of a go, but don't abuse the tires. I think, Mike, I've been here. I've been like Kevin Hart. I've been here in the league of my own, and now I've been here. I've been so lost here sometime that Google couldn't even find me. You know, you've been here.
I absolutely have experienced the same thing. Look at these 2 battling it out. High line, Kurt Busch. Look at that momentum off the top. That's why you want to run the top. It gives you all that momentum down the straightaway. It's a bigger lane. Oh, look at this, how the 41 Kurt Busch moves down in front of the 2 of Keselowski to block that bottom lane.
Lap car ahead, and look who's coming. We're going to go Harvicking here in a minute. That's Casey Kane passing Harvick because Kane has brand new tires.
Yeah.
And look at how much faster he is for a couple of laps. He's trying to get one of his laps back right now.
Looks like he's turbocharged. He's just driving right on past. Look at that.
Casey Kane's telemetry, new tires. He was 3 down, now 2 laps down. Harvick going for 2nd against Brad K.
I think they just see Harvick come, they just give up. Go on. I know you're going to pass me. Just go on.
For the lead, side by side, 3 wide for the lead.
Oh, now.
Wow.
Oh,
High inside.
Cole Witt
3 wide top.
in the 72.
3 wide top.
That's when you say, hold your line, hold your line.
And you can see that because Harvick has gotten to the inside of the 2 of Keselowski, it's forced him to run this higher line. That's going to allow Harvick to go right on by.
Or Cole Witt. What do you do when you look in your mirror and they're 3 wide for the lead right behind you?
Hold your line. Hold your line.
And right now the 41 and Kurt Busch is saying, didn't he start at the back?
Yeah. Now Kyle Larson has come to pit road. Vince?
Well, at times they have fought tight, but right now it is just crazy loose for Kyle Larson. He had made his way up to 4th, but then lost a couple of spots. They weren't going to wait any longer. They brought Larson in. It's a chassis adjustment for Larson and 4 tires for the 42.
Martin Truex Jr. coming as well. And soon we'll see all the leaders in because new tires are 2 to 3 seconds a lap faster than worn ones. Joey Logano in, Ricky Stenhouse. Here's Jamie.
Martin Truex Jr., his team has been on it today going over the wall. He's been loose and tight, just can't exactly get a handle on it as they work the right side of the race car. They'll make some adjustments. Vince?
And the 12 of Ryan Blaney said it's just been too tight in the middle and he needs help on entry. He comes from the 15th position on that pit stop. 4 tires and air pressure for the 12, and there's his teammate, the 22.
Denny Hamlin in as well. Matt.
A water bottle and a clean windshield, a tear off the 11 for Denny Hamlin coming around to the left side. Each stop today, he says the car has just gotten more free and more free. Air pressure change, each stop, nice move there.
Almirola, Suarez, Dillon, Menard in, and here comes Harvick as the leader. Jimmy Johnson in as well. Brad Keselowski follows Harvick in. So does Kurt Busch and everybody. Matt.
Eric Maycomb carried his tire over to the right front. You can see the light is on his camera. He comes around the left side. Solid stop by these guys trying to recover. Meanwhile, the 2 of Brad Keselowski's in. His car much looser. Jamie.
And Kurt Busch Busch led 25 laps. Early car has been pretty solid. A 4-tire stop for the 41.
Chase Elliott, Eric Jones in, and more as Kyle Busch picks up the lead. But now Kyle's lap times right now are 2.9 seconds slower than at the start of this run.
Yeah, he's going to take the lead for a very short period of time.
There's not a lot to be gained right now by staying out. You're just going to lose a lot of time.
Vince?
The 43 of Bubba Wallace, he'd been a lap down. The car's just been too tight. They've been fighting it all day long. They took a spring rubber out on that last stop, but lost some track position. Just haven't been able to find the balance right now. 4-tire change and a chassis adjustment for the 43 of Bubba Wallace.
Kyle Busch lapping David Reagan, who's making his 400th start in the Cup Series today. The Georgia driver.
And we had seen where Kyle Larson was one of the first cars on pit road with 4 fresh tires, and he had a lot of grip and speed when he first got out there, but this is just after a few laps. You already saw Harvick and Keselowski go right by him.
The good news for Kyle Busch, he's got a lap on the field. The bad news, they're flying.
Well, if the caution were to come out, in these first 4 or 5 laps, it looks like he's coming now. It actually would have benefited him because they may have all needed to come in also.
Looked a little hot.
Such a tough pit road to get to.
He's one of the best, though, when it comes to getting on pit road. I've seen him do it a lot.
So Kyle Busch is still the leader. Harvick midway down the backstretch. We'll see when they come out. Jamie.
Kyle Busch has not been able to use his track bar adjuster in the car. There's been a problem with the connection. They're going to need to fix it before the end of the race. They filled him up with fuel, a 4-tire stop, and no adjustments for the 18.
Showing a little smoke there at the right front, as Harvick did when he made his stop. And I believe staying out is going to be costly for Kyle Busch. Those extra laps he ran on worn tires are going to put him well back. Kevin Harvick is the new leader. Keselowski, Larson, Kurt Busch, and Truex. 131 complete. 136 laps complete. Kevin Harvick is our leader. He is 9/10 of a second ahead of Brad Keselowski after green flag pit stops for 4 tires. There you see the rundown. We'll look back through with there's Brad in second, 1 second back. Kurt Busch 2.7 seconds off the lead in third. Kyle Larson was one of the first to stop he was the first to stop under this sequence, 4 seconds back. And Martin Truex Jr., who started at the back today, 5.6 off the lead. Denny Hamlin 7 seconds back of the leader. And then a good battle for 7th. Clint Bowyer and Kyle Busch. Now Kyle Busch taking 7th from Bowyer is 11.4 seconds back. Prior to his pit stops, he was in 6th. He was 4.3 seconds back of the leader. So running those extra laps before making his stop cost him about 7 seconds total.
And the only thing I can guess is that they stayed out a little bit longer. We know sets of tires could be a limiting factor here today in this race, so I'm trying to manage that. But also, if the caution had come out, and even though those others had just come to pit road, if you put 1, 2, 3 laps on your tires, you're going to be giving up a lot if that caution were to come out, and you're probably going to have to come back down pit road.
So Clint Bowyer 8th, Joey Logano 9th, and Eric Almirola in the top 10 still.
So Larry, is this Suarez doing a great job today? Is this a point where you start running the race a little bit backwards? Maybe you want to stay out and get an extra lap or 2 of fuel, gas, tires, whatever?
Yeah, I just think staying out this early in the race, even a lap or 2, you just lose so much ground.
Ricky Stenhouse 12th, Austin Dillon 13th. He is 22 seconds back, half a second up on Chase Elliott. And then Ryan Blaney overcoming a penalty on the end of stage 1 pit stops where his crew was over the wall too soon. There were also penalties on Eric Jones and Alex Bowman on that caution flag stop. Paul Menard in 16th. And then you'll see Jones and Bowman, who had similar penalties. Jones ran over an air hose, and Alex Bowman was too fast entering pit road back at the end of stage 1. Jamie Mack 1 lap down. Jimmy Johnson is the last car on the lead lap, 32.5 seconds back. 19 lead lap cars at lap 142. Let's go to Larry for a closer look at setups today with a Ford Performance car.
You know, Mike, we talk about the compound of tires and the grip of tires, and Goodyear would love to give the drivers as much grip as possible, but they also know they do things with camber, with setup, that really works on this inside shoulder of the right side tire. So what they have done here at Atlanta, they run a multi-zone right side tire. That inside 2 inches, the red right there, that's a harder compound. That's where the tire takes abuse. And then this outer 10 inches, it's a little softer compound. That's where they get the real grip from. And honestly, I was talking to Greg Stucker, engineer with Goodyear, and he said this comes from pasture car technology on an all-season, all-weather tire, just kind of done in a little different fashion.
Camber makes the car cut. So you want to put as much camber as you can, but we were having trouble with the inside of tires when they do that, blowing the tire out. But Goodyear came up with this multi-zone tire, and it's really been a real lifesaver for everybody.
Sure has. Now Jimmy Johnson has gone 1 lap down to the race leader, and you saw William Byron there in the picture in the 24, now 2 laps down, as second place Brad Keselowski tries to get past the 2 Hendrick cars. Wow. There's the running order for Team Hendrick, and Chad Knaus, we were talking in our meeting this morning, our Fox meeting, reminded our pit reporters that this car, this Camaro, is an infant. It's only in its 2nd race in the Cup Series. The teams are still learning about this body and about the aerodynamics and what this car wants.
Yeah, and there's always exceptions, and I think that would be Kyle Larson. He's got a Chevrolet up there in the top 5, but he runs pretty good here, no matter what car he's in.
Kevin Harvick out front by 2 seconds. A brand new Xfinity store opened in Atlanta this week. Race fans found how they could experience X1, and Xfinity can change the NASCAR viewing experience. So who is there to help open the store? William Byron, Xfinity Series champ and Cup rookie contender. Yesterday's Xfinity race, the Renai 250 here at Atlanta, was won by Kevin Harvick in a thoroughly dominating send-them-all-to-school performance. And he's putting one on here. Harvick has led 89 laps of the 151 and currently leads Brad Keselowski by 2.6 seconds. Keselowski second, Kurt Busch in third. And the first Chevrolet in the race is Kyle Larson in 4th place, 8 seconds off the lead. That's the all-new Camaro ZL1. 5-time Atlanta winner Jeff Gordon took the street version for a twirl around the 1.5 miles here.
All right, Atlanta Motor Speedway this weekend. What a track this is. This is an amazing 1.5 mile racetrack. It's wide, it's fast. Coming down the front straightaway here, double dogleg, which makes this track pretty unique. And you're going to see some guys really paint this yellow line. Same thing down in turns 3 and 4. Really difficult skill set that it takes to get that yellow line and hit it consistently every lap. One of the most difficult pit roads to get to on the circuit here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. You're going to get on the brakes, but you got to be careful. The tires are going to lock up heavy on the brake. Downshift to 3rd, downshift to 2nd. Get to pit road speed without locking up the tires and without speeding down pit road.
Post that red Camaro, too fast entering.
It's easy to do.
You know, Mike, I was thinking about something. I know the 42 bunch, Larson said they were going to be disciplined and ride the bottom today. And that's not his style. We all know he likes that high line up next to the wall. But you know what? Kevin Harvick didn't develop his style here overnight. It took a lot of years, a lot of practice. And so I think it makes a lot of sense to run this race, run the bottom, and learn what you can learn.
And you just saw he learned something right there. He tried to get to the yellow line. Actually, the back end stepped out on him. It's a lot more than just being disciplined to drive that part of the racetrack. It's also how do you set the car up to run that part of the racetrack.
Yeah, I just think it's good long-term planning. We're going to run the bottom. Whatever we do wrong today, we'll correct the next time we come back.
10th place as they pull down on Bubba Wallace, the Daytona runner-up, who is 2 laps down. And that gives Almirola a little room to hold off Suarez. We've had an incident-free race so far. Only one car got up into the wall. That was Ryan Newman under green. There was no caution. He was one of our computer Bernie's top 10 picks. The other 9 of Bernie's top 10 are in the top 12 at 156 laps. Bernie is Bert and Ernie's computer. They couldn't think of an original name for it, so we call it Bernie. Actually, they need a new computer. That's all there is to it. But other than Newman,
what's wrong with that one? I got one just like it.
I believe it. Dial-up modem too, right?
That's right.
The Bernie's top 10 are all running in the top 12 except Newman, who's been into the wall. But looked great up until then. Let's check up on 8th place Clint Boyer. Matt?
Slowly on the move is spotter Brett Griffin, noting that he can feel that the temperature, the ambient temperature, is slowly starting to drop, and he's cheering on Boyer. They feel like they can get up to possibly 6 before this stage ends because Boyer's car is on the move. They did make an air pressure change, significant change in that right rear because the track definitely changing.
Jimmy Johnson spins off turn 2. Caution.
No caution yet. Yeah, caution's out.
Lap 159. Jimmy just...
Did you just take over Larry's role from last year?
Because I said incident-free, and here we are. And
well, that was incident-free, didn't you?
Sorry,
he just
Jimmy.
Spun out.
He was running 19th, 1 lap down.
I see a lot of debris flying off the car from the tires.
Now that looks like it might have been a tire. He was really, really loose. I could see him fighting the car as we had him in some shots earlier. But the way that snapped around.
Could be the right rear.
I mean, the right rear's certainly down now because of that slide locking up the tires. Boy, that's odd to see it snap around that quick for a 7-time champion in Jimmy Johnson.
Well, we listened in.
Right front came apart, just ripped the right front off the car.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think
pretty
that
heavy
was
damage.
Actually, after the incident, after he spun and then the tires, were down, I think then it tore up the right front.
He's happy now. Just learned he was on TV. All right. High fives all around. Except his guys in the pits with a broken car.
It's okay.
Worried about him.
It's okay. He's on TV. It's a win-win.
159 laps complete. Pit road will open. 3rd caution of the day, but the first one for an incident. Jimmy Johnson losing a right front tire, spinning in turn 2. Johnson on a winless streak of 24 races, tied for the longest of his career. Pit road's open, Matt.
And Brad Keselowski, the first stall off turn 4. Paul Wolf loves pitting down there, helps them on exit. No juking going down pit road. A tear off the front of the 4 of Harvick. Keselowski said he'd been working the track bar, did not help. The car still on the free side. Jamie Harvick says his car is still solidly great.
And Kurt Busch in the 41 said he was a little bit loose with that set of tires, but they said, let's do more stickers here. The car's been good. He's led 25 laps today. Mike?
An adjustment for Kyle Larson, and he rolls out. We notice a lot of different strategies here. Some front tire changers carry their own tire. We saw Keselowski, where a tire carrier carried both. And why is Martin Truex still sitting there? We'll find out when we come back as Brad Keselowski wins the race off pit road from Kevin Harvick.
Throughout Throughout the season, Ford will be searching for the most passionate NASCAR fans to become the first ever inductees into the Ford Hall of Fans. To learn more, go to NASCAR.com/Ford.
You see 16 cars taking the wave around. Problems on Martin Truex's pit stop on the right rear. The tire changer could not get all 5 lug nuts on tight before the jack dropped, and that's when the wheel was cocked. You see the wheel coming off. Not sure if it was a human or an air gun malfunction. He's calling it back to raise it up because he can't get those 5 lugs tight.
The tire was actually cocked when he let it down, and what happens is that if that wheel's not right up against the hub, then it's going to come loose eventually.
Yeah, had to take the weight off that right rear so he could tighten it up straight.
They're saying it was a malfunction of the air gun on the right rear of Martin Truex's car. Keselowski, Harvick, with again the leader taking the inside of row 1. Kurt Busch, Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Suarez, Logano, Larson, Almirola, Boyer, the top 10. 17 lead lap cars back to Paul Menard, who got the free pass.
Harvick cannot even take off.
I think it's the toughest position on a restart to be in, that outside car in the second position. It's so easy to over-anticipate and spin the tires, as we saw with Kevin Harvick.
Now he's got to run.
Heard time and time again that the outside lane was terrible.
Looks like Texas.
Yeah, it wasn't bad, Mike. It was terrible.
Tough place to be on restarts. Seven laps to go. 6 now. 6 to go in stage 2. When the caution will wave, the field will freeze, stage points will be awarded, and most importantly, this race will be official at the end of stage 2.
Everybody going for stage points.
Slicing and dicing.
Last year, Kevin Harvick led the most laps, won both stages, but not the race.
But the fun part about this, they don't have to hold back on those tires. They can run these tires as hard as they want.
And they are. That's a pretty good lap times right now. But you know what, Jeff? You mentioned this earlier. That 2 car is a pretty darn good race car. Long run and short run.
There's Truex flying up through the field in traffic. 15th. Diving to the bottom on Austin Dillon, who hooks the bottom. A sense of urgency. 4 laps to go in stage 2.
Yeah, you're talking about laying some lap times down. 3 of our top 5 just ran their fastest lap of the race. I think it has to do end of stage and the track's cooling down.
Yeah, it's a good bit cooler out there, Larry. The temps have dropped a lot. Got 4 fresh tires on a little heat race here.
Now, Larry, do you think that these crew chiefs and engineers would maybe put a little bit more air pressure on the tires, knowing they just have a short run to get to help the balance, help the speed?
Absolutely no different than they would do for qualifying. Maybe not that much, but just a little bit more.
Keselowski, the Busch brothers, Logano, Harvick, Hamlin, Larson, Almirola. For the first time this weekend in the Xfinity race and the Cup race, somebody's going to win a stage besides Kevin Harvick.
See Ricky Stenhouse trying to get the momentum off that top line. See if he can't get a stage point. That's 10th and 11th. Suarez and Stenhouse. It's all about executing that yellow line. Not quite there.
1 to go. 6 Fords in the top 10. 3 Toyotas and Kyle Larson's Chevrolet.
Let's see if Stenhouse can shoot to the top. Oh, look at Suarez decides to get defensive and take that line away from Ricky Stenhouse.
Not a good move.
Who goes to the bottom.
Stenhouse can just get to the fender, and he doesn't get it off of turn 2. I was going to say he'd have position in 3 and 4.
Thought that was going to work out for Stenhouse, but it didn't.
Worked out for this guy, though.
Stage 2 winner for Roger Penske, Brad Keselowski. Kurt Busch, Kyle Busch, Logano and Harvick the first 5. And And there are the stage point earners in stage 2. The man from Michigan, Brad Keselowski, wins stage 2. Well, I have a lot of respect for the folks who predict the weather on race day. Today, I am glad they were wrong. We have an official race. We have passed lap 170 on the end of stage 2. So this race will be official this evening. There is the threat of rain this evening, continuing through tomorrow morning. So hopefully we can get all the way to lap 325 and the conclusion of the Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500, where Brad Keselowski has won stage 2 over the Busch brothers, Joey Logano and Kevin Harvick. Here they come to pit road, Matt.
The 2 leads him down. He will stop in his box at the American flag. Paul Wolf bumped up the pressures for that short run. A lot of other teams made notice of that. Tear off the windshield. Hunter Massing and Kyle Power now coming around to the left side to Jamie.
Kurt Busch in the 41, they're going to put a little air pressure in the right rear tire, make a 4-tire stop here. The car has gotten a little bit tight. Kyle Busch was able to fix the connection. He's able to use that track bar adjuster in the car now. A 4-tire stop. His car's been good. He came in fourth.
Kurt Busch wins the race off pit road. Picking up a spot, as does Joey Logano and Kevin Harvick.
I say we reach out to our stage 2 winner. Hey Brad, Jeff up in the Fox Sports booth. You got me?
10-4. What's going on, Jeff?
Man, just watching somebody other than Kevin Harvick lead some laps and win. Congrats on that stage 2 win. And I mean, you've seen how good Kevin is here, but you actually won this race a year ago. So what's it going to take to get the win today?
Yeah, it seems like Kevin's really, really strong here every year. I don't know what the secret is, but he deserves a lot of credit for it. But we're fighting pretty hard too. We're right there, kind of nipping at his heels, and it's probably going to keep him honest all day. So I think that's the biggest thing, just keeping him honest.
All right, well, we're having a lot of fun watching what you're doing, and it looks like you've got a car that can work around the racetrack, but, you know, how much better is it around the bottom? Does it save the tires running that bottom groove?
Yeah, maybe a little. It's, I don't know, I got passed by Kurt right before this on the high side. He seemed to keep just chugging along there, Jeff, so, you know, when you think you understand what's going on, the track changes, and then it doesn't sing or act the same way, so I'm not entirely sure, but I'm proud to get a stage win with all the Trader Ford, that's for sure.
Yeah, congrats. Thanks for talking to us. Good luck the rest of the way.
10-4. Appreciate it, guys.
Austin Dillon had a lengthy stop because something put a hole in the nose of his race car. Brad Keselowski, stage 2 winner. Getting ready to restart in Atlanta. The race is official. We've completed 2 stages. And let's compare 2 of Kurt Busch's pit stops.
Does a nice job hitting his marks. Get the right side up. I see a nice smooth execution, no panicking as they roll around to the left side.
Front tire changer a lot quicker moving on this last stop.
And then a little bit of trouble on the left rear on that earlier stop that was not quite as fast.
There's Kurt Busch's numbers compared to Kevin Harvick's 0.8 of a second quicker. They're going to head for the Geico restart zone, and we'll do it again. Kurt Busch, Joey Logano on the front row, Keselowski and Harvick row 2, Kyle Busch and Hamlin, Larson and Boyer, Suarez and Blaney the top 10. 18 lead lap cars, including Alex Bowman, who got the free pass. Here we go. Hamlin up high in the 11.
I thought he was going to get a chance to get to the outside quarter panel, side draft the 4 of Kevin Harvick and make that move, but he lost a little momentum as they got into the corner. I'm curious to see just how much effort that the 2 of Brad Keselowski wants to keep are put into keeping the number 4 Kevin Harvick behind him. I think he feels like he has a car that can compete with him if he could just keep Harvick behind him.
He can keep Harvick behind him for about 10 laps, and then Harvick's car really just comes alive after about 10 laps.
Chase Elliott pops up into the top 10.
Well, we heard them talk about Hendrick Motorsports and the things that they're learning about this car right now. That's also the balance of the car in the race, how you're going to have to adjust it throughout the day.
Yeah, and the other thing, don't lose sight of, some of these guys pace themselves just a little bit. It's a 500-mile race. It's a pretty long afternoon here. You got to save a little bit. Don't show everything you got right in the beginning.
Alex Bowman had gotten the free pass, but has to make a green flag pit stop here.
You can see that tire is cut.
Whoa. Close call there on pit road. Jackman trying to come around the front, and Bowman takes off. Jamie?
And the 88s had some issues. They had blistering on the right rear 2 stops ago, and then they also had a gun failure, so they were waiting for a backup to the backup gun. So you saw another issue there, that they were trying to pit the car, and he almost hit his Jackman that came around the front of the car. So it's been a tough day, tough learning experience for this 88 team.
And Mike, the other thing we talk about, the 500-mile race, long race, learn about your car. This is a new car. It's a Camaro. The Chevy teams run laps, work on the car, make adjustments, see what the car likes. We might be able to dial it in.
That, and watch your mirrors, because Kevin Harvick is coming.
Hey, that.
Let's show you what happened again to Alex Bowman here.
We see this incident happen with the 88. Obviously, a little bit of miscommunication. I think they felt like it was going to be a 2-tire stop, and 4-tire stop, but then he takes off, maybe being told, let's switch it to a 2-tire stop now that we knew the tire was on the right side. And sometimes if the driver's not sure if my tire issue was on the right side or left side, they call an audible in the box.
I can't tell you how important it is to say stop or go, not whoa, 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 because it sounds so much alike, and sometimes a driver leaves on a whoa, whoa, whoa.
Third place tightening up. Here comes Harvick to the inside of Logano. 2 Fords battling. That wasn't much of a battle. Kurt Haas has now led more laps today than in the last 20 races on all mile-and-a-half tracks combined. Time for a Sunday. We got the race in on a rainy day. Fox NASCAR, crank it up.
Nice work. Take care of those tires. No pressure behind. All in front of you. Hit your marks. You're better than 3. Still there. Clear for now. Heavy coming back on top here. Outside.
"17 cars on the lead lap at lap 188. 137 to go here in Atlanta. Coming up, our Credit One Bank ones to watch. drivers have been told by their teams they may be racing to the next rainstorm. So it's on with Kurt Busch leading Brad Keselowski by 0.8 of a second in Atlanta. Let's take a look at today's Credit One Bank ones to watch.
And I'll tell you who I have my eye on, and that's our leader right now, Kurt Busch. 3-time winner here at Atlanta. That pit crew has been flawless today. If they can keep that up and maybe a little precipitation comes soon, he's our winner.
Yeah, Jeff, Brad Keselowski won this race a year ago, and every stop that crew has been better on pit road. We're sitting right now at about a 2 to 3 stop race, but making the right adjustments as this track cools down, that's going to be a key.
And Larry, I talked to everybody here before the race and probably during the race, and the 4 car, he's got to win this race. He's got the best car. He's the guy that should win this race.
I beg to differ, brother. I think Clint Boyer wins this race. You heard him at the opening of the show. He's been in the gym. You got to be tough to prevail here at Atlanta. Driving that car, whipping that wheel around. Clint Boyer gets it done at the end.
While living in Hartford, Mark Twain said, if you don't like the weather, wait a minute, it will change. There's only one Connecticut Yankee in this race, Joey Logano. Well, that's all I got. I got nothing else. You guys don't leave me much.
What?
Okay?
We left you Kyle Busch.
Gave you the whole field.
Well,
practically.
Let's see how it plays out. 131 laps to go.
Yeah, wasn't it last week you took the field?
Why don't you just take the field? We'll give it to you. Go ahead, Mike. Take it.
All right, I'll take the field. That includes Kyle and Joey.
Remember?
So what was this friendly wager a couple of days ago where one of you two would take Kevin Harvick and the other would take the field?
I took Kevin Harvick and I gave Jeff the field.
And I mean, I knew coming in that Kevin Harvick's going to be tough to beat, but I couldn't resist those odds to get in the field.
Well, there's 3 of them all right together. Kurt Busch, Brad Keselowski, Kevin Harvick, 3 fast Fords for the lead.
Yeah, there's 2 ahead of Kevin Harvick, and there's a few more back as Michael was picked with a 14 of Boyer coming back to the front. I think the track has changed, and he's made some adjustments, or they've made adjustments on that car, and it's starting to really come to life. Matt?
And Jeff, earlier in the race, the 14 of Clint Boyer made an adjustment on that last stop. They actually backed up the adjustment because Clint felt like they went too far in that air pressure change.
Tell you what, these guys are driving like it's going to rain or something.
Well, Kurt was really fighting it at the top of the racetrack. And yes, all the drivers have been told the rain is minutes to maybe half an hour out, but it is coming. And you're racing to the rain, and that is always exciting.
Well, it's exciting, and also think of the challenges we already see here trying to manage your tires as we see the 2 of Keselowski perfectly hook that yellow line, but watch the momentum of the 41 on that top lane. Going down the back straightaway. He's got to get back to the bottom, though, to hook the yellow line. He's not going to be able to do it.
With those 2 running side by side like this, just look right to your right of the screen.
Oh, Keselowski missed the bottom.
Here he comes.
Harvick didn't.
Here he comes.
No, he never does. That's what makes him so good here.
Harvick's just got that yellow line fever. I mean, he just eats that thing up.
3 cars fighting for the lead. Officially 127 laps to go. But all night rain in the forecast. The next stoppage for wetness could be the end.
Boy, Harvick got loose. Harvick got really loose getting into 3 that time,
Yeah,
Jeff.
Keselowski went through the bumps in the back end, stepped out.
They're all driving down there a little harder than have all day.
And raindrops on that camera lens.
Rain's coming.
That's Rodney Childress.
That's Rodney Childress saying,
rain's coming.
Get going.
Go get that lead. But I think Brad Keselowski is doing an excellent job right now. If he can get to the yellow line and hold that yellow line, have the patience that the 4 of Harvick has, he can make the 4 and Kevin Harvick's job very difficult. That air that comes off the cars can definitely stop his momentum, and we already saw it once as they went through 1 and 2.
Watch for
battles.
9th place. Suarez in the 19 and Blaney.
Oh, the 19 slides up, gets loose.
Ooh.
That could have been big.
Close.
That was big. If you were in the 19.
It could have been bigger.
Yeah, right. Could have been ugly
Both
big.
of them, yeah.
A lot of spotter chatter about a few raindrops. not enough to warrant the yellow flag. No accumulation of rain on the racetrack.
Harvey
Still very light gray.
Yeah, but Harvey got around to 41, and now he's got his sights set on Keselowski up here in the 2.
This is where Keselowski is going to have to be so patient, so disciplined. You want to get in the gas and just try to get a little bit extra speed. But if you get off that yellow line, Kevin Harvick will make you pay and pay big.
And I think it works both ways, Jeff. I think Kevin Harvick's got to not abandon his style either, not overdrive the corner and do something that make the mistakes some of the other guys have.
And that was one of the first times where I've seen Kevin Harvick actually have to play with the throttle in the back of the car, move around. He's trying really hard. The harder you try, the more difficult running that bottom gets.
And that lap, Keselowski was 0.3 faster than Harvick, so you see a little gap open up here.
Traffic could be a factor. They're coming up on some slower cars here. That could hurt Keselowski.
And now Harvick quicker down the backstretch. Matt.
Mike, great observation by Jeff. The car's been perfect all day for Kevin Harvick. This run, he will not roll through the center like he was earlier, and he's too free on exit, trying to reel in that 2.
Lapping rookie Ross Chastain in the 15 this week.
That slower traffic has really hurt Keselowski. It's allowed Kevin Harvick to close some, but boy, that 2 car looks mighty solid right now. Really up off the corner, nice.
I see both of these cars wiggling a little bit more than we've seen all day.
They get past Cole Witt in the 72. Matt DiBenedetto next. And we continue with 122 laps to go. You won't miss a pass.
Toyota, let's go places.
Get half off exactly what you want with Pizza Hut's 50% off pizza deal. That's 50% off your favorites like hand-tossed pepperoni, meat lovers, or even Original Fan Supreme. That's right, get 50% off any menu price pizzas when you order online. But hurry, this deal ends soon. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Can you feel it? Race day is here at Dover International Speedway. With tons of vendors and track activities, we've got thrills for all age groups. Live music, your favorite food, and non-stop entertainment in the fan zone. Dover International Speedway, home of the Monster Mile. Tickets on sale now for May 4th weekend.
Some things should never change, like the crisp, cold refreshment of Busch. But some things should, like John's lack of awareness.
Main menu.
To hear the options again, press 4.
Main menu.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. To make a payment,
Representative.
press 2. To hear the options
Representative.
again. Sorry, I didn't quite get that.
Speak to a representative.
What are the
Just give me the phone.
Representative.
Time and a place.
We love it, right?
Oh, totally. I do not wish it was mid-century at all.
Or longer.
It's a great length.
Don't settle. Shop eBay for the design you really want with fast, free shipping. eBay.
Do you like big, juicy steak? Do you like freshly steamed lobster? Do you like the word and? Then you'll love Outback Steak and Lobster. Backed by popular demand, only $15.99. So hurry in now. Outback Steakhouse. Aussie rules.
You think you got the brass? Start your engines. It's time to race.
Let's take a look at how the Coca-Cola family of drivers are faring today. With 4 in the top 10 out of 7. Hamlin, Logano, Larson, and Suarez. 117 to go, make it 116.
The 34 got in the way of Keselowski. That opened the door for Kevin Harvick to hit that bottom like he likes to, but a 2 car is so strong off turn 2 right now.
Just working that traffic. Great job, Keselowski.
Shoots the middle, opens up a 1/4 second of advantage, make that 3.5 tenths. This was quite a moment, and you see it from our Goodyear aerial coverage.
Just nowhere, he had nowhere to go. Keselowski didn't. On the 34 car of McDowell, that opened the door for Harvick. I thought he might be able to hold him off here in turn 2, but watch how strong 2 is off of turn 2 over there.
And also the
really
34 McDowell does a pretty nice job getting down to the very bottom, which ended up affecting Kevin Harvick.
Let's ride with Kevin Harvick.
Kevin got off of turn 4 perfectly. Gets the inside of Keselowski.
Still even. Hold tight.
And then Keselowski threads the needle.
Right through the middle.
Pit stops have begun. Ryan Newman, who is off sequence, and Ty Dillon down pit road. Larry, absent the rain, what might your strategy be for the rest of this?
We went back racing at lap 177. That's 148 to go. If you wanted to do it in 2 stops, you're going to need to run about 50 laps a run. I think the window's open now because I think what they're going to do, Mike, is do it in 3 stops. And right now that window's open to run about 35 to 40 laps a run to the end on 3 stops.
Blaney and Almirola in, Vince.
Well, for Ryan Blaney, the car's just been a little bit too tight. Didn't make any changes on the previous adjustment. Pitted from P11 here with an air pressure adjustment. Now the 10 of Almirola just hasn't been able to find the balance. Just no grip throughout the course of the day. His complaint with the 10 car has been the same all day long.
Ricky Stenhouse also made a stop. And now Eric Jones comes to pit road.
Here comes the 4 car. He's diving on pit road.
Well, Harvick was not gaining on Keselowski at all the last couple of laps. So he's in. Matt?
The guys go to work. Kevin Harvick said he needed help most on exit. Jeff pointed out, you can see the car losing time there to the 2. Solid stop so far. You can see a great kick with the tire directing that back. And he's away.
Allmendinger, Suarez, and Elliott on pit road. I believe this is Hamlin coming in as well. Jamie.
Daniel Suarez in the 19 done a nice job for just his 2nd time here in a Cup car. Tear up so he can get clear vision. A 4-tire stop, Matt.
Brad Keselowski locks him down coming off the banking off turn 4 on the pit road. Clean tear off the windshield. Coming around to the left side. No changes for the 2, Jamie.
Kurt Busch is saying he's too loose to run hard now. A wedge adjustment, they'll take some wedge out, and an air pressure adjustment. They'll take some of that air out of the right rear, locks it up to get into his box. It'll be a 4-tire stop. This crew has been on it all day. Vince?
Well, the 42 of Kyle Larson's been inside the top 10, has run as high as 4th, but they just haven't had it these last couple of runs. No center grip for Larson in the 42 right now. Going to make an adjustment, Jamie.
And Martin Truex Jr. in the 78, and he just says he can't do anything. He's just sliding around there. He had moved to the front early in the race. They had issues with the gun earlier. The 18 of Kyle Busch on pit road as well. Matt?
Clint Boyer, another driver who locked it down, entering pit road. His car too snug in the center, and Jamie just too free on exit.
And Kyle Busch, number 1 pit box, the 4-tire stop here. You see that smoke coming out from the right rear. We saw it on the last stop as well. Kyle pretty happy with the car. They'll fill it up with fuel there. Choreography, drop the jack, and he's off. Remind him not to speed on his exit.
So Denny Hamlin has not yet stopped. He's the race leader over Joey Logano.
And we saw in that exchange, that green flag exchange, that the 4 car, now they flipped it by coming in that 1 lap early, getting on fresh tires a little bit sooner than Brad Keselowski. That's what it was able to get in the lead.
I think they were able to make an adjustment on the 4 car. It wasn't exactly where we wanted to be. Not only did he beat him, come in early and get out early, but he also beat him on the track now.
But now, Larry, for Hamlin and Logano, racing the rain, not making this pit stop, is their bed made?
Well, I think so. And what they may be trying to do, and we basically saw Jimmy Johnson win this race 2 years ago doing the same thing. They're going to break it down possibly to 2 stops, and that's exactly what Chad Knaus and Jimmy Johnson did 2 years ago. 1 less green flag stop.
Hamlin was 6th prior to the other leaders pitting. Currently, his lap time's 33.75. Kevin Harvick is 2 3/4 seconds faster than Hamlin right now, but Harvick has 22 seconds to make up.
And Mike, to make this work, they're going to need to run about 8 to 10 more laps, and that'll even it out to about 50 laps a run.
And Mike, they really helped that 4 car. You look at his lap time now. He was a 31:07 to a 31:48 on the 2 car
That's
last time.
14 miles per hour in 1 lap.
Hamlin's crew chief, Mike Wheeler. How about the 22 strategy, Jamie?
Well, he's had a pretty good day today. They brought a different setup idea for them to make the car better on the long run, and I think that they have done that. They have achieved that. Right now he's running second, but he has yet to pit. They're looking to come in about 8 laps, Mike.
As Larry said.
That's what Hamlin and Logano's doing. They're trying. If we stay green to the end, they're making it a 2-stop race. Everybody else is a 3-stop race.
Denny Hamlin leads our Toyota top performers. Kyle Busch in 5th, Daniel Suarez 7th, Martin Truex and Eric Jones. Truex and Jones 1 lap down, as is Suarez, because Hamlin and Logano have not yet made this pit stop.
Now, Larry, the way I look at it, even if you stop 1 less time, the amount of time that you're losing on track versus new tires, I don't think that's going to offset and really make up as much as they want.
It's not what I would do, but I'm telling you what they're doing.
I hear you, Larry.
But they've got 2 chances, and one is that, and the other is Mother Nature.
We got 2 chances, Slim and none.
Well,
and Slim's on a bus leaving town, I know.
Out of here.
Right now, they've got everybody up to the 6th place driver a lap down. So a caution certainly would play in their favor, because if the caution comes, even everybody else that's on the lead lap, they're coming to pit road.
All I know is that 4 car is much better than it was the last run. He's much better.
Well, and this is something that Brad Keselowski and the 22 of Joey Logano did execute pretty well at some tracks last year. It wasn't an abrasive racetrack like this.
Harvick now 14 seconds behind the leader. They're at opposite ends of the speedway with 103 to go.
You know, Mike, Darrell, Jeff, what Denny Hamlin and Mike Wheeler's doing, and Joey Logano and Todd Gordon, they put blinders on. They're just trying to run their race now. They know what's going on with the competitors that has fresh tires.
You know what I think, Larry? I think they're watching the radar. I don't think they're watching the track as much as they're watching the radar.
And then, guys, remember also, when Denny and Joey make that pit stop, they're going to be running faster lap times than Harvick and Keselowski. So there's another twist to this story, those faster lap times when they finally do pit.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Michael. They will make up some of what they're losing now.
You know what they'll be able to do with that, Michael? Get back on the lead lap. That's about it.
Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney battling 11th.
I'm impressed with Chase Elliott. They were really struggling earlier in this race, and the adjustments, the execution on pit road, the job that he's done to be patient, to keep communicating back to the team and make some pretty significant improvements to be up there now battling for 10th and 11th.
All right, I don't want to let this Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano story go. They have to come in 3 laps. There's no need. If you want to split it even, 50, 50, 50, you need to hit pit road in the next 2 to 3 laps. Don't just keep running.
Hamlin's advantage over Logano.
Next time.
4 1/4.
Oh, sorry, red slips.
Yep, over Harvick, a little less than 10. And so Denny Hamlin will surrender the lead and come to pit road.
I mean, look, he can't even put up a fight. I mean, he has to just move out of people's way. He's running so slow right now, you get run over.
But if he only needs 1 more stop and this race goes to conclusion and everybody else needs 2 more stops, could get very interesting.
Could. That's a good point.
Joey Logano coming as well.
In Mike Wheeler's window now, the last 3 runs, he was happy with it, no changes. Then it was snappy loose. He made an air pressure change. Now, he said the car is on the tight side. You can just see how the temperature has changed the racetrack, Jamie.
It's certainly gotten cooler. The 22 in his box now, just a little bit loose off the corner. No major issues for Joey. A 4-tire stop, fill it up with fuel. They'll see if the strategy paid off.
So Kevin Harvick will assume the lead.
There goes Harvick is by the start-finish line now.
Keselowski, the Busch brothers, Suarez, Boyer, Larson, and Truex. 98 laps to go, weather permitting.
Kevin Harvick, your leader in Atlanta 17 years ago. His first victory in his Cup career came in Atlanta, and it's his only Atlanta victory. Time for a Monster Energy race break. Watching with you, Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers. It's been exciting racing the rain from a delay start all the way through, and that's what's going on now with 93 laps to go. Quick recap, Kevin Harvick, who has dominated Atlanta despite not having won since that first career victory, led early, won the first stage, had pit problems.
Yeah, something was wrong with the gun there, and he couldn't get the job done. So they had to come back in and make sure the lugs were tight, and that was what that was all about.
Rebounded to get back into the lead. More than 100 laps led today. 105 is currently leading Keselowski. Jimmy Johnson, again, he's won 2 of the last 3 Atlanta races, but trouble.
Right front tire blew apart on that car, and he spun around in the corner. Tough weekend again for Jimmy Johnson.
Keselowski wins stage 2. Martin Truex Jr. with an air gun problem on pit road.
A lot of speed out of the 78 car. Remember, he started in the back, Chris. He got all the way to the front, but another pit issue.
And there is Keselowski in the 2 car, currently running right behind Harvick, Kyle Busch, and then Kurt Busch. With 92 laps to go, your leader is Jimmy John's Ford. What about the strategy?
Well, I just love what Mike Wheeler, Todd Gordon did with Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano. They rolled the dice. And I guarantee you, Chris, there's a science program, a computer program that tells them if they're able to run a certain lap time from now till the end of the race, they can win. Denny's on newer tires, as is Logano. They're faster than our leaders. They're not going to come to pit road again. I don't think this is just a whim. I think they've got it figured out that they can make this work.
We've already had more leaders and lead changes in this race than the entire race last year in Atlanta. Remember, that was dominated by Harvick. Keselowski wound up winning it. And if this is shortened, we've had 5 previous Atlanta races that were shortened because of rain. Kurt Busch was the winner of the last one in 2002. He is currently running 4th. And that is your Monster Energy race break. You're watching NASCAR on Fox live from Atlanta Motor Speedway, and we'll have more in a moment. The Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500 is sponsored by Coca-Cola, the official fan refreshment of NASCAR.
85 laps to go. Kevin Harvick back to the lead. He has 7 seconds on Brad Keselowski now. Just put a lap on Brad's teammate, Ryan Blaney. Kyle Busch in 3rd. Clint Boyer and Kurt Busch. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano capable of running 1.5 to 2 seconds faster than the leader. But as Michael was exactly right, they are running to a pace between 1 and 5/10 of a second faster than Harvick every lap, trying to stretch it out and stay with the plan.
I think this is going to be fascinating to watch because they know they need to stretch this out as much as possible to have those fresher tires at the end of this race and only pit one more time.
And now, a quick word from Duracell.
This is the #1 trusted brand.
Let's take a look at our power to the finish presented by Duracell. Larry Mack?
Yeah, Mike, let me lay the elements out here. Remember, the fuel window is 48 to 54 laps, but the tire window, it seems the strategy, is 35 to 40 laps. Now, we've only had 4 cautions today. These teams have made 6 stops, including 2 green flag stops. You want to make sure you've got tires for the end of this race. They have plenty, 5 sets. When I look at my trends of the race, the last 10 Atlanta Spring races, the final caution came with 25 laps to go, and in those 10 races, we've had 3 overtimes. Even if we're getting set up for an overtime, they will hit pit road for 4 fresh tires. So the team that has those 4 fresh tires in the final stop, but more than anything, make no mistakes, that will be the team that power to the finish.
Thanks, Larry. 82 laps to go. Harvick up almost 8 seconds on Keselowski now.
And Mike, I mean, it makes, if you can't outrun Kevin Harvick, if you don't have the speed to outrun him, then you got to outthink him. You got to come up with a plan. You got to have a strategy, and apparently they've come up with one that they think will work. The 11 bunch has.
And so far, the only flaw that I've seen in what Kevin Harvick does here is when he had this number 2 of Brad Keselowski in front of him running that same line with a car that was very comparable, Kevin couldn't get by him.
Nope.
So that 2 car's got to figure out how to get back in front of him if a caution comes out, if it's on pit road or execution on pit road.
Now you see Harvick, you saw Joey Logano just go by behind Denny Hamlin. Hamlin and Logano have gotten themselves back on the lead lap. They are fractionally quicker than the race leader and trying to let this play out in their favor.
Yeah, right now the Ford's coming off turn 2 and the 11's going into only the distance of the back straightaway separate the 4 car from the 11 to put him a lap down.
But the 11 and the 22 are both running faster lap times than Kevin Harvick, even if it's only 2 or 3 tenths of a second. Bubba Wallace, 2 laps down, had a visit from Hall of Famer Wendell Scott's family pre-race this morning. We've talked a lot about Harvick and Keselowski. How about Kyle Busch in 3rd, 18 seconds back of the leader?
Wrapping the bottom better, like it doesn't pull the front end off the bottom, but hard to drive. Might be something to come back to for the end of the race, maybe. To fire and go. And forward, it just takes pit stop time to do and undo these adjustments. We'll see where it goes here.
Yeah, I find that really interesting. He realizes that if he's going to move off that top line, they basically committed to that top line with the setup and his driving style. If they're going to change that at all, that means they've got to change the setup and make some adjustments, which we all know how long that takes on a pit stop.
I just can't get over the influence that Harvick has had on this entire field. I mean, normally we see a bunch of guys just riding up high, scraping the wall. 42 car always does it. But today, everybody said, I'm going to run that Harvick line. I'm going to discipline myself. That's what we're going to do.
You know, we all say the regular season starts here. 10 races on 1.5-mile tracks, that this is an entirely different animal than Daytona. Look at last week's top 10 at Daytona. Only Hamlin and Logano are in the top 10 today.
I think Bubba's doing exactly what he wanted to do today, though. Run all the laps, get some experience, learn the cars, learn the process.
And here's where I'll even back that up is next week when we go to Las Vegas, the top 10 we have right now or coming out of this race, probably a pretty good chance it'll be the top 10 at Las Vegas next week. Good chance.
All right, guys, we're seeing Kyle Larson hit pit road. The window is open now. Again, pitting here, Vince, you still have to make one more stop.
Well, the 42 of Kyle Larson pitting from inside the top 10 said the balance maybe is the best it's been all day, but they just now don't feel like they've got the speed that they need. So it's going to be 4 tires, air pressure adjustment for the 42 of Larson.
I think a lot of that grip and everything is because the track is cool, the temps are way down. Vince.
The 12 of Ryan Blaney, they're going to short pit again. They've just been fighting the balance. Loose, tight throughout the course of the day. Air pressure and wedge for the 12 of Blaney, Jamie.
Well, you heard the radio of Kyle Busch saying they wanted to undo those last adjustments they made. That was an air pressure and wedge on the last stop. They may or may not make the adjustment here just because of the time it'll take. I don't see a wrench in the hand. Meanwhile, his older brother, Kurt Busch, in the 41, a 4-tire stop, said the car was a little bit better this run. Little confusion the front of the 18.
Stuck the air hose under the splitter trying to come around. That cost him a second or 2.
But he got all the left side lug nuts tight today.
Well, we fired up Bernie, our supercomputer from 1979, whenever it is. And Bernie, our computer, has run the math. Vince?
Well, the 10 of Eric Amarola just finishing up the stop there with the 4 tires and a chassis adjustment, Matt.
Brad Keselowski said the car much freer this run. He also said it just seems like it takes off differently on the tires when it's a yellow versus a green flag stop. Left side's going on. Solid stop. Clean the grill. Waiting on the rear, and he's away. Harvick's guy's up on the wall waiting for the 4 car. He says that he needs to do something different this run over the last run. Need to make a change. He's going to put this Ford in victory lane. They were talking about a chassis adjustment. No wrench going in the back window. Looks like it'll just be an air pressure change on the 4.
Now you saw the 2 car came in a lap early, just like Kevin Harvick did to them the last time the green flag stops were happening. Let's see if Keselowski can leapfrog the 4. Saw a little trouble in the right front of the 4 pit stop.
Let's show it to you again as Clint Boyer finishes up.
Just keep your eye on that right front. He had to hit 2 lug nuts in extra time.
Sparks flying.
Harvick's back out, but Denny Hamlin assumes the lead. I say we fired up our supercomputer, and it says if this plays out, Hamlin may have a winning strategy. Harvick stopped 15.7, Keselowski 1.4 seconds quicker on the pit stop. How will it all play out? Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano back out front after green flag stops. 66 laps to go. Here's today's Busch race summary. Denny Hamlin is your leader. He's the first of 10 cars on the lead lap. 7 leaders, 19 lead changes. We had a competition caution, 2 stage-ending cautions, and the only yellow flag for incident was when Jimmy Johnson spun at turn 2 on lap 159. So Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano on 1 agenda, and maybe now 2, Chase Elliott, who is in 4th and did not stop with the rest of the leaders around lap 252. Elliott's finished top 10 in every NASCAR race he's ever been in here, Jamie. 2 in the Cup Series, 2 in Xfinity, and once in the Truck Series.
Well, it's kind of been an eye-opener for him for all of the Hendrick cars, just dealing with this new car. And Alan Gustafson told me he had a talk with Chase this morning and said, I know you have this database in your mind, expectations that you want out of this car, but because it's new, those all go out the window. We need to reset our expectations. Be patient today. That's exactly what he's done. He's worked his way into the top 10. Now the top 5. They're looking to pit, Mike, in about 5 laps.
Thanks, Jamie. Now there's Kevin Harvick on fresher tires going past Joey Logano, who, like Denny Hamlin, is on pace, trying to run the rest of this race with 1 less pit stop than the others.
If Denny Hamlin wins this race, I'm going to be so impressed with what Mike Wheeler, the plan that he has and that team, and also the pace that Denny Hamlin has run. From the time he went back out on track after his last pit stop, he never tried to run a super fast lap, and it has been a pretty nice flat line of the pace he's been able to maintain so far.
And strategy is you can be proactive and come up with a strategy, or you can be reactive and try to react to someone else's strategy. I think the 11 is making a lot of these guys second guess, like the 9 car, second guessing their strategy.
Well, there's nothing but wide open space between Hamlin and Harvick now. 3.5 seconds, and with the times Harvick is running, the lead should change here in about 3 laps.
Yeah, I think right now they're not focused on Kevin Harvick at all. They're focused on when our next stop is going to come, and if the caution does not come out the rest of the way.
Well, that's kind of what I was asking Larry earlier about running the race backwards and when you wanted to stop and how you could get to the end.
Let's go back to Jamie talking about Chase Elliott in that 9 car. They pitted lap 213. So if they run to lap 269, which will be 56 to go, they're right there. They're splitting it down the middle. I just think that they should have made this bet earlier. They should have either went with one strategy or the other. This might buy them a good finish. I don't think it's going to be a race-winning move.
Yeah, that's what I say. You can be proactive and make up a good strategy, a winning strategy. You can be reactive once you see what somebody else is doing.
You can't change gears, though, in the middle of the stream.
That's like telling the driver to save fuel with 10 to go or 20 to go. Should have told me that when we started.
So he's a tweener. He's in between a 2-stop and a 3-stop strategy. He's got 52 laps on those tires. as Harvick draws a bead on the race leader.
And Mike, that's a beautiful thing about a 500-mile race. I know it's a long race, but look at all the different strategies. Fast car with Harvick. 11 car got a strat. Everybody's got a plan.
Chase Elliott to pit road, new leader Kevin Harvick. Jamie.
And Chase Elliott was fit when he brought it in. It'll be just a 4-tire stop, no adjustments, don't want to risk anything. Car has been pretty decent. It hasn't taken a swing for the worse here the second half. It's been balanced.
Evidently, Alan Gustafson feels like he can run 60 laps on fuel. The window open, Darrell, to your point earlier, running it backwards. They pitted, now they can go to the end.
Well, and also, Larry, one other factor is our trends. When cautions maybe come at the end of this race, they might be thinking, hey, we're not going all the way to the end. We might be going to a caution with 8 or 10 to go.
And we talked about that earlier, the last 10 Atlanta spring races, 25 to go at lap 300.
But remember this, we have a few less cars in the field today than we normally have. So we only started 36 cars today. That is not a big deal, but it can change your trend.
Brad Keselowski has taken third from Joey Logano. He's still about 7 seconds behind Denny Hamlin, currently in second, 2 seconds back of Kevin Harvick now.
And Mike Wheeler is hoping that Larry Mack's trends do not come to fruition. Right now they've added an extra 5 laps to their window. At this point, they feel like they can go to around lap 280 before they'd have to pit and then have a short run to the finish.
Well, the advantage to having a short run to the finish would be you can go all out with those tires. They won't be on there that long.
But I think he would have to. He's going to have to really push it because he's losing way too much time right now.
But that's far from a short run. That's still 45 laps.
Yeah.
That's not a short run.
Nope.
Catch me if you can.
Looking at Denny Hamlin from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Those who live up to their names make one for themselves. Goodyear, more driven. .56 to go. Let's show you the top 5 and when they last stopped, with Hamlin and Logano on a completely different strategy, as Larry Mack has well documented, from Harvick, Keselowski, and Kyle Busch. Another stop in the offing. Keep it right here and you won't miss a pass.
It's race day in America. And there's a place for renegades like us.
Where shorts are called shorts for a reason.
Where ice-cold beer and smoked wings are the food pyramid.
So buckle up, y'all. Because, hey, karma happens. Let's cheer on the veterans.
At a place that was damn near built for it.
Hooters. When Chase wins, you win. Free fried pickles when Chase finishes in the top 10. And 10 free boneless wings with any 10-wing purchase when he comes in first.
Section PU 402, row 41.
Jimmy Johnson, the fastest gun in the West.
Section 104, row 4.
Blaney out of the first win.
Section 25, row 3.
What a year for Bubba.
Section O, row 25.
Keselowski's gonna win at Talladega.
Section 156, row 4.
Kurt Busch to the lead on the backstretch.
Section 233, row 1.
Martin Truex Jr. wins.
You get a seat, but we doubt you'll ever use it. Grab your seats at NASCAR.com/tickets today.
So from the 2 trucks over here, I want you to pick a new truck for your mom or dad, knowing that they could possibly pass it down to you one day.
Cool.
But before you decide, you should know that Chevy Silverados are the most dependable, longest-lasting, full-size pickups on the road, which means that Ford F-150s are not. Which truck would you pick?
The Chevy. The Chevy. The Chevy.
There you go. Boom.
That was obvious. Plus it looks cooler.
No doubt about it. Now they know what to get me.
My burger goes best with mustard.
Ketchup and mustard.
Grass-fed beef.
No, corn-fed.
On the grill.
Now, flat top.
Iceberg lettuce.
Nah, arugula.
Jalapeno.
No way. Avocado, dude.
Medium rare. Gotta be well done. Brioche.
Sesame seeds.
American cheese.
Cheddar.
Can I have a turkey burger? What? Turkeys are for Thanksgiving, man. I like my burger with the Coke.
I'll agree to that. Strictly with the Coke. Only with the Coke. Coke and a burger. Come on.
All right.
That's where you get the flavor.
It's too orange, but in a good way.
Totally too orange in a good way.
Don't settle. Shop eBay for the look you want from all the best brands. eBay.
You think you got the brass? Start your engines. It's time to race.
So Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano split the run in half. They will have to make this set of tires go 50 laps to make it to the finish. $50 to go in Atlanta. Kevin Harvick leading Brad Keselowski by almost 11 seconds. Have a look at our tied clean pass. And it is Kevin Harvick battling Denny Hamlin on the laptop computers of the team strategists. Hamlin running to a pace. Harvick racing to the win, perhaps. And that's your tied clean pass.
Yeah, Hamlin's probably saying, go on. Go fast. Go as fast as you can go.
Wear those tires out.
That's right.
Larry, did this look like a change in strategy, perhaps, for Mike Wheeler?
I just felt like they were giving up too much time. They came exactly what the math said they should have come. They have split this thing down into runs of 50 laps. So now they've got to make it to the end here. And the rest of our leaders, like Harvick, Keselowski, Boyer, they should be on pit road somewhere in about the next 13 or 14 laps, which will be somewhere around 35, 36, 37 to go and race. That would be their last stop should we stay green.
And
we ought to be doing all this gambling and strategizing next week, shouldn't we?
We will.
We will. Well, now, Joe Gibbs Racing has tweeted that if Harvick makes another stop under green and Hamlin runs to this pace, then Harvick would catch Hamlin to battle for the win with 10 laps to go if we stay green.
With a lot fresher tires.
Oh, yeah, with much fresher tires. I don't believe it'd be much of a battle, really.
I don't know if they should be releasing that information right now.
That's right.
But it is interesting insight into the various strategies. And last lap by Hamlin again, 0.3 of a second faster than Kevin Harvick. So again, Denny Hamlin has been sent out to run to a pace.
Yeah. Anybody got a pencil sharpener? I got to get this baby down there and fine tune it a little bit.
And I can't tell you how hard that is as a race car driver to run to a pace, because if you normally drive to the edge of the grip level and you just push it as hard as you can to get the most speed out of the car. But when you have to deal with a track that's so abrasive and so much fall off like Atlanta, you just have to back that down, and that's just part of racing here that I think makes it fascinating.
If there's a racetrack where I could take it easy, I believe this is one of them. Because you think about what Harvick was doing. He's backing off up here on the straightaway. That's taking it easy, but he was making great time doing it. Can you do that? Can you do the same thing he was doing?
Meanwhile, let's check on the third place car, which is Clint Boyer, 24 seconds back of the lead.
These guys gonna stretch it. Let's do fuel at 2 at the end. Try to save time on pit road. It's 6-7 seconds or whatever it is. I can still save a lot. Yeah, definitely, but I hear you. It's a lot to make up for. It really, really is. It's early in the season. I'd hate to run out of gas, you know.
Trying to save anywhere you can.
Yeah, I mean, what I heard, they know that how long a 4-tire stop takes. So, 2 tires, if you had a short run to the end, you don't have to fill it full of fuel, so you could save some time on pit road and have, well, half the grip.
Yeah, no, if I were going to gamble, that's what I'd do. If I'm good on fuel, give me just ever how much fuel I can get in the car while I put 2 tires on it and try that.
Well, I just hope Mother Nature stays in Southwest Georgia so we can see how this plays out.
Well, and if you're Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano, you're hoping right now that the caution doesn't come out for any reason. He is a lap down, trying to chase down Kevin Harvick to get that lap back.
That's right, and he'll either get that lap back from Harvick, or when Harvick makes a pit stop, he'll get back on the lead lap.
Mike, you know how many cars are on the lead lap right now?
Not very many.
5.
Yeah, and I think you've got to give Kevin Harvick so much credit for the race that he has run, how good he is at this track. He just doesn't make mistakes.
Now, last lap, Hamlin 32.47, Harvick 33.79. That's 1.4 seconds. But Hamlin is quicker.
But as you saw, Hamlin was coming through 3 and 4. Harvick's all the way, or sorry, through 1 and 2, and Harvick's all the way down to 3 and 4.
But Mike, you just think about it. When we started this race, it was overcast, but the track temperature went. It's cloudy. It's cool out there. We've gone through an incredible change in the track alone. You would think that would mess up somebody's car, but it doesn't.
No. 32.50 to 33.18. Hamlin's still quicker, but not as much that time.
Guys, I'd say in the next 3, 4, 5 laps, and we'll start seeing some of those other leaders peel on the pit road. And you know, Harvick with 11-second lead, he can wait it out a lap or two.
Vince?
The 42 of Kyle Larson pitting from 5th. He was the last one on the lead lap. He said it just fired off too free, and he thinks he used up the tires early in the run. So they're going to make the 4-tire change here, get him enough fuel to get to the end. A little bit of an air pressure adjustment for the 42 of Larson, and see what he can do the rest of the way. Finished runner-up here a year ago.
Eric Jones, Casey Kane in, Alex Bowman on pit road as well. Ryan Blaney comes in, David Reagan, Bubba Wallace.
Mike, just saying, yesterday Kevin Harvick won the race here. He won the Xfinity race. And here he is. If things go according to plan, his plan, he may win again today.
Back to Vince.
Well, the 10 of Eric Almirola just has fought the same thing all day long. Just could not get the grip that he needs. Right now just says no side bite. The right rear is gone. 4 fresh ones and some air pressure for the 10 of Almirola, Jamie.
Martin Truex Jr. just hasn't had the performance we expect when this team comes to a 1.5 mile track. He's just struggling big time. The balance has been too far up, and the rears are gone. Matt?
Chassis adjustment already completed on the 14 of Clint Boyer. Hard to believe the good runs he's had here. He's never had a top 5 finish. Meanwhile, his teammate, the 41 of Kurt Busch, on his way to you, Jamie.
And Kurt Busch just felt like he lost his mojo that last run. He was so solid, and now it's cooled off. The track is changing a little bit. Another air pressure adjustment. That's what they've been working on this car, and a 4-tire stop as they work on the left side.
Paul Menard and Jamie Mack stopped. Here comes Kevin Harvick, Matt.
The 2 of Brad Keselowski guys are on the wall. Kevin Harvick almost slides into his pit box. No chassis adjustments on the 4. Slight issues the last time, looks good this time. Meanwhile, the 2, Brad Keselowski comes in. He says this time his car is on the sight side, not as much grip as in that previous run. He doesn't really want a whole lot of change though, because it's not as bad as he thought. Left front going on, left rear on, waiting on fuel, and he's away.
Harvick, Keselowski, Kyle Busch, all coming in with 37 laps to go. And there goes Denny Hamlin back to the lead.
All right, it's shake and bake time.
When this strategy started, Hamlin was running 6th. So even if he does not win, he's likely to end up in a better position than when all of this 2 stops versus 3 stops started.
What I like about what Harvick has done here, he built a good enough gap back to Keselowski. I mean, he was over 11 seconds ahead of him when that pit sequence started. All he had to do is get to pit road clean, get in that box on his marks, have a nice, it doesn't have to be a blinding fast stop, but a nice solid stop, and then do the same thing getting off of pit road to get that lead back. And now it's just all about what that strategy of the 11 does.
Yeah.
Allmendinger slow in the backstretch. Looks like he'll make it to pit road.
Tire, right rear tires down.
Right rear tires down.
Thing comes apart.
The sub is leaning on the right rear, and that's what's smoking, and it finally blew out.
And for the lead, here comes Harvick. That didn't take till 10 to go.
No.
Allmendinger makes it to pit road, and we stay green.
35 to go.
I think it's safe to say the entire field would love to see a yellow flag, except for Kevin Harvick.
Yeah. Right now, though, Kevin Harvick saying, "See you, wouldn't want to be you."
Now Logano trying to hold off his teammate Keselowski, who just stopped for tires. So that won't be much of a battle.
Nope.
Kevin Harvick back to the lead. Let's go side by side.
Grab an ice cold Coke and buckle up. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
So Dave here is taking the family up to the lake for the weekend, but without the white knuckles this time. Because his new 2018 Ford F-150 has Bliss with trailer coverage. It's Brainiac smart. Not only does it watch your F-150's blind spots, it's got your trailer covered too. Just another reason why Ford F-Series is America's best-selling truck for 41 straight years. This is the new 2018 Ford F-150. It doesn't just raise the bar, pal. It is the bar.
Green flag in the air, we're underway.
This season,
Oh, what a great move right there.
40 drivers.
Here they come. He's got it righted.
Compete
Nice risky move right here. Contact.
Oh, wrecking behind them.
and decide
Unbelievable finish.
who will rise to the top.
How about that?
Tens of millions of people have switched to unlimited on America's most awarded network.
Verizon?
Whoa, 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 Vince, not yet. It's the network rated #1 in the nation by Root Metrics 9 times running.
Totally Verizon.
Vince! No.
We can see the sign. It's see-through.
I think they can definitely read it.
So it could be anything.
Vince, pull the thing up.
Wait. Look at that.
Unlimited is only as good as the network it's on. So switch to the best Unlimited on the most awarded network and get up to $300 off our best Android phones with no trade-in required.
There's a secret in them Smoky Mountains. And it's my new KFC Smoky Mountain Barbecue, made by taking my freshly prepared extra crispy fried chicken and coating it in a sweet and smoky barbecue. Try it in a tenders basket at KFC, now just $4.99. It's finger-licking good.
Saturday.
Unbeatable Chris Cyborg.
Before Cyborg defends her belt against Yana Kunitskaya.
But this is a fighter who did not back down.
The unbeaten Mackenzie Dern.
The power of Mackenzie Dern
makes her UFC debut.
That is why people are excited for this phenom.
Against veteran grappler Ashley Yoder. UFC 222 prelims, Saturday at 7 Eastern on FS1.
All week we work, and when Friday comes, we all get to raise a little hell.
Kevin Harvick out in front.
Oh, trouble turn 2, guys. Got a lot of.
And Trevor Bayne comes
That
unglued.
changes everything.
Lead on.
With 28 laps to go, Trevor Bayne blows up, and Rodney Childers' race has changed. Everybody has a shot.
Yeah, like we were saying.
Remember the trend? That's pretty close to 25 to go.
But just remember how much trouble Harvick had. Not a lot of trouble, but he has trouble on the restarts. So that's something we got to pay close attention to.
So Kurt Busch, who drives for Carl Haas, I think I called him Kurt Haas earlier. Doesn't matter. He gets the free pass.
Gene Haas.
Yeah, him too. Gene Haas.
I drove for
Carl Haas is gone. Yeah, you drove for Carl. See what happens when you try to.
We've been up here 9 hours.
Try to fix something, you should have just let it go. Kind of like Trevor Bayne's car let go.
See the pop out the right side pipes, a little smoke. Now that's definitely laying some oil down on the surface.
And what happened to Bubba Wallace? Now he'll go under the damaged vehicle policy and go on the 6-minute clock. Was running 22nd.
Wow.
Just wondering if he got into the oil or the smoke.
Now that's a Junior Johnson tool that guy's got in his hand right there. It's a hammer.
A couple of sawzalls. And
oh, well, we know who he made contact with.
Front end and rear end damage, kind of figure out who hit who.
All right, let's ride with Bubba and see what happened here.
Check up, check up, check up, front of you, check up, check up, check up, check up, check up, check up.
We didn't tell him which way to go.
Can't see it all on the brakes.
Go high, go low, but check up, check up, check up. You got to go high, got to go low, do something.
So hard to get on the brakes on this. When the tires are worn out, there's just not a lot of grip. If you get on the brakes too hard, you lock up the tires. So you want to always stay in control. But yeah, when you see that much smoke, you definitely have to start slowing down. I think the cars ahead of them just couldn't see where they were going either.
Yeah, but I think a spotter should say, you know, go high, the car's in the middle, go low, the car, you know, but he didn't give him a lot of direction. And this 6 car.
That's a total smoke screen.
Pretty hard to see.
Impossible.
High or low. Wow, that's pretty big right there.
I mean, Freddie Kraft is a spotter. He couldn't see. Bubba can't see.
That's what they could see.
But now remember, the spotters are looking, they're up on the roof looking down at this. They're looking at that car, not through the smoke, but they're looking at where that car is. They should be able to see the car.
Wow, I mean, you can't even see the wall or how to even get around the track, let alone whether somebody stopped in front of you.
Maybe he should.
Cars are going by, we can't even see them.
Maybe should tell him to stop.
So both the Roush Fenway cars in trouble here. Trevor Bayne's engine letting go. Look at his cockpit full of smoke. And then Ricky Stenhouse getting run into by Bubba Wallace. Minor damage for Stenhouse.
All right. Meanwhile, back
pit road is open with 26 to go.
I mean, this is the race right here, the race on pit road.
Just remember last year.
There are 9 lead lap cars, Matt.
Led 292 laps a year ago. Tonight, Kevin Harvick, 156. Is the car not quite as good as it was at the beginning of the race, but we're not going to be able to fix it here. Top of your screen, back at Keselowski. The car much freer this run on the bottom. Denny Hamlin. The car much tighter, his Toyota this run, especially down in turns 3 and 4.
Harvick gets out ahead of Keselowski and Hamlin.
4 car
they
needs
pass
to be
Larson.
He needs to get that inside. He doesn't need to
Elliott coming up on Logano. And Kyle Busch and Truex. So Kevin Harvick wins the race off pit road.
It's going to work out great
Two
for
of the
Harvick.
top teams executing at their best, head to head. I love that.
I know Harvick wanted that. The inside restarts great. Outside, not so much. So having that inside should be an advantage.
Keselowski gains a spot from Hamlin.
I still think there's a slight advantage to Brad Keselowski just because Kevin Harvick's car does not still seem to have as much pace in those first couple laps. So you're going to see Keselowski work really hard to try to get to the outside or get somehow in front of Harvick and hold him off.
Lower left, your pit comparison. Denny Hamlin's stop 8/10 slower than Harvick's. They were about the same on the driver's side going down pit road for a 1 second difference.
With 20, whatever we're going to have here to go is not a short run by any means, but you're going to up that air pressure a little wee bit for this short run. And that's going to make Harvick take off a little quicker. Because I've noticed his car, the pressures are really low when he comes out of the pits.
All right, we're back to what we talked about at the top of the show. Resource management. Do you run these tires as hard as you can in the first 2 laps, or do you run to a pace expecting you're going to go 20 laps to the finish under green?
I think you bring up a really good point, Mike, because I think everybody's going to be pushing extremely hard, especially those leaders up there trying to get that lead and getting that clean air. But if it goes all the way, that could cost you a lot of time.
I think the gamble is, what if there's another caution?
Yeah.
What if we run 10 laps?
Then they just come in. Then they just come in and get new tires.
And we do it again. All right, we're going to have Keselowski and Logano. It looks like if Harvick takes the bottom, we expect he will. Nose to tail teammates on the restart. Jamie?
And Joey Logano just came on the radio and told his team, I don't feel comfortable pushing Brad. I don't think I should do it right now. I'm afraid I'll get him loose. So he doesn't want to get him sideways. He's going to back off of him on the restart.
Yeah, we've seen here, Jamie, in the past, and Joey's exactly right. This is not Daytona and Talladega where the bumpers, you can push. This track is so slick and it's so hard to get those tires to grip that any little bump or nudge you give that car in front of you seems to do more harm than good.
And the straightaways are short here. Well, the front straightaway isn't even a straightaway. It's got 2 kicks in it.
No, what Logano better hope is that the 2 takes off. Because if he's laid right up on the back of him and he doesn't go or he can't go, then that backs up that outside line, and that opens the door for the inside line.
We already documented this earlier. So easy to spin the tires if you're in that second position. The leader, you're trying to anticipate when the leader's going to take off. And the only way, if they jump that start, not jump it, but if they get in the gas and you're trying to play catch up, you instantly spin the tires by trying to push that throttle pedal down a little bit too much.
Waiting on the lineup for the restart, and let's get a recap from Chris Myers and Michael Waltrip.
All right, thank you, Mike. And of course, we had the rain delay to start. And once we did, Kevin Harvick, who for the 5th straight Atlanta race has led the most laps in the race. Pit problems early, and then he worked his way back up.
Yeah, fell back to the last car on the lead lap. 3 wide for the lead as he raced back toward the front.
The winner of stage 1, Jimmy Johnson, in the midst of the longest winless streak of his career, now 25 races.
Totally gets loose. The tire blows off turn 2. More problems on pit road. Martin Truex Jr., you see the tire changer in the rear waving his arms. Had to go back to the jack. Truex fell to the back, which is where he started. He hasn't been able to rebound.
Brad Keselowski, who is currently second behind Kevin Harvick, winning stage 2, and we're getting ready to go with 23 laps. What about the restart, the positioning of both Harvick and Keselowski? Is it up to those two?
I think it's Harvick's race to lose. I think he's better than Keselowski. I love what Denny Hamlin's team and Joey Logano's team did. It made it dramatic. They had a chance to make something happen. They're certainly in a better place than they were before they pulled that strategy. But watch Harvick on this restart. If he clears Keselowski, which he wasn't able to do earlier in the race, Chris, but if he's able to, he can drive away and win this thing.
Harvick trying to win his second Atlanta race. Keselowski trying to win Atlanta back-to-back. Let's go back upstairs to Jeff, Darrell, and Mike.
It's anybody's race. Is it Harvick's race to lose on the short run? Brad Keselowski, especially down that back straightaway, has had the measure of Harvick, but we got 20 laps to go. Is that too much to overcome?
Don't count out Hamlin on right behind Harvick. If Harvick spins the tires, now it gives an advantage to Hamlin to be able to possibly get to the inside of Harvick or shoot that middle gap if it opens up. So this thing is not over.
Yeah, I think Harvick is in the catbird seat.
Right.
He's in the inside lane. That's the best lane to restart in. The 22 or the 2's at quite a disadvantage. We've seen that outside lane back up a number of times. So it could come down to a battle between the 4 and the 11. Because 11's right behind the 4.
And then Mike Wheeler looks like a genius.
Oh, yes.
Good.
There's the lineup. Harvick on the inside of the front row. Keselowski outside with his teammate Logano right behind him. Hamlin right behind the 4. Here's Keselowski's radio.
We're going to get going any better here with a push, Joey. So if you would let Joey behind me know that, I would appreciate it. Yep, already talked about it. TJ said he's not going to help me. He's not going to push you. He's not going to get to your bumper.
And see, Keselowski knows if I spin the tires and Joey was pushing me, we'd wreck. And so he wants him to lay off of him.
And the outside has not been a good lane to restart in tonight.
Not at all.
I think what we're going to watch here is the gap between the 4 and the 11, the gap between the 2 and the 22. Those guys are going to try to anticipate and get a little bit of a run on those leaders. Harvick did a great job executing that.
There's great anticipation for sure.
4 wide.
4 wide. Joey Logano's the one that didn't get up to speed.
Whoa.
Chase Elliott, high, wide, and handsome, coming up into the top 5.
Denny Hamlin got up off the bottom. Chase Elliott trying to make it 3 wide down the back straightaway.
Look at Chase getting aggressive here on these on this last 21 laps.
Got a great restart.
Well, the only car that's been able to run with Kevin Harvick all night long or hold him off has been the 2 of Keselowski. And there they are, first and second.
I don't think Keselowski's going to be able to run in his tire tracks side by side. The 9 and the 11, they've had history, don't forget.
But the 9, he couldn't hold the bottom. He had to get out of the gas. 11 had the big run on the outside, cleared him. Here comes Larson in the 42. Here comes the 78.
So much momentum lost there.
3 Fords, a Toyota, and a Chevy in the top 5 to try and settle this. As here comes Truex toward the front.
Yeah, we saw he had some great short run speed earlier in the race.
I think that 4 car has whatever speed it needs.
Yeah, he's impressed me. Not only on that restart, he did it perfectly, but ever since he got the green, he's flying.
I think he even has ludicrous speed, to tell you the truth.
Now Joey Logano working Kyle Larson. That's 6th and 7th.
And if you think about this, what have they worked on this entire race? Long runs, saving tires. Now all of a sudden it comes down to a 20-lap shootout, and you got to go as hard as you can. The balance of the car is completely different in this scenario.
You see where he's running now? That's where he should have been running on. I tell you, he just runs so well on the top of the racetrack, and they never let him get up there until the end.
You saw Kurt Busch back on the lead lap. He got the free pass.
Well, I wouldn't do that.
Wow.
That was dangerous right there. You got Kyle Busch in your mirror and you block him, I wouldn't have done that. Chase is just bad loose, saw that.
Yep. Kevin Harvick opening it up, 1.4 seconds on Keselowski.
Yeah, I think the big thing now is Harvick wants to go to the end. He doesn't want another caution. Not because of what they can do the same thing they just did now, but that pit crew, every pit crew is suspect. Something can happen in the pits. Can't get a wheel tight, can't get a jack, get run over, something breaks. You want to take that out of the equation if you can.
Well, yesterday, Harvick put on a clinic in the Xfinity race. Speedway president Ed Clark told us earlier that he went down to see Harvick in Victory Lane. He says, you do that thing, you do that again on Sunday, I'm calling the pavers Monday morning.
Hey, Ed, I don't know what the number is, but call it.
Guys, we've only run 6 laps since that restart, but even if we got up to the fact that it looked like we were going to go in overtime or any time from here on, caution, 4 more Goodyear tires, another trip to pit road.
Oh, I agree, Larry. Probably anything with, what, 5-6 laps to go. Tires are so valuable. I know what I'd do if I wasn't Kevin Harvick or maybe Keselowski. I'd get me 2 and take a chance.
Well, you've got 14 lead lap cars now.
Every one of these top 4 or 5 drivers made their fastest lap of the race after that last restart. I just wonder, did Kevin Harvick use up all those tires? Is there anything left with Brad Keselowski or even with Clint Boyer that they could possibly run down that 4 in these last 14 laps?
Well, Brad's last lap was 1/10 faster than Kevin. But he's going to need more than that with only 14 to go.
Once I get a gap, once I get that big gap between me and him, he can do what he wants to. If he wants to gain a 10th on me every lap, have at it. You're not going to catch me.
And you can see Brad Keselowski's changed it up a little bit. He's running that high line. He also sees Clint Boyer working that high line, making it work and gaining momentum off of turn 2.
Now that can be a bit of a problem for Kevin Harvick. If they start running high and they should start cutting into that lead, now what do you do?
Well, you know the message Harvick is sending. Catch me at your leisure, pass me at your peril.
Amen.
Now that last lap, 3/10 better to the 2 of Brad Keselowski.
Boy, Alex Bowman just had it sideways, gathered it up. In 20th place. 14 cars on the lead lap, only 3 drivers 1 lap down. You see them on your scoring pylon, Suarez, Stenhouse, Menard.
Yeah, I don't see that high line paying any dividends. I think Keselowski tried it, thought there might be something up there, but he wasn't gaining anything. And quite honestly, we haven't seen very many people that even tried to run high today. Seems like the bottom has just been the way to go. And again, I think a lot of that's just because they watch what Harvick's done all these times.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of speed up top there through 1 and 2 for a couple of laps, but you just use up the tires so fast up there. And that last lap, Harvick said, okay, I'm done saving.
Yeah, well, right
now,
now,
catch me.
Right now, Brad has to just worry a little bit about the 14 car that's behind him, Clint Boyer. You don't want to mess around trying something different and let Boyer catch him.
There's Boyer.
And this has been a heck of a good day for Boyer. He was real happy with his car. He was real It was so much fun in our pre-race show, and he's had a great day. Good for him.
Yeah, and he deserves. I mean, he's been through a lot of the last couple of years. Great to see this team and him putting a really solid run together. And even as we relate to Harvick, I mean, think about this. Harvick, yeah, we talked about his domination here and how well he's done, but he's not only won one race here, and that was in 2001, the first time he ever came here in a Cup car. So if anybody's deserving and earns to get a victory here, definitely Kevin Harvick.
And I think it's also a good sign for this team. Obviously, Harvick has helped Clint Boyer. Obviously, he's helped Kurt Busch. He's helped his teammates because they have all run well today. But it always reminds me of something. You know, somebody would tell me 99 things to do, but there was the 100 that they never told me. I got 99 of them, but there was that one piece they left out.
Well, Ford with 5 of the top 8 spots, 3 of those being Stewart-Haas cars, 2 for Team Penske. Toyota's 4th and 5th, Chevy's 9th and 10th.
How many laps you reckon Harvick's led here over the last, what?
5 races? Not all of them, but certainly most of them.
Could we count yesterday too?
173 today. And yesterday in the Xfinity race, all but 22 laps.
I know here last year was over 200 laps led. So
and so they say, do you think we ought to pave the track? What do you think he's going to say?
Well, he's saying, well, at least I got another win before you did it.
His fastest lap came just after that restart, as did Keselowski's, Boyer's, and Hamlin's.
Now right here, this is the zone when I'm sitting on a hot stove, because I don't want to see a caution with 3 or 4 to go, and I got to come down pit road. So I'd like to see this thing, if I'm Harvick, I'd like to see this thing go to the end.
And you're right, you absolutely would have to come to pit road. There's just too much fall off, too much speed in new tires versus these older tires. You absolutely would have to come down pit road.
And then you pull your hair out if you're down there Rodney Childers. What if everybody doesn't come to pit road? And I do. So it's the leader's usually the set and duck.
In the last 5 races here, Kevin Harvick has led 911 laps.
Oh my gosh.
Without a trophy, right?
DW, if that caution comes and you don't come to pit road, you and I gonna fight over there in that garage.
I'm with you, Larry. I don't think you'd get any argument out of me. I figure if you can, Harvick had this race won last year. And if you speed on pit road and you can walk out of here and not be upset with yourself, and they didn't seem to be, then it takes a whole lot to get you upset.
1 win at Atlanta for Kevin Harvick, and it was huge. He had just been tapped by Richard Childress to take over what became the 29 after we lost Dale Earnhardt in the 2001 Daytona 500.
The closing laps of that race, those last 20, 25 laps, being a part of that race side by side to the finish with Kevin Harvick, I mean, they were some spectacular laps, and he drove an incredible race. He obviously liked this place right away.
But even remember, he was going to run for the championship in the Xfinity Series at the time, Busch Series at the time. Then they said he was going to run both series. I said, you can't do that. You'll wear the poor guy out. He did it pretty darn well.
A winner at Texas last November. 2 more trips around the 1.5 mile Atlanta Motor Speedway.
I know that Kevin Harvick may not want them to repave this racetrack, but 35 other cars out there.
Can we vote on it? Oh, golly.
And thank you, Mother Nature, for holding off, so we got to see how all this played out. And he'll face the white flag. 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank.
What a day.
Clint Boyer making a run for second place on Brad Keselowski.
Nothing coming.
Kevin Harvick puts on a clinic and wins the Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500.
Good job.
Hallelujah. What a relief. Awesome job. Awesome job, guys. What a race car. Last 5 years. Not just tonight, 5 years. Great job.
4 years of leading the most laps, and now, this year, redemption.
Swept the weekend.
He was biting his tongue until he crossed that line. He knows what it's like to lead a lot of laps and not get the job done. He did it tonight, though. That was pretty amazing.
The top 13 cars all finish on the lead lap. Austin Dillon, the first one lap down in 14th. I'm not sure I see elation in that 4 pit, more like relief.
Oh, for sure, Mike.
A lot of pressure on them.
15th victory for Stewart-Haas Racing. And there's Kevin Harvick taking home the checkered flag as today's Sunoco fueling victory. After that win in 2001, it took Harvick 27 starts to get back to victory lane here. It's his 12th victory on a 1.5 mile super speedway. And it's the second time a driver swept both the Xfinity race and the Cup race here in Atlanta. Carl Edwards did it.
Good for him. That's exactly what he did in 2001.
And a number 3 salute that he's been waiting 17 years to do again.
And we're going to another one of his playgrounds in a couple of weeks, Phoenix.
That's very cool to honor Dale Earnhardt.
Kevin Harvick is a different guy than he was 10, 12 years ago. This is a mature race car driver.
Was that dust in his eye, or was he brushing away a tear there?
I see some emotion in Kevin Harvick. This win means a lot to him.
I agree. Bill France always said he had a go-to. I was his go-to guy. It was his go-to guy. Kevin Harvick wants to be the go-to guy. When there's something up, he wants to come to him and get his opinion.
It's Kevin's 15th win for Stewart-Haas Racing. It's the 40th career win for that team. And their first of the season. Second here. Not only the closer, but the dominator today, Kevin Harvick.
I've been waiting 17 years to do what I'm getting ready to do. That's pretty cool what you're doing there. Now, I've waited a long time to do that, man. I know. It's awesome.
Now that'll bring a tear to your eye. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I remember how emotional that was 17 years ago. And now today, for him to be thinking about that, you know, in such a special moment, time, that's, boy, that's cool.
It's going to take a minute to get victory lane set up here right next to the start-finish line on the front straightaway so all the fans can enjoy it. Let's check with Matt.
Mike, throw strategy aside up and down pit road. It seemed like the best car to have a shot at Harvick was the 2 of Brad Keselowski. What impressed you the most, especially with your rebound from Daytona? What impressed you the most about your team's performance on track and on pit road tonight?
We had a really strong day on pit road, and you know how many pit stops you have here in Atlanta, that can be critical to a team's success. So really proud of all the guys on the Auto Trader Ford team for that. But Kevin, man, he was just in a league of his own. He deserves a lot of credit for that. And you know, I was throwing everything I could throw at him. My crew chief, you know, we threw everything we could at them. We just didn't have enough. So congrats to them. But you know, it just started to rain, and I was thinking, DW, the vortex stopped. There's got to be some truth to it. I don't know. Bring out those Mythbusters or something. But it just started to rain the second the race stopped. Great.
I think he's trademarked that phrase, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Might be something to it.
Vince?
Well, Denny Hamlin kept it interesting with an alternative strategy, and for a while I thought, maybe it's going to work. What are you thinking about in your mind when Wheels is calling for that?
Well, they know the bigger picture better than I do, but I knew that we had really good long run speed. You know, we're short of the 4 car, probably one of the better cars in the long run. So we wanted to optimize our time on the racetrack, similar to what we did at Darlington last year. And, you know, if the caution fell, great. If it didn't, you know, at a pretty good gap there, back to 3rd place before the caution fell. And the guys that had short pitted, their tires were already starting to fall off in the same second bracket that we were in. So I thought it was a great strategy play. Happy for our FedEx Ground team, get another top 5, and you know, especially here in the home of Coke. So it's awesome to be here and you know, get the season started off in a good note.
Yeah, well done, Denny. 4th place for Denny Hamlin, Chris.
All right, thank you, Vince and Denny. So Harvick with the hammer, a dominating performance. Michael Waltrip. So we've come full circle. It was the 3 in victory lane, Dale Earnhardt's last number with Austin Dillon winning, and the 4 with Kevin Harvick, the driver who took over for the late, great Dale Earnhardt.
Yeah, what a special moment for Kevin to be able to celebrate and hold those 3 fingers up in the air like he did in 2001.
Right. He saw him wipe a tear away from his eye, an emotional moment, and in victory lane, Jamie Little is down there for the celebration with Happy Harvick.
Now that is a Busch beer bath. Kevin, 17 years. You've thought about that moment since 2001. You did the 3 salute. What does this moment mean to you, being back here with your team, finally?
I'm just so proud of everybody on our team. You know, that was the first win in my career, and to be able to do that and pay tribute to Dale was pretty cool. I've been waiting a long time to do that. We've had so many days where we could do that here. But I just want to thank everybody from Stewart-Haas Racing, Jimmy John's, Busch, Ford, Mobile One, Outback Hunt Brothers, Morton Buildings, Textron Off-Road, Liftmaster, everybody who puts this car on the racetrack, and for 5 years, it's been so fast at this particular racetrack and a lot of other ones. But I love racing here, and it's good to be back in victory lane. Finally, took a while.
I think it's safe to say you were in everyone's head, from the spotters to the drivers. What's Harvick doing? How's he doing it? Oh, by the way, your wife just flew in. You didn't even know they were here with Keelan.
They came a little bit late. Keelan was mad earlier that he didn't get to come, but you know, it was great getting into this race car and knowing that everybody knew that they had to beat our car. And just really, really happy with everything that we've done at Stewart-Haas Racing over the last 5 years. And this is a great start to getting ourselves in the playoffs and doing everything that we need to do. Overcame a lot of things today. Got a late race restart that we drove off and won the race with. So there were so many demons that seemed to haunt us here for a long time. But the coolest part was being able to try to replicate that first win celebration.
What was going through your mind when you were doing that?
Just how long I've been doing this. That's the biggest thing. It's just, you know, how fortunate I've been to, whoa, fire. Just how fortunate I've been to, you know, to be sitting in these race cars and do what I love to do on a weekly basis. I wish I could explain to everybody at home how fortunate all of us are to do what we do and have the Folds of Honor here representing our military. And we thank our military for everything that you guys do to let us be safe and come out here and do what we do on the weekends and just live a life. Thank you to everybody in our military.
Kevin Harvick wins in Atlanta. Chris?
Yep, thanks, Jamie. 9th straight season with a win for Harvick. 22 laps to go. The inside restart to hold off Keselowski.
A lot of pressure. You heard Kevin talk about it. He hasn't been great on the short runs, but I saw things in that car early, Chris, that made me believe he had this one under control. A great break. You can see he gapped him. Nobody on that right side hanging next to him. He was able to drive off and win the race.
On our pre-race show with Darrell and Jeff, he said you have to evaluate what you're doing here every lap. And Jeff Gordon said that he's the guy who's changed the game here. So let's go back upstairs, and the game the same for him in victory lane. Jeff, Darrell, and Mike.
Boy, he had great takeoff on that final restart, didn't he?
No, he really did. And you know what I love about Kevin Harvick? He has changed so much. He has matured so much. I remember that win. We were here. It was one of our first telecasts. And I think at that time it was maybe a little bit all about Kevin Harvick. Today he thinks deep about the sport and what's best for this sport. And tonight he just showed a lot of emotion. I was really happy for him.
Well, I just think back to the last 5 years and how he's dominated this race and let it slip away. I think some of that emotion he showed is knowing how close they've been and to finally execute and pull it off tonight.
And Denny Hamlin's strategy, Chris, before all that started, he was 6th. He came home 4th, so attaboy.
Thanks, guys, and we'll see you in Vegas next Sunday. We have more here, by the way. Ford finishing 1, 2, and 3 after in Daytona. It was Chevy finishing 1, 2. More on the victory for Harvick in Atlanta in a moment. Race fans, if you're looking for more racing tonight, tune into FS1 after we wrap up here the NHRA Mellow Yellow Series Round 2. The Arizona Nationals coming to you from Phoenix. We'll be there in a couple of weeks, part of the NASCAR West Coast Swing. There's Kevin Harvick with son Keelan, who Kevin said earlier in the rain delay had to behave himself, get his act together. They both did today, and that's a good way to celebrate father and son, a touching moment. And Vegas coming up next, where Harvick was a winner in 2015. So he wins on a mile and a half. More races on a mile and a half. Does this say he's maybe back in that championship form in his 40s, or is this a different mile and a half from what we're going to?
Certainly, this is a unique mile and a half. The fact that there's not a lot of grip here, and when we go to Vegas, it's going to be more about aerodynamics. Here, a good chassis setup, a mechanical grip car will really pay off for you. We go to Vegas, there's more involved in that, so it'll be interesting to see. We heard a lot of talk about the Fords. They weren't going to run well this year. 1, 2, 3, that's pretty awesome. We'll see what happens when we get out to the West Coast.
And where the Chevys certainly at Daytona 1, 2. Toyota with Hamlin ran well, but not a victory yet, at least not in the first 2 races. Martin Truex, the winner in Las Vegas last year, your defending champion, his Toyota, and he made a nice run to wind up 5th.
Yeah, we saw some good speed from the Toyotas. The Chevys would be a concern for me.
Okay.
What about you?
I don't think I'm that concerned. I'm concerned about what's coming up next on Fox. And Brooklyn Nine-Nine later, The Simpsons, Family Guy, LA to Vegas. We're going to Vegas from ATL to Las Vegas. The West Coast Swing last year, Kyle Larson and Brad Keselowski were dominant during that stretch. Don't forget Race Hub weeknight, 6 Eastern on FS1 for all your NASCAR needs. Next Sunday on Fox, be right here. For Michael Waltrip, our entire gang, Harvick, your winner. I'm Chris Myers. Have a good week.